Chapter 351, Finally Escaping from Death. Boom, move, Professor Kin, support me, Chuck, I'm coming. Error, CHCCKKK, bastards. The professors fought valiantly, doing everything in their power to fend off the relentless waves of minions. Meanwhile, Alaric stood, locked in a deadly standoff with the grotesque monstrosity before him. The mechaflesh arachnid. It stood tall, its large red eyes fixated on Alaric as saliva dripped from its gaping maw. It's been a while, hasn't it, Alaric? The monster spoke, its voice dripping with twisted amusement. Kennedy. Alaric growled, his teeth grinding together in pure, unadulterated rage. The nearby professors flinched at the name. Their faces drained of color as they whispered in horror, that is Kennedy, hee. The monster smirked, spreading its numerous limbs wide. How is it, Alaric? My creation, my lifelong masterpiece. How is it? Kennedy's voice crescendoed into a maniacal shout. Alaric stared at the abomination before him, his expression hardening into one of pure disgust. He uttered a single word, his voice low and filled with venom, disgusting. Before Alaric could react, Kennedy lunged, its limbs crashing down where Alaric had stood. But Alaric was faster, moving with the speed and grace of an arcane king, easily evading the attack. Kennedy frowned, looks like he hasn't lost his touch. Kennedy mused before charging again, this time with lethal intent. Alaric met Monster's attack head-on, his sword slicing through the air, aiming for the soft flesh that connected the metal pieces of Monster's body. He was trying to sever the bonds between flesh and metallic parts, to break this twisted amalgamation apart. Yet, just as his sword embedded itself into the grotesque flesh, Monster seized the opportunity. Boom, the monster's massive limbs slammed Alaric to the ground with bone-crushing force. Alaric coughed up blood, glaring at the monster with a mix of fury and revulsion. His eyes flickered, he almost subconsciously forcibly tried to pull the arson energy, which caused small cracks around the dome. But then, are you sure? The monster's voice interrupted, dripping with dark amusement as it pointed toward the students still trapped inside the dome. The monster knew the dome could not hold Alaric's powers, just snapping his fingers would literally shatter the dome. That much was experienced arcane king's power. That's the reason he used students' lives. If Alaric tried to forcibly pull the energy, the dome would shatter, and with it, the lives of countless students would be lost. Alaric gritted his teeth, to be honest. He could end this monster with a single snap of his fingers, but the only thing holding him back was the principal, of course. He didn't even care for the students' lives. It's just that his pride and the fear of disappointing the principal kept him in check. The monster's grin widened, its victory seeming all but assured. Just as it prepared to finish Alaric off, its grotesque mouth widened to bite off his head. A streak of red flame shot toward Kennedy, forcing the monster to leap back, narrowly avoiding the searing heat as it crashed into the building behind it. Boom! Alaric struggled to his feet, coughing as he saw Leon standing there, fire flickering in his mouth. What are you doing here? Alaric shouted, his voice laced with annoyance. He didn't need help. He could handle this on his own, but then, take that. Talia's voice rang out as she smashed through the minions, aiding the professors in their fight. What? Alaric's frustration mounted as he noticed not just Leon and Talia, but every elite class student and a few seniors joining the fray, attacking the monsters with everything they had. We came here to aid you, Vice Principal. Kai announced, his voice filled with pride. Aid me? Are you kidding me? Alaric was beyond annoyed. All he wanted was for them to escape the dome so he could finish this piece of shit alone. But now, Aquilina stepped forward, holding a blue sword in her hand, her expression serious. Don't worry, Vice Principal. The situation is under control. All Victor and Aether need is time. The first-year students are already evacuating the dome. Alaric's expression shifted from surprise to relief. You found a way out? Yes, Aquilina confirmed. Aether discovered that by incorporating two intersections of the dome with different energy signatures and arcane energy simultaneously, we can defuse the spiders. But there's a small problem, they need to move at a faster rate and cut down the spiders. Victor is sending out people one by one, while Professor Delphine is cutting down the spiders as they exit. But with thousands of students to evacuate, it will take some time. We decided to stay and help you hold off the monsters until then, Aquilina explained, not sure she herself got how that worked, but since Aether said she believed and shrugged, but to be honest she was surprised to know Aether was very good with technology. I will ask him later, she thought with slight pouting as she felt Aether hiding this information. I see. Alaric nodded, not fully understanding the technical details. He shrugged. As long as they escaped he was fine. His gaze then shifted to Aquilina's weapon, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. How did you summon your weapon? Without arcane energy, none of them should have been able to manifest their weapons, and yet. Aquilina smirked, a glint of pride in her eyes. I learned my lesson, Vice Principal, she said, looking at her weapon, though it's just a weapon with no powers in it. Alaric raised his eyebrows, genuinely impressed. Even he couldn't summon his weapon under these conditions, yet Aquilina had managed it. She was full of surprises, indeed Marisandra's daughter, both of them filled with surprises. He thought. Just then, slam, cough, cough, Talia hit the ground hard, the impact jarring her body. She coughed up blood but quickly pushed herself up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Despite the pain, she managed a smirk. It's really something else, she muttered. Her eyes fixed on the monstrous mecha-flesh arachnid that continued to battle the others with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, the evacuation efforts continued at a frantic pace. I am a girl, so please be gentle. KKKYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The girls scream echoed around the stadium as Victor roughly picked her neck like a duck that was about to cut and throw her through the opening. Delphine, poised and ready, swiftly sliced through a small spider with her ice blades with almost precision and cut the spider on her neck, and Leora caught the girl in her arms. Good girl, she mumbled, her face drenched from the pouring rain. Thank you. The girl whimpered, her eyes welling up with tears of relief. She leaned in to hug Leora, desperate for comfort. But Leora, who could care less about this emotional drama, so she let her down. Ouch. The girl groaned as she landed awkwardly on the wet ground, her butt splashing into a puddle. Melona, noticing the girl's distress, shot a glare at Leora before offering a towel and hugging the trembling girl, who was still shaken from the ordeal. The medical team arrived swiftly, tending to the wounded girl as they worked efficiently amidst the rain. Soldiers stood stoically around the academy, their faces grim as they ensured that no one unauthorized could approach, and due to the night time not many people was aware of the situation. Back inside the dome, the students watched with a mix of relief and dread as they were hurled out one by one. Victor's method of evacuation, tossing them like sacks of potatoes, filled them with a new kind of terror. Am I operating correctly, Aether? Helena's voice was laced with hesitation as she held on to the controllers of the arcane-less dome artifact. Aether, still maintaining his drunken acting, glanced at her with dizzy eyes and nodded lazily. Yes, you're doing fine, he slurred, his head resting comfortably in her lap. Helena blushed at the sight of Aether lying so casually on her, her heart fluttering despite the dire circumstances. She focused on the task at hand, her fingers trembling slightly as she manipulated the controls with care. You know you could do better, right? Finian's voice cut through the air, tinged with irritation. He was lying on the ground, his body too injured to move, but his anger simmered as he watched Aether lounge on Helena's lap. Aether waved his hand dismissively. I'm drunk, he replied, his tone utterly nonchalant. Finian's lips twitched in disbelief. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone openly admit to being drunk, and be proud of it. I'm doing fine, Finn. Helena snapped, her frown deepening as she glared at him. I'm not a child. Finian bit back a retort, deciding not to worsen the already tense situation. He didn't want to cause any more internal conflict. The thunderous explosion drew Aether's attention. He squinted, assessing the situation, before giving Victor a subtle nod. Victor, catching the signal, turned to the remaining students. I'm speeding up the process. Get in line, 2 rows, faster. The urgency in his voice spurred everyone into action. They quickly formed 2 rows, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. Victor then addressed Helena. Just do it faster. Helena nodded, her fingers trembling slightly but her resolve unwavering. She knew what was at stake and wasn't about to let anyone down. Now, SSSSSSSSSSSH, Chapter 352, out, 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 everyone out. Helena's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Victor's hands move at an impossible speed. Spinning like a tire, how is that possible? She mumbled to herself, her voice tinged with awe and confusion. SSSSSSH, SSSSSSH, SSSSSSH. The students, who had lined up as instructed, were being hurled out of the dome with such force and speed that they couldn't even manage a scream. It was as if Victor was yanking weeds from a garden, each one disappearing into the night as soon as Victor's hands made contact. Aether, still lounging comfortably on Helena's lap, observed the scene with an amused expression. Not bad, I suppose. He thought, his eyes narrowing as he watched Victor grab each student by the neck and toss them out. Why the neck? Because Victor had short-circuited the spiders. In reality, what Aquilina, or what Aether said to everyone, had explained was theoretically sound. Intersecting two different energy signatures could indeed cause the spider to black out, but it would still function as if it had a triggering mechanism, potentially blowing their head. So, yes, Aether had spun quite bullshit to everyone, and these brainless fools believe it, Aether thought, an amused grin spreading across his face. He finally understood how Kennedy had managed to deceive so many. In these worlds, where the focus was primarily on magic, so it's rare that anyone pursues technology seriously. Not many believe in it enough to question it. Aether's gaze shifted to Helena, who was frantically trying to open and close the dome using the controller. She was focused, determined, and yet, helpless. To be honest, it was a futile effort. She really did not need to do it. He lied to her to keep her here. He lay comfortably on her lap, his body relaxed, his mind calculating. He waited, until only 25% of the students remained. Then, with a subtle nod, he signaled Victor to stop. Now it's time to deal with the elite class and the professors, Aether thought. He couldn't possibly reveal his heroic side to the heroine while other powerful characters were still in play, could he? Victor's hands abruptly ceased their spinning, and he landed on the ground with a heavy thud. His chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Sweat dripped from his brow, his muscles trembling from the exertion. Are you okay? One of the students asked softly, his voice tinged with worry. But the concern wasn't for Victor, it was a selfish fear for his own safety. It was that same feeling of helpless frustration, like standing in a long line, just about to reach the front, only for the teller to announce that it was lunchtime. The annoyance, the anxiety, it gnawed at him. Suddenly, Celine arrived from the fighting. She looked at Victor, then shifted her gaze to Helena, her eyes softening. I'll take care of it for you, she offered, her voice gentle yet firm. Helena shook her head, her lips parting in a faint smile. It's fine. Thankful that her friend trying to help her, but Celine simply smiled back, her eyes briefly flickering toward Aether. Her lips twitched in barely concealed dark emotions. She would definitely make him spoil her the next time they were alone, definitely. She pouted slightly, taking a deep breath to calm the storm within her. Her inner Yandra was barely contained. It's working. Then she turned her attention to the massive spider that Alaric and the professor had captured for research, or perhaps for war. Meanwhile, are you ready now? A boy asked, impatience etched on his face as he looked at Victor, who was still panting heavily. Come on, man. At least throw me out, the boy demanded, frustration creeping into his voice. But when Victor remained indifferent, the boy's bravado crumbled, and he began to plead. Please, bro. I'm the only son in my family. Just throw me out, and I'll visit you with my whole family to thank you. Please, I'm begging you. Just then, KYAA, the boy's pleas were abruptly cut off by a piercing scream. He whipped around to see the source. The enormous red-black spider escaped from the robes and its razor-sharp legs were about to pierce Celine's stomach when Victor appeared in a blur. He reached Celine just in time, his powerful arms scooping her up and tossing her outside. Celine, a playful wink sent Aether's way as she went out. He returned the wink with a sly smile of his own. Everyone, run, the boy suddenly screamed, panic overtaking him as he saw the spider advancing toward them with deadly intent. they all knew that even the professors had struggled against this creature. What chance did they stand, Aether? Helena's voice trembled as she tried to rouse him from his apparent slumber. But then, the spider suddenly halted its advance, its razor-sharp legs retracting as it turned its attention to Kenley, who was bound and gagged nearby. Tang, tang, the spider moved toward her with unsettling precision, its legs clicking against the ground. It scooped her up with ease and then, without a second glance, it bolted away into the darkness. The students collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They didn't care what happened to Kenley. She was just a traitor, as long as they were safe, that's all that mattered. No. I won't let you go. Victor roared, determination blazing in his eyes as he took off after the spider. W8. Please throw me out before you go, the boy cried, his voice cracking with desperation and fear. Aether felt a pang of pity for the terrified boy. Sorry, bro, but you guys are crucial for my deadly fucking plan, he thought, his mind already moving ahead as he telepathically reached out. Arya / I will do it / her response came with slight hesitation. Unlike Celine, Arya didn't know the full details of Aether's plan. She only knew that Aether needed something from that monstrous creature and that her role involved taking out the elite class students as well as the professors, and since she believed / loved him too much, she didn't ask many questions about things he wanted from the monster, but she was worried about him fighting alone with the monster. She really didn't want him to fight that monster alone, and yet with Aether's gentle and reassuring voice, he managed to persuade her. You better come back to me. Humph, / of course. Haha, / Aether laughed inwardly, his heart warming at the sound of her worried, pouting voice. He could picture her perfectly. Cheeks puffed in adorable frustration, eyes filled with concern. Moments later, Arya arrived at the stadium, then she stood before Helena. Helena's face twisted in horror when she saw the state Arya was in, bloodied, bruised, and battered, but before she could utter a word, Arya cut her off sharply. We need to throw out the chosen ones before anyone else, she ordered, her voice brooking no argument. Hearing this, the remaining 25% of the students paled, their faces drained of color as the reality of their situation sunk in. Meanwhile, Alaric and the other professors were barely holding on. They panted heavily, their bodies broken, most of their limbs torn to shreds. Alaric himself had lost his right hand, and he stared blankly as the mecha-flesh arachnid chewed down on the severed limb, the sound of crunching bones sending chills down everyone's spine. Talia and the others were in no better shape. Their bodies were battered, covered in blood, and they could barely move, each breath a struggle. This bastard. Talia hissed through gritted teeth, fury and helplessness warring within her. They were fighting without arcane energy, of course, they were as weak as newborns. She tried to move, her muscles screaming in protest. Cough, cough, but a fit of coughing overtook her. Blood splattering the ground. Our bodies have reached their limits, guys, Aquilina murmured, her voice faint and tinged with despair as her vision blurred from exhaustion. And then, ha ha ha. Look at you lot, the so-called chosen ones, a mocking voice cut through the air. They all turned to see Kenley, sitting atop the massive, razor-sharp spider that was now advancing toward them, their faces darkened with dread. Oh. You finally showed up, my cute little niece. The mecha-flesh arachnid's voice was a grotesque rumble as it devoured the last of Alaric's hand, its body twitching grotesquely before bulging, growing even more monstrous. And you're as great as ever, my dear uncle. Kenley shouted. Her voice fractured, her teeth broken, yet filled with twisted joy. The enormous red-black spider crawled closer, and Kenley, perched atop it, folded her arms as she glared down at Alaric. Kill every single one of them, uncle. Everyone just braced themselves for the confrontation. But then, Victor. Talia whispered, her eyes widening as she saw Victor appear out of nowhere. Before she could even react, first out, Victor moved like lightning, grabbing Talia's and hurling her outside. Kenley's eyes narrowed, her voice rising in a shriek of frustration. Kill them faster, she commanded, her fury palpable. Tang, second out, the monster's limbs moved with deadly precision, aiming to impale Aquilina. But before it could reach her, Victor was there, throwing her, gently. Kenley and the monster stared in shock, their disbelief evident as Victor continued his relentless throwing. The monster lashed out with every limb it had, stabbing and slashing at the others, but, tang, SSSSSH, out, tang, SSSSSH, out, tang, SSSSSH, out, tang, one by one, every single person was thrown out. What the hell are you doing? Alaric roared, catching Victor's hand just as he was about to reach him. Alaric's eyes were wide with surprise, he couldn't believe Victor was even throwing the other professors out, saving your ass. I suppose, Victor retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm as he swatted Alaric's hand away. I don't need you to save me, brat. Just save those students, and I'll take care of, puff. Before Alaric could finish his arrogant declaration, Snowflake, with a fierce hiss, returned to her size, twisted her massive body and slammed her powerful tail into Alaric's stomach, sending him flying. HSSSSSSSSSS, Snowflake hissed menacingly, her eyes locked onto the mecha-flesh arachnid, her muscles coiled, ready to strike. The monster and Kenley blinked in stunned silence, processing what had just happened. And then, as the reality of the situation sunk in, Kenley's face contorted with rage. VVVVVVICCCCCTTTTRRR, Hehe, Chapter 353, Saving a Damsel in Distress. Nope, I know it's hard, Helena, but you know, some sacrifices are necessary for the greater good, right? Helena interrupted, her voice soft yet resolute as if trying to convince herself as much as Arya. A faint, almost sorrowful smile tugged at her lips as she cast a glance toward Victor, who was mercilessly throwing the elite class students and professors outside of the dome. Helena could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on her chest, a suffocating dread that threatened to crush her. She understood all too well. Everyone had reached their limit. The sight of Arya's bloodied and battered body was a cruel testament to their dire situation. It was only a matter of time before that monster would finish them all off, one by one, but before that inevitable end, they had to make choices. Horrible, heart-wrenching choices. They had to prioritize those who were deemed more important. What about us? One of the remaining students asked, his voice trembling, barely above a whisper, as if he feared the very question might seal their fate. Helena bit down hard on her lower lip, and the metallic taste of blood was sharp on her tongue. She lowered her head. The students around her, already on the edge, grew even paler, the realization dawning on them like a dark, cold shadow. There was no hope for them. Still, Helena forced herself to speak. Her voice shaky but determined, Don't worry. Once Victor throws them, he'll come back for you guys. But no one was listening to her anymore. Their attention was fixated on the monstrous figure looming in the distance, the mecha-flesh arachnid, its grotesque form moving with an eerie, mechanical grace as it followed Victor. Each step it took seemed to reverberate through the ground, sending shivers down their spines. The creature was getting closer. Why? Just run away, you bastard. Don't come toward us. The boy who had spoken earlier suddenly screamed, his voice raw with a mixture of pain, fear, and desperation. He was losing it, the reality of their situation pushing him over the edge. Arya, out. Victor's voice cut through the chaos. He appeared in the stadium, and without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Arya and threw her out. Arya's heart skipped a beat as she was flung through the air, but she managed to steal a worried glance at Aether before she escaped from the dome. She wanted to scream and fight beside her beloved, but she knew she had to trust him. She trusted that he would do what needed to be done. Aether wasn't a child, just as her mother had always said. He could take care of himself, couldn't he? Next, Victor muttered, his voice devoid of emotion as he turned his attention to Helena. He was about to push her out when she suddenly pointed toward Finian and Jack, who were lying on the ground, their bodies twisted in pain from their injuries. No. First, let them out. Helena's voice wavered, her desperation clear as she tried to protect the others. Finian, despite his injuries, struggled to protest. No. First, let her it, but before he could finish, Victor had already thrown him aside, his plea lost in the wind. Victor then turned his cold gaze to Jack, lifting him as if he weighed nothing. Jack's face twisted in agony as he was pulled up, but he managed to choke out, Please, help the students first, they need. His voice faltered, the pain too much to bear, but in reality, he wanted so badly to speak to Kenley one last time. To find some way to work together, Victor stared at Jack for a moment, his expression unreadable, then without a word, thud, boom, Victor drove his foot into Jack's abdomen, the impact sending him flying out of the stadium with brutal force. He's hurt. Helena whispered. But Victor didn't care, couldn't care. His mission was clear, and nothing would stand in his way. He grabbed Helena by the neck, ready to throw her out as well, when, Aether, Victor paused, his grip tightening slightly as he glanced at her. You need to help Aether first. Helena asked. She couldn't leave Aether behind, not like this. She turned to him as she tried to wake him. But he was slumped in his chair. Unmoving, his breathing shallow and ragged. Like a drunkard. Aether, wake up. Helena screamed, her voice tinged with panic as she shook him, but he didn't respond, just as she was about to softly pat his cheeks, trying to rouse him with a gentle touch. Boom, run, please help us, I don't want to die. The students' screams were a symphony of terror as they watched in horror as the mecha-flesh arachnid hurled Snowflake into the stadium, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. HSSS. Snowflake hissed, its eyes glowing with a fierce, almost primal rage as it glared at the monstrous creature before it. Kenley, perched atop the monstrous creation, sneered down at the terrified students. Her voice dripping with malice as she taunted them, look at those bitches, most of the cowards have already run away. Pathetic. A girl, her voice trembling with fear, called out desperately, Kenley, it's me, your classmate. Please, let me get out of here. Boom, tisk, she clicked her tongue in annoyance, her eyes narrowing as she saw Victor save the girl in the nick of time. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not interested in letting any of you leave. A cruel smirk curled her lips as she patted the monster's head, her voice laced with sinister delight as she added, my uncle needs nourishment, so please, help him out, won't you? The students' faces blanched with terror as her words sank in. There was no escape, no mercy. The stadium was surrounded, the minions closing in. We're going to die. The boy whispered, his voice breaking as tears welled up in his eyes. He could feel the weight of the sword in his hand, heavy and cold, a symbol of his last stand. He looked around, his eyes filled with despair, before settling on the nightmare that loomed before them. With trembling hands, the boy lifted the blade, tears streaming down his cheeks. His breath hitched, his voice barely a whisper as he prepared to end it all. He knew he had no chance of surviving, but if he was going to die, he would do so as an elf, not a tortured and used as flesh for some monsters. Just as the blade grazed his neck, a firm grip halted his hand. Are you giving up? Helena's voice rang out, she stood before him, her eyes wide with fear and desperation. The boy looked at her, his lips curling into an amused yet sorrowful smile. Why yes, he stammered, his voice cracking under the weight of his grief, unlike you, we are worthless, right? You, chosen ones just leave us behind. Helena's heart twisted painfully in her chest. His words echoed in her mind, each word laced with truth she couldn't deny. Her gaze fell to the ground, unable to meet his tear-filled eyes. It's not like that, she whispered, her voice barely audible, her lips quivered, struggling to form words that wouldn't come. The boy's sobs grew louder, his body shaking with each breath. C can't answer, can you? We know we're not the chosen ones like you. We're not strong, not even worth enough to be saved. We know, but still. Don't we have families waiting for us too? Don't we have futures? Each word and question pierced Helena's heart. Helena murmured, her voice breaking, why you have a future, I swear, then why are we left to die? He shouted, his voice filled with a pain so deep it made Helena flinch. Why? Just why are we supposed to die? Why? The boy's hands gripped Helena's shoulders, shaking her with a strength born from sheer despair. Helena's eyes blurred with tears as she struggled to respond. That's fate, she choked out, the words bitter on her tongue. She hated the words as soon as they left her lips, bitter and cold. a mantra drilled into her by the archpriestess for moments like these, moments when she had no answers, but they offered no comfort, not to him, and not to herself. I didn't want this. I never wanted this, fate. The boy's voice was hollow, his face contorting in anguish. Yeah, Arcane chose you and not me, right? His broken smile cut through Helena's resolve, shattering her heart into pieces. So that's it, huh? Fate decided I'm nothing. That my life is worth nothing. The boy's voice cracked as he screamed, why does it feel like no one cares? So fate includes my family's fall. Ah, he muttered, his voice trembling. He looked down at his hands, hands that had worked tirelessly to support his family, now trembling in uselessness. Am I? Sob. How am I supposed to pay my mother's medical bills? She's terminally ill, so it's fate that her son dies before her. And then fate kills her too. Fuck that. His voice rose into a scream, raw and agonizing. Oh wow. Mommy. He cried out, his voice breaking into a wail of pure pain and hopelessness. Aether, who had been silently observing, was taken aback by the intensity of the boy's emotions. Damn man. Who is he? He thought, shocked at the raw sentimentality pouring from this boy with such a tragic backstory. Wink. Aether blinked, utterly surprised when he saw the boy secretly winking at him. Soon, Aether's lips curled into an amused expression as he realized what was happening. Celestia, / hee, / her laughter echoed in his head. Aether shook his head, unable to suppress his amusement. She really deserved a reward for orchestrating such a convincing act. Done with your talking? Kenley's voice cut through the tension, her expression one of cold amusement. She watched them with a predatory gleam in her eyes as if they were nothing more than pigs awaiting slaughter. The sight of their fear, their desperation, sent a thrill through her, her body trembling. She got excited. As if on cue, the minions launched their attack, their grotesque forms descending upon the nearby students. Screams filled the air as the students struggled to defend themselves, their fear driving them to fight with whatever strength they had left. Victor caught Helena by the shoulder. You need to leave now, he ordered, but Helena wasn't listening. Her mind was racing, her heart pounding in her chest as she quietly mumbled something under her breath. Huh? Victor frowned, his grip tightening as he leaned in closer. What did you say? I said. I will save them all. Victor's frown deepened. What are you talking about? This is not the time to play around. His hand moved to her neck. His grip firm, but Helena struggled, her eyes blazing with a fierce resolve. Let me go, she shouted, her voice straining against the pressure of his grip. I will not, I will not leave them. Her eyes were locked onto Victor's, filled with determination. Victor's annoyance was evident in his voice. I don't care what you want, Helena. Do you think you have the power to defeat them? Or did you forget what your archpriestess taught you? His words were sharp, biting into her like cold steel. Helena's expression crumbled, her lips trembling as she bit down on them, trying to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. She knew. She knew all too well what the archpriestess had taught her. Survival above all else. To prioritize her life, to be the one who could help another day, but seeing my daughter eating always fills my stomach, dear. She remembered something. Something she had long forgotten, a memory surfaced, something she had buried deep within her heart. Her golden eyes flickered as she looked up at Victor, her expression deadly serious. It is my duty as saintess to save the people who are in need. Let me go. Victor clicked his tongue in irritation. TSK, this is why I hate stubborn girls. His grip tightened, but Helena gritted her teeth. Please gives me a chance. I will definitely save them, she pleaded, her voice filled with a desperation that matched her determination. No, you are not. You are just a healer, don't forget. Victor's voice was harsh, almost cruel, as he jumped to avoid a monster's attack. Why does no one believe in me? Helena's mind screamed in frustration as the edges of her vision began to blur. She could feel herself slipping, losing consciousness under Victor's unrelenting grip. Victor, stop. Just then a voice, cold and emotionless, echoed through the chaos. Helena's eyes flickered open, just in time to see Aether, still drunk but determined, holding Victor's hand. Victor clicked his tongue, clearly exasperated. You too, Aether. Man, this is not the time to PLA, I told her I would protect all of her. And I believe her beliefs. If she wants to save everyone, then I will stand beside her. Let her go. Aether's voice was calm. Ding, 5000 error, ding, 5000 AP, error, ding, 5000 AP, error, ding, 5000 AP, error, sigh. Aether's eyes narrowed as the errors continued flashing before him. The log seemed to be malfunctioning. Weird. Again, whatever, the girls around him were the real malfunctioned ones, but he didn't care. Instead, a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, an expression of both understanding and amusement. This wasn't a story about him swooping in to save a damsel in distress. As so many might think, nope. Not at all, this was about something deeper, something more profound. It was about saving her true beliefs. The very core of what made Helena who she was. She tried hard to hide it. Yes, Helena might be a hypocrite for wanting to save everyone when the odds were stacked against her, when the world had already made it clear that not everyone could be saved. But it wasn't wrong to want to protect everyone, even if it was impossible, and Aether was the one who pulled her true self and, just a little more. He would, he. Chapter 354, The Beginning. Shall begin. Victor stared at Aether, his expression blank as he took in the younger man's resolute demeanor. After a moment, he let out a weary sigh, his shoulders relaxing as he muttered, whatever, do what you want. With a shrug, he turned his attention back to the battle at hand, his muscles tensing as he caught the monster's limbs with nothing but his bare hands. Kenley's eyes widened in shock, even the mechaflesh arachnid seemed surprised that Victor could hold it off without using arcane energy. He's different. The monster rumbled, clearly unsettled by Victor's raw strength. It retaliated, lashing out with its other limbs, but Victor twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attacks with an almost inhuman agility. Kyaa, help us! The terrified cries of the students rang out as they struggled to fend off the relentless minions. Helena looked at Aether, her voice trembling as she hesitated. Aether, thank you for believe. But before she could finish, Aether, still half drunk but with a determination, cut her off. Let's save everyone. What do I need to do? Ding, 5000 AP, error. Helena's lips trembled as her eyes filled with tears, but she quickly nodded, steeling herself. We will save everyone. Just hold the monsters for a minute, she instructed, her voice firm as she knelt on the ground, clasping her hands together in prayer. /O. Mother, I shall, / Aether glanced at her. He was sure what kind of thing she was about to pull, but he already made plans for his future and would adjust it accordingly. All he needed to do was believe her. Believe her. Believe her, that's all she needs. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharpening as he leapt into action, cutting down the minions that were closing in on the students. Chuck, thank you, man. Aether only nodded, his expression dazed but focused, as he moved swiftly to intercept more monsters. His eyes darted to Victor, who was now struggling against the mechaflesh arachnid, barely holding his ground. Looks like half of my strength isn't enough to hold down that monster. Aether thought, and, increase level. Ding, you have leveled up, level 35, ding, congratulations on leveling up, reward, 10,000 affection points, remaining AP, 1,292,032, in an instant, Aether felt a surge of power course through his veins. He moved faster, more precise, his sword slicing through the minions with ease, and Victor, too, felt the slight shift, his movements becoming quicker as he dodged the arachnid's deadly limbs. Kenley and the monster both frowned, confusion flickering in their eyes. He's getting faster. Kenley muttered before shouting for the monsters to kill Victor. Aether, now moving at a little high speed, cut down the minions effortlessly. He made sure to accidentally take a few hits, allowing himself to appear as though he was struggling to maintain the charade. The students around him watched in awe and disbelief. Despite their years of training, this mere servant was proving to be far superior in both technology and combat. What the actual fuck is this? They whispered, stunned by Aether's relentless fighting, even as he bled from his wounds. 100 AP, 100 AP, 100 AP, 100 AP, their eyes then shifted to Helena, whose body had begun to glow with a soft, ethereal light. They didn't know what she was doing, but one thing was sure: while other chosen ones left, and yet she was here to save them. They could feel it, the Saintess was putting herself in danger to save them. The students gritted their teeth, gripping their weapons with trembling hands. If she was willing to risk everything for them, then they would fight too, even if it meant their last stand. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with a ferocity that made the very ground tremble. Kenley's voice echoed with frustration as she yelled, "Why are you not dying already?" The monster, driven by an insatiable rage, relentlessly tried to stab Victor, who dodged each attack with insane speed, moving like a blur. "I really hate you," the monster bellowed, its voice thick with fury. The monster, of course. Kennedy still vividly remembered how he almost died by this bastard. Hee. Aren't you forgetting someone?" Victor taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Both Kennedy and Kenley frowned, confusion knitting their brows, until they heard it. HSSS, shit, Kaya. Kenley's curse was cut short as she and the monster were sent flying by the impact force of Snowflake, who sneered at them with a deadly gleam in her eyes. TSK. Kenley spat, her teeth gritting in annoyance. She motioned with her hand, and the massive spider perched atop the mecha-flesh arachnid leapt down to the ground. "Uncle, you'll eat the snake. That will increase your nourishment before we break the barrier and grow even stronger when the arcane energy appears." The monster smirked, licking its lips in anticipation. "Good idea. Let's feast before facing Alaric." It wasted no time and moved toward Snowflake, hunger and malice glinting in its eyes. At the same time, Kenley and the big mechanical spider advanced on Victor. Without hesitation, Victor leapt toward them, and before the spider could react, he landed on its back where Kenley sat safely, grabbing her by the head. "You really think you can take me on alone?" Victor asked, his voice dripping with amusement. But Kenley's smile only grew wider. Her confidence unsettling. Victor's frown deepened, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, something emerged from Kenley's mouth, a small spider. And then, boom, Victor was forced to leap back as his arm was blown away in the explosion. He glanced at his now mangled limb before turning his gaze back to Kenley, who was smiling triumphantly. "I may not succeed, but we will," she said, spreading her arms wide as if presenting herself on stage. The giant spider she had been riding on began to shift and change, its mechanical parts rearranging until it enveloped Kenley, transforming into a suit of armor that covered her entire body. Tang. "How do I look?" she asked, her voice smirking from behind the spider-like exoskeleton. She looked like a spider-woman. Victor shrugged off the loss of his arm, and looking at Kenley as long as it was mechanical. He knew he could break it down with just a touch. However, Aether mumbled, "I want that suit," as he effortlessly sliced through the minions surrounding him. Aether's eyes gleamed with determination. There was no way he would let that suit be destroyed. It was a dream come true for him, everyone's dream. He glared at Victor, silently communicating his desire. Victor understood immediately. His master wanted that suit intact, so he prepared to face off against the Spider-Woman. HISSSS. Meanwhile, Snowflake hissed, her fangs dripping with acid that corroded the mecha-flesh arachnid's flesh. The creature's flesh trembled, but it quickly regenerated, restoring itself to its original form. "No matter how many times you corrode my flesh, I will regenerate in a matter of moments," the monster smirked, lunging to bite off Snowflake's tail. But she was too quick, slapping its head away before slithering to a safe distance. As the fight dragged on, Victor found himself struggling. Every time he tried to touch Kenley's mechanical body, small spiders would emerge from her suit and explode, forcing him to retreat. The relentless blasts were really hard. Meanwhile, deep underground, a center of origin pillars began to emit small, white thread-like wisps that floated into the air. These wisps flowed toward the door, escaping through the gap created by the spiders. "It's finally begun." A feminine voice echoed through the underground chamber, laced with amusement. The wisps continued to travel through the air, penetrating everything in their path until they finally reached Helena's body. "I am done." Helena's voice rang out, clear and powerful, reverberating through the battlefield. Everyone halted, their movements freezing as a blinding light engulfed them, momentarily turning the world white. Chapter 355, F him? What? When Helena awakened, it wasn't just her status as the chosen one that had been revealed, but something far more significant. Her bloodline, the angel's bloodline, this was a divine blessing from the mother, an honor so rare that only the archpriestess had possessed it until now. But Helena had been chosen to receive this gift as well. This was the reason, the archpriestess had always warned her to be cautious, to be cunning, for such a powerful bloodline could easily make her a target for those who would seek to exploit it. But what made this bloodline truly extraordinary wasn't just its rarity. In a world where everything, including magic and life itself, depended on arcane energy, the angel's bloodline defied all logic. It functioned independently of arcane energy. There was no need for arcane energy for this ability to work. This unique ability had been announced to the world, mostly higher UPS, by the archpriestess herself, and the knowledge of its power was the reason why everyone treated both the archpriestess and the saintess with such reverence and seriousness. As Helena's power surged, the entire stadium was enveloped in a white, transparent dome. The healing energy spread throughout the dome, causing those within its bounds to feel their wounds closing and their strength returning. "Oh my God," one student exclaimed, "so this is the power of a saintess," another whispered in awe. "Amazing," came a murmur from the crowd. If she had this ability, why didn't she use it before?" someone asked, though the answer was irrelevant in the face of their relief. "Who cares?" the students, overwhelmed by the miraculous healing, let out sighs of relief as they collapsed to the ground. The monsters that had been attacking them were now outside the barrier. Seemingly repelled by an unseen force, Helena, her heart still racing, opened her eyes and scanned the area. She saw her fellow students recovering, their wounds healed. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel a sense of accomplishment, but then, her eyes searched for Aether, her concern for him growing by the second. To her shock, she saw him being pushed out of the barrier. What's going on? Helena muttered in confusion. She looked around and saw that Victor was inside the barrier, and even Snowflake was safe within its confines. But Aether was on the outside, fighting off the remaining minions. What the hell? Aether was equally baffled. He couldn't understand why he was being kept out while his clone was allowed inside. But there was no time to dwell on it, the minions were relentless, and he had to focus on surviving. Aether. Helena screamed, her voice filled with desperation. She had prayed to the mother to save them all, to keep the monsters outside. But this was not what she had intended. Just as she was about to rush toward the barrier, a loud crash echoed through the stadium. Boom! The arachnid monster slammed against the barrier with tremendous force, causing the students to momentarily freeze in fear. But when the barrier held firm, they sighed in relief once more. The monster, however, was unfazed. Its eyes locked onto Helena as it let out a sinister laugh. "Looks like you've used your bloodline ability," it sneered. "You do know the backlash of using that power, right?" Helena's heart skipped a beat, but she knew all too well, she knew the consequences of using the mother's power directly. Once the arcane energy returned, her body would suffer a severe backlash proportional to how much of the mother's power she had used. It was like trying to mix water and oil. They would never blend, and one would always reject the other. "I do," Helena replied calmly, her voice steady despite the turmoil within her. She then turned her attention back to Aether, who was still fighting the minions with all his strength. Meanwhile, both Kenley and the mecha-flesh arachnid exchanged knowing glances as if they achieved something. Their smirks widened as they watched the small mechanical spider latch onto the barrier. The same creature had taken blood from an unknown entity, and now, as it absorbed the barrier's energy, the blood within its crystalline body began to swirl with vibrant, shifting colors. "Aether." Helena's voice cracked with urgency as she leaned against the barrier, her hand pressed against the shimmering surface that separated them. Aether, in the midst of fending off the relentless onslaught of minions, glanced at her with a teasing smile. "Do you hate me?" he asked, his tone light as if trying to ease the tension between them. He had read about her bloodline ability, but he hadn't expected to be pushed out of the barrier. I suppose that mother bitch really does hate me. He thought bitterly, already recalculating his plans. No. Helena's face turned pale at his words, taking them far too seriously. I wasn't sure what was happening. Please believe me. Despair filled her eyes as she pleaded with him. Aether hadn't expected such a reaction. Ah, shit, he cursed internally, quickly saying, I believe you, Helena. Helena let out a breath of relief, though her face still bore traces of fear and confusion. She couldn't understand why Aether had been excluded from the barrier. What's going on? Her mind raced with possible explanations, but none made sense. She even thought Mother hated him. But that's not possible since Mother loved everyone equally. Seeing her distress, Aether softened. He touched the barrier where her hand rested on the other side and said, Didn't you say you needed to save everyone? Start with them. Helena's eyes flickered with emotion as her lips trembled. That includes you too, Aether. She reached out and tried to open the barrier to let him in. But the moment she attempted to pull him through, an invisible force repelled him. She could exit, but he couldn't enter. Aether smiled gently, pushing her back inside. Yeah, I know, he said softly, then turned to stab another minion. Go now. You have to do this, drip. Helena's heart ached as a single tear rolled down her cheek. She stood there, helpless, as she watched Aether continue to fight off the minions, just for her to save everyone. Save her belief. Save her true self. He was doing this for her, because he loved her too much. It was then that a profound realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, one that had been buried deep within her for so long. So I do love him. Ha, she murmured, the weight of her words sinking into her soul. Ding, 5000 AP, error, sigh. Helena bit her lip, nodding furiously. She then turned and walked toward Victor, who was treating Snowflake's small scratches. TSK, not enough, not enough. Aether thought, his face showing a hint of dejection as he continued to fight with bravery. Meanwhile, Kenley watched the exchange between Aether and Helena with a twisted amusement. Her lips curled into a sly grin as she observed the clear bond between them. What a lovely couple, she mumbled to herself. Their plan was progressing smoothly, and with a little more time, she knew things would escalate. Her gaze shifted to Aether. 2000 AP, not bad. She whispered, her body trembling with a thrill. A wicked idea began to form in her mind. How would Helena react if she took Aether, right before her eyes? Would the saintly girl lose her composure, or perhaps, would she secretly enjoy it? The thought sent shivers through Kenley, and she began to stroll toward Aether. Aether, on the other hand, was lost in his thoughts as he fought off the minions, occasionally allowing himself to be injured for the sake of appearances. What should I do now? He mused, trying to piece together his next move. Hi, handsome, Kenley's voice broke through his reverie. Aether looked up to see her approaching, her gaze predatory as she removed her Spider-Woman suit and cupped her boobs as she seductively looked at him. Aether had a disgusted expression for a second before. Hee. Aether chuckled inwardly, immediately sensing her intentions. Meanwhile, Victor was busy helping the students escape as Helena maintained the barrier, her focus split between controlling the barrier and Dome. The students, relieved to be escaping, paid little attention to the monster still slamming on the barrier as if it was still trying to break it. Suddenly, Helena heard a familiar voice that made her blood run cold. Helena, she turned sharply, her heart skipping a beat as she saw Aether, unconscious and restrained by Kenley, who held him tightly in her grasp. What are you doing? Helena's voice shook with panic. I'll let him go. Kenley's smirk only widened at Helena's desperation, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The small spider attached to the barrier pulsed with energy, its body glowing brighter as the blood within it began to boil. The mecha-flesh arachnid, noticing this, glanced at Kenley and gave a subtle nod of approval. Kenley's grin grew even more sinister. Please don't kill him. Helena cried, her voice cracking with fear as she took a step forward, ready to intervene. Kill him? No. Kenley's voice was dripping with mockery. She slowly licked Aether's cheek, relishing in the moment, before whispering with a devilish smile, fuck him. Helena's mind went blank for a moment, trying to process Kenley's words. Fuck him? What? She wondered, but before she could ask for details, a certain boy from the crowd shouted, "What? You're going to hold his hands, like lovers, and kiss him, like lovers, and have his baby? That's way too cruel. How could you do that to someone who loves another woman and wants to protect her? That's way too cruel to him. He's a pitiful person. Sob, sob, who's gonna marry him? What a pitiful man." The boy's horrified face mirrored his disbelief at what he had just heard. Kenley was momentarily taken aback. "I just said. Fuck, right?" she wondered, replaying her words in her head, but before she could correctly say again, "What did you say?" an ominous and emotionless voice echoed. Kenley flinched, her eyes locking onto Helena, who was now radiating a fierce, golden light. Helena's eyes shone with a fierce golden light, her ethereal hair glowing and dancing with a fierce, lion-like intensity that commanded both awe and fear. The blood within the spider crystal began to evaporate rapidly as the crystal slowly shone with multicolors. Helena's voice was calm yet laced with deadly intent as she stared down Kenley. "I will kill you if a single strand of his hair is defiled by filth like you. 5000 AP, ding, survival rate, 42.8%, ding. Congratulations on completing the mission, seduce Helena Sunfire, ding, reward, 50,000 affection points." But that didn't end there. 5000 AP, 5000 AP, 5000 AP, 5000 AP, 5000 AP, fuck, Chapter 356, Principal arrived. So what? Outside the academy, the atmosphere was tense. The air heavy with unspoken fears and the lingering scent of rain-soaked earth. The once vibrant academy grounds were now eerily silent. "Please, calm down, Vice Principal," Delphine implored, her voice trembling slightly as she placed a hand on Alaric's arm. She could feel the tension coiled beneath his skin, his barely restrained power threatening to burst forth. The dome stood before them, fragile yet impenetrable, a cruel reminder of the lives still trapped inside. The mere thought of Alaric's touch destroying it sent shivers down her spine. "There are still hundreds of students inside," Kai echoed, his voice laced with urgency. "Please, calm down, Vice Principal." His eyes darted toward the dome. He was grateful that Victor had managed to throw them out, especially Vesperine. But the gnawing guilt of those left behind weighed heavily on him. He couldn't afford to let Alaric lose control, not when so many lives were at stake. Alaric's gaze remained fixed on the dome, the veins on his forehead throbbed painfully, each pulse a reminder of the humiliation he had suffered. The image of being tossed aside like a rag doll by that snake creature replayed in his mind, over and over again, fueling his growing fury. "Victor," he screamed inwardly, the name leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. His teeth clenched so hard it was a wonder they didn't shatter. The students standing nearby watched him with wide eyes, their emotions a turbulent mix of awe and gratitude. In their eyes, Alaric was a hero, a guardian barely holding back his immense power out of concern for their safety. They, understood his fury as a deep, protective instinct, believing that if not for the barrier, he would have already vanquished the creature threatening their lives. No one had dared to rest since they had been pulled from the fray. The wounds on their bodies might have been treated, but the scars on their hearts were still fresh, still bleeding. How could they sleep peacefully when their friends, their classmates, were still inside that nightmarish dome? The very thought was unbearable. They stood together outside, their clothes soaked through by the relentless rain, yet no one moved to seek shelter. "Tsk, he should have thrown the others out too," Alaric muttered, his frustration evident in every tense line of his body. If only Victor had managed to help the remaining students escape, Alaric could have focused on that accursed creature and dealt with it before the principal arrived. Yes. I wonder why he didn't. Kai mused, his brow furrowed in deep thought. It seemed so logical, so simple, to have thrown everyone out, to have allowed the professors to shatter the dome and regain their powers. Why had Victor not done so? The question lingered in the air, unspoken but understood by all. They nodded in agreement, each of them puzzling over the same question. Arya and Celine gulped inwardly before Arya stepped up, her voice barely a whisper as she spoke. He said, "Everyone has their worth. So he saved them according to their worth." a murmur of understanding passed through the crowd. They knew Victor's attitude well enough, his cold pragmatism, his unyielding belief in merit. It was just like him to make such a decision, to weigh lives against some unseen scale of worth. Arya and Celine sighed deeply, seeing everyone believing him. Just then, a bright, blinding light pierced the darkness, and no. Finian's voice was a strangled cry, his face draining of color as he realized what was happening to Helena. His heart pounded in his chest, every beat echoing the fear that gripped him. He knew that the archpriestess had forbidden this. She had been adamant that Helena should never, under any circumstances, use her powers. And he had obeyed, ensuring that she kept her bloodline ability under control, even if it meant watching others die. It was a direct order from archpriestess, but now it was too late. I failed again. Finian's thoughts were a chaotic spiral of guilt and despair. He could already feel the archpriestess's icy disdain, her eyes cutting through him like daggers. She wouldn't even need to ask him or even give him tasks. This is all because of that servant. Finian's anger flared. Directed at Aether, the one person he had never trusted, from the very beginning, he had seen Aether as a threat, a servant who was far too close to the archpriestess, far too familiar with her. He had seen Aether massage her shoulders, a privilege Finian had never been granted. And worse, he had seen the interest in the archpriestess's eyes, an interest that terrified him. What if Aether took his place? And now, seeing Helena side with Aether, protect him, defend him. It was too much. Finian had failed, yet again. How could he face the archpriestess now? How could he answer her questions, knowing that he had let her down? The only thought that brought him any solace was the idea of paying for his sins with his life. Perhaps then, he could find some measure of forgiveness in her eyes. What's going on? Kai mumbled, confusion and concern etched on his face. But before he could say more, Alaric, Delphine, and the other professors stiffened, their expressions shifting to one of grim seriousness. Delphine's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, prepare the highest quality healing materials and contact the archpriestess. Archpriestess. Why? An emotionless voice cut through the air like a blade, and the world seemed to freeze in its wake. Even the rain, which had been falling steadily, seemed to hesitate, turning to icy droplets that clung to their skin. Everyone immediately dropped to their knees as the principal descended from the sky. Thunder. Her presence was overwhelming, her gaze cold and unfeeling. She hovered above the ruined academy, her indifferent eyes taking in the scene before her. The once lush, green academy grounds were now stained with blood and gore. She could even smell the strong blood stench that leaking from her academy. Her academy, the silence was deafening. No one dared to move, to speak, as the principal surveyed the destruction. The professors exchanged nervous glances, their eyes flicking toward Alaric, who hesitantly stepped forward, his voice trembling as he tried to speak. Princip, a single, indifferent glance from the principal silenced him. Her gaze cutting him off more effectively than any words could. Delphine, she commanded. Delphine nodded, her heart pounding in her chest as she began to recount everything that had transpired inside the dome. Alaric stood rigid beside her, his jaw clenched so tightly that it ached. He could feel the principal's disappointment radiating from her like a physical force, crushing him under its weight. He had failed her. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow. Upon hearing the name, Kennedy, the principal struggled to contain her simmering anger, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Just then, incoming. Leora shouted. Delphine braced herself, just like before. They caught another student. As they continued their desperate efforts to save everyone they could, the principal's gaze remained fixed on the academy, her expression a mask of cold detachment. She knew the bond she had once shared with this place, a connection that had been so integral to her being, was slowly slipping away. She knew, with a heavy heart, that ever since the new chosen ones had logged in, her link to the academy was fading, unraveling like a fragile thread. And then, breaking the silence, a girl who had just been hurled out of the dome, her face pale with fear. That dangerous woman. She got Aether, she stammered, her voice trembling. Delphine, Arya, and Celine's faces drained of color. Their eyes widening in horror. Aether. Aquilina's voice was barely a whisper, her fear palpable as she gritted her teeth. Regret gnawed at her insides. She should have brought Aether with her, should have stayed by his side, protected him. That jerk Victor threw us out, she thought bitterly, her anger at Victor who threw her out without her consent. The principal stepped forward, her hand hovering just inches from the surface of the dome. But before she could make contact, Delphine caught her by the wrist, shaking her head with a look of sheer dread etched into her features. Delphine didn't know exactly what was happening inside, but the sight of only a few students emerging from the dome. She could feel it, her vision slowly changing. She could not slip it away now. The principal's piercing gaze locked onto Delphine, her eyes cold and unreadable. She didn't say a word, but the silent command was clear. Reluctantly, Delphine released her grip. With a slow, deliberate movement, the principal extended her hand and softly, almost tenderly, touched the dome. Yet, crack, the sound was sharp and resonant, like the shattering of fragile glass. The entire dome fractured under her touch, splitting into a web of cracks that spread outwards like spider veins. Principal. Delphine's voice was filled with panic, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fear wasn't hers alone. It rippled through everyone. The principal's face remained impassive, her voice devoid of emotion as she addressed the girl who had just escaped. "What is Victor doing inside?" He was trying to defeat that dangerous big monster. The principal frowned, her brow furrowing in thought. She knew Victor's capabilities all too well. Even without access to arcane energy, he possessed the power to obliterate the entire stadium with the reserves of arcane energy within his body. What is he doing? She wondered, her mind racing as she tried to piece together the puzzle. Principal just stared inside the dome. She wondered what was going on inside, especially in the stadium. Chapter 357, Let's End This Parade. Inside the academy, Aether had never imagined that Helena would react this way. His plan was to use Kenley as a pawn to create a dramatic scene, one that would ultimately lead to the pull-down archpriestess who had taken residence in Helena's heart. He expected to take some time, but this was something far beyond his calculations. "How dare you?" Helena's voice echoed with a fury. Her body became a radiant beacon, glowing with an ethereal energy so intense that it felt like the sun itself had descended upon them. The display was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. 5,000 AP, 5,000 AP, 5,000 AP, 6,000 AP, 6,000 AP, 6,000 AP, 7,000 AP, 7,000 AP. 7,000 AP, 7,000 AP, Aether's breath caught in his throat as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Where had he gone wrong? Had he pushed her too far, too fast? He had meticulously calculated every move, every possible outcome, and yet. Why now? Why was she reacting like this? What the actual hell is happening? Aether's mind raced, screaming in confusion. Helena had always been a sweet, naive girl. Kind-hearted and gentle, almost too innocent for the brutal world around them, but this transformation. Was she going to become like Celine and Arya, those who had already crossed the line no return? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He was already struggling to control Yandras in his life. "Please no more." Helena's gaze was fixed on Kenley, her eyes burning with an almost frightening intensity. "Hold his hands. Kiss him. Have his babies." The words echoed in Helena's mind, each one more vile and repulsive than the last. Her thoughts spiraled, her mind short-circuiting under the weight of those disgusting ideas. Even she, who held Aether so dearly in her heart, had needed time to come to terms with the depth of her feelings. Holding hands. The mere thought of holding his hand was enough to make her heart skip a beat, sending a flush of warmth through her entire body. Yet, how dare anyone else even think of doing these things to her beloved? When Kenley's tongue touched Aether's cheek, sliding along his skin in a mocking display of affection, it was as if the world itself had stopped. Every lesson from the archpriestess, every teaching, vanished in an instant. All that remained was an all-consuming need to protect the man she loved. A man who loved her. All she could think of now was Aether. She needed to save the man who believed in her, and who had supported her through thick and thin. There was no way she would let him go. Helena's feet moved of their own accord, stepping forward with a deadly resolve. Kenley, sensing the shift, instinctively stepped back. Fear flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by a defensive rage. If you take another step, I will kill him. Yes, I'll kill him. Kenley wasn't sure why she changed her approach, but it felt like the only way. Helena's sudden change in demeanor unsettled her, and the monster. Watching her niece retreat, the monster shook its head. Helena abruptly halted her steps, and Kenley let out a haughty laugh. So, you love a servant? Helena snapped, her emotions calmed down and messed up before her cheeks flushed red as she glared at Kenley, retorting, so what? 7,000 AP, the remaining students gasped as if they'd just heard something scandalous. TSK, Aether clicked his tongue inwardly. His plans were falling apart. He quietly peeked from beneath his lashes, mentally noting the students' faces. He would need to deal with them later. He couldn't risk rumors spreading tomorrow. Helena's seduction was complete, and Aether knew there was no reason to drag this fight out any longer. But just as he was about to act, boom, crack, the barrier Helena had created began to crack under the immense pressure. Its thickness waned as though something was draining it. Helena frowned, puzzled by the sudden weakening of her barrier. She channeled more of her mother's power, strengthening it once again. The mecha-flesh arachnid monster smirked, watching the spider complete its process. Just a little more time and their objective would be fulfilled. Drip, drip, huh. Helena was startled to see blood dripping from her nose. Kenley let out a triumphant laugh before taunting, "Are you sure you can maintain that barrier?" Helena gritted her teeth, about to retort when, "Let me out," Victor said as he stepped forward, facing the barrier. Kenley frowned, tightening her grip on Aether's neck. "Do you think I'm joking?" It would take only a little effort for her to snap his neck. Helena's face filled with dread. "And no, Victor, she'll key," but before she could finish, Victor interrupted, "He's my friend, Helena. I'll save him." Hearing the resolute tone in Victor's voice, Helena bit her lip and glanced at Kenley, who still wore a twisted grin, taunting them with her eyes. Nodding to Victor, they prepared to open the barrier. The moment it dropped, Kenley moved to speak. "I told you STO, PFFF." But before she could finish, Victor's fist collided with her gut, sending her flying across the room, her words cut off by a choked gasp. Victor didn't waste a second. He rushed to Aether's side, shaking him awake with a series of sharp slaps. "Wake up!" Aether groggily opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. Where am I?" He stared at Victor, clearly disoriented, but before Victor could respond, there was a sudden rush of movement, a blur of limbs, stab, 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 multiple sharp, metallic limbs sliced through the space where Victor had been standing, each strike missing him by mere inches. He barely had time to evade, his reflexes pushing him to the limits. Grrrr, the mecha-flesh arachnid, a nightmarish fusion of metal and flesh, let out a guttural growl, its red eyes burning with fury. "Today, you will die." "Victor," it hissed, malice dripping from every word. Kenley, now recovering, quickly donned her Spider-Woman suit, her face twisted with rage. "You're not getting away that easily. Let's tear off his limbs slowly and painfully." She licked her lips, her 8 mechanical limbs snapping into place with a metallic clank. "Yes, I like to taste his flesh." The monster licked its lips, the tension in the air was thick, as Aether and Victor stood side by side. Ready for the oncoming assault. STMP, the ground beneath them cracked as they launched forward, splitting up in a synchronized attack. As they neared their foes, Victor suddenly yanked Aether to the side, swapping opponents in a flash. Aether's blade clashed with the arachnid's razor-sharp limbs, deflecting them with pinpoint precision. Meanwhile, Kenley's multiple limbs lashed out at Victor in a flurry of punches, each one narrowly missing as he danced around her attacks. "You're not him," the monster snarled, its eyes locked on Victor with a primal hatred. "Face me, coward." Victor, however, remained focused on Kenley, dodging her relentless assault with effortless agility. He moved like a shadow, slipping through her defenses, his eyes never leaving her. Aether, on the other hand, fought with measured skill, his sword flashing as it deflected the arachnid strikes. The monster's limbs were a blur of motion, but Aether was faster. His blade met each attack with a metallic clang, parrying with deadly precision. As one of the monster's limbs brushed against Aether's skin, He smirked. Tang, one of the monster's mechanical limbs suddenly jerked, its movement stuttering as if something had malfunctioned. Aether's grin widened as he realized the truth. The monster's eyes widened in shock as it glanced down at its damaged limb. What? It growled, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But Aether didn't give it time to recover. He pressed the attack, his blade a blur of motion as he pushed the monster back, bit by bit. Meanwhile, Helena watched the battle from the sidelines, her gaze flicking to the barrier. It was thinning, the energy faltering under the strain. She clenched her fists, pouring more power into it, her brow furrowed with determination. Who are you? The monster demanded, its voice tinged with disbelief. It could not even hurt Aether deeply like others, and it even doubted its mechanical parts started to rust away. Aether simply smirked before delivering a swift, powerful kick that sent the monster staggering back. Just as the monster regained its footing, Victor appeared at Aether's side, their hands meeting in a sharp clap. The monster's head whipped around, its eyes narrowing as it took in the sight of Kenley. Her 8 limbs twisted and bent at unnatural angles, her movements limited and pained. That bastard, she spat fury in her voice. Be careful, uncle. He's gotten stronger, again. The monster's face contorted with rage and disbelief. Again. How? It mumbled, its mind racing to make sense of the situation. But there was no time to ponder. Victor. With a roar, it lunged at Victor, its remaining limbs slashing through the air with lethal intent. Victor grinned. Aether grinned even more. Let's see how well you sync with me, he muttered under his breath. Chapter 358, Helena's Death. Tang, ting, boom, tang, ting, ting, slam. The stadium shook with the ferocity of the battle, and the students watched with wide eyes, their hearts pounding in their chests. Every clang of metal, every burst of energy, kept them on the edge of their seats, unsure of what would happen next. Aether was a blur of motion, his sword flashing as he deflected the incoming sharp limb attacks with lightning speed. SSSVHNNNGGG. Each deflection sent sparks flying through the air, the tension building with every clash. Victor was right there, moving with deadly precision, his eyes locked onto the monster's every move. As soon as Aether parried an attack, Victor struck with unyielding force, driving his blade into the monster's muscles where the mechanical limbs connected. Tang, the monster's limb froze, its mechanical systems momentarily jammed. But before it could even react, Aether leapt onto the immobilized limb with the agility of a cat, sprinting up its length with his sword at the ready. His blade cut through the sinewy muscles as he ran, sparks and dark fluid spraying out. Victor was already in position, anticipating Aether's next move. With a powerful lunge, he drove his sword into the joint where the limb connected to the monster's body. Ting, boom, another limb crashed to the ground. The students gasped in shock and awe, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle, but the fight was far from over. The monster, now visibly shaken, glared at the two enemies with a mix of fury and disbelief. Perfect synchronization, that was the only one who could describe their movements. The friendship between Aether and Victor was evident in every move they made, each trusting the other completely. Truly a magnificent friendship. What the hell is happening? The monster roared in frustration, its voice echoing through the stadium as it launched itself at Aether and Victor once more. But this time, it was different. The monster's movements were wild and desperate, a stark contrast to the calm, focused attacks of Aether and Victor. Slam, ting, the two dodged with practiced ease, their movements almost a dance as they weaved around the monster's furious assault. The monster was sure Victor was really weak before, that even the monster played around with happily, but now it felt something totally wrong about Victor. Even after losing his arm, Victor was still able to fight it without sweating a beat. The monster snarled and summoned its minions, twisted, mechanical creatures that surged forward, surrounding Aether and Victor in a wave of gnashing teeth and sharp spider claws. Stay close, Victor shouted as he slashed through the first wave of minions, his blade cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Aether nodded, his own sword flashing as he parried an attack. The monster watched with a predatory grin, its eyes narrowing as it focused on Victor. This is getting interesting, it thought, its sharp teeth gleaming as it licked its lips. I really want to taste you, it hissed, opening its massive maw, revealing rows of jagged, mechanical teeth that seemed to grind against each other with a terrifying screech. Tang, the sound of the monster's bite echoed ominously through the stadium, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The monster's gaze locked onto Victor, who was cutting down minions with brutal efficiency. "You'll be next," it growled, pushing through the throng of minions toward its real target. Aether! Helena shouted with a trembling voice as her blood flowed through her nose. Aether noticed the monster approaching and gave Victor a quick glance. They didn't need words. Just a nod of understanding. With a burst of speed, Victor used Aether as a springboard, launching himself high into the air. Slightly he used small flames burst to push himself faster, that nobody noticed, and, propelling him faster as he flew toward the monster and, gulp, the monster blinked, momentarily stunned as Victor dove straight into its open maw. For a split second, it looked like Victor had been swallowed whole. The students gasped in horror, some of them screaming in fear, while others watched in stunned silence. "Your savior just gave up on his life. When are you guys going to do that?" The monster asked with a grin and opened its mouth as it tried to bite off the barrier. What should we do now?" a student cried out, their voice trembling with panic. Victor just died," another whispered in disbelief, the fear spreading like wildfire among the students. Helena bit her lip, her eyes darting to Aether, who was still locked in battle with the relentless minions. The monster, however, seemed unfazed by the students' panic. It turned its gaze to a small spider which started to shine with rainbow-colored crystal. A wicked grin spread across its face. "The time has come," it muttered, its eyes gleaming with anticipation as it looked toward the dome, which was cracked under the pressure of the principal's power. The monster knew what awaited outside, and whether it killed the students or not, it understood that its own end might be near. But it also knew that achieving Kennedy's lifelong ambition was within its grasp. The thought made it grin even wider, but then, cough, cough, the monster's grin faltered as it began to cough violently, its massive frame shuddering. It clutched its crumbling stomach, feeling something shifting inside. Its eyes widened in horror. Viccccctttto, splash, the monster's body melted in a grotesque of flesh and mechanical parts. Like how tomato sauce poured out, the sound was sickening, a wet, disgusting noise that made the students gag. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, and the students recoiled in horror as they saw the dismembered body parts scattered around. For a moment, silence hung in the air, thick and heavy, as everyone tried to process what had just happened. It was as if time itself had frozen. Splash, Victor emerged from the gore, drenched but very much alive. It took the students a second to register what they were seeing, and then, a wave of joy and relief swept through the stadium as the students erupted in cheers, their fear dissolving into pure elation. They had done it. They had defeated the monster that had nearly killed them all. Aether, who was still fending off the remaining minions, looked up in surprise. The moment the mecha-flesh arachnid died, the minions began to crumble, their mechanical bodies melted into flesh meat with metallic parts. He let out a sigh of relief, a small, amused smile playing on his lips. "Looks like it really was a simple matter," he thought, realizing that the stored arachne energy had done the trick. Just touching at the monster's core was enough to short-circuit everything. Shaking his head, Aether walked toward the barrier. "It's finally over, Helena," Aether said, his voice warm and gentle, offering her a reassuring smile. However, Helena, who was kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the floor, didn't respond. Aether frowned. "Helena," he called out, his voice laced with worry. But there was no response. Aether's frown deepened. "What's going on?" Aether's pulse quickened, a sense of panic rising within him. He knew the battle was over, there was no immediate threat, yet something was clearly happening to Helena. "Helena, snap out of it!" Aether shouted, his voice filled with desperation, but still, there was no response. A certain boy, of course, Celestia, appeared beside Helena, his expression just as concerned. "Miss Helena," he called softly, trying to reach her, but her face remained fixed on the ground. The boy's frown deepened, and he gently shook her shoulders, hoping to wake her from whatever trance she was in. Thud, Helena collapsed, her body falling limply to the ground. The boy's eyes widened in shock as he quickly checked her breath, his hands trembling. She is not breathing, Aether. Aether felt a cold chill run down his spine as Celestia's words echoed in his mind, then he quickly moved to check Helena's pulse. And, and none. I think she, stop it. Aether's voice cracked as he shouted, his eyes blazing with fear and anger. He glared at the boy, refusing to accept what he was hearing. His gaze flicked back to his mission tab was blinking. Thank goodness, she's alive. Aether muttered. Everything had been going so well, and now this. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl of confusion and frustration. How could this be happening? Helena had been fine just moments ago. What had gone wrong? She was doing fine. Aether raked his hands through his hair in agitation, his mind racing. He had believed that once the monster was defeated, everything would be okay. But now, Aether. I think the arcane energy is coming back, Aether's eyes widened, he focused inward, trying to sense the arcane energy, and there it was. A small, almost imperceptible amount. It was faint, but it was there. Only those with high levels of sensitivity to arcane energy like Celestia or those like Aether, who had a deep connection to arcane energy. Is it a backlash? / Most likely / Chapter 359, Rejected. Dear, Aether wasn't entirely sure of the extent of the backlash Helena was enduring, but he had anticipated that Arcane would show some leniency toward her, considering Helena was one of the Beloved's chosen targets, but it seems she's ruthless. Aether thought, ignoring the dots, his eyes traced the jagged crack spiderwebbing across the dome, his eyes flickered as he could see in the black-white image, he could see a colorful of energy slowly seeping inside. It looks like the energy is leaking through the gap. His mind raced, his gaze shifted to Kenley, lying there, unconscious and utterly defeated, and then. The monster's remains were shed disgusting flesh and metal parts. He knew everything was finished at last, though in a way that felt unexpectedly anticlimactic. Still, everything was fine and now, Victor. Aether called, Victor responded immediately, he broke the weakened barrier. Without hesitation, Aether rushed to Helena's side, his heart pounding in his chest. He knelt beside her, his hands trembling slightly as they gently cupped her pale, motionless body. He inhaled deeply. He knew what he had to do. The surrounding students began to gather, their faces etched with concern and fear. They exchanged anxious glances, their voices hushed as they approached Aether and Helena. Is she all right? One of the students asked, their voice barely above a whisper, laden with worry. Aether forced a small smile. Yes, he assured them softly, she just overextended herself, using too much of her powers. She needs some time to recover. Could you all help me move her to a bed? Once she's settled, we'll deal with the dome. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, the danger had finally passed, and with it, the crushing weight of fear began to lift. They no longer needed to concern themselves with the dome. They trusted Victor and Aether to take care of it. Aether's calm presence reassured them, and they moved with purpose to assist him. Spit, bitch. A girl, who pleaded for help, now spat venomously at Kenley's unconscious form, then she returned to the others who were focused on tending to wounds and administering first aid. Aether, though, paid her no mind. His attention was wholly on Helena as he carefully laid her down on a soft bed, his fingers lingering on her face. He was waiting for something. As he watched over her, a few girls slowly approached, their curiosity barely contained. They whispered among themselves, their eyes flickering between Aether and Helena. Finally, one of them mustered the courage to ask, "So, you two are an item?" Author's note: item refers to lovers in some local slang. Aether glanced at the girl, his mind racing. Denying it would only fuel their curiosity, and they would undoubtedly spread rumors regardless. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Yes, he admitted, his voice tinged with awkwardness. But please, don't tell anyone else. The girls exchanged wide-eyed looks, their expressions a mix of surprise and glee. They couldn't help but smile at each other, barely able to contain their excitement. This was the juiciest piece of gossip they could have ever hoped for. a forbidden romance between a servant and a saintess. It was scandalous, thrilling, and utterly irresistible, as the girls leaned in closer to each other, buzzing with whispers. Victor appeared out of nowhere. The sudden presence of Victor sent a chill down their spines. Even though they knew he was their savior, there was something about him that always set them on edge. His mere proximity was unsettling, and as they instinctively tried to step back, he spoke in a voice so cold, that it froze the air around them. "If this gets out, I will kill them." The words were like a blade, slicing through the frivolity of their gossip. Victor's voice, indifferent and deadly, echoed not only in their ears but throughout the entire stadium. Every student flinched, their attention snapping at him in horror. The color drained from the girls' faces. "Oh, of course, we won't say anything. It's a promise," they stammered in unison, their voices trembling. "Still, not just the person who speaks," Victor continued, his tone devoid of any emotion, "but every single one of you. I will kill you all." His words sent a wave of terror rippling through them. The threat was so unreasonable, so terrifyingly real, that they could hardly process it. Victor wasn't just threatening one person, he was ready to kill everyone if even a whisper of this secret escaped. Before they could even nod in terrified agreement, Victor began to list every one of the students. Presented their names. Shin, Lami, Khan. Each name he spoke seemed to drain the life from their faces, leaving them pale and trembling. Of course, it was Celestia who was feeding him the information. She was, after all, remarkably skilled at gathering every detail, no matter how small. Aether smiled inwardly as he saw the dread etched on their faces. The fear, the palpable tension, it was exactly what he needed to maintain control. But he knew this wasn't the end of it. There was always one fool, one reckless individual who couldn't resist curiosity. "Don't you think it's unreasonable to kill everyone just because of one idiot?" A boy's voice rang out, shaky but defiant. The murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd as the students exchanged uneasy glances. Their frowns deepening, they weren't planning to spread rumors, they just couldn't fathom the extremity of Victor's threat. Victor's cold eyes locked onto the boy, and he began to move toward him with a deliberate, menacing pace. The boy's bravado crumbled as Victor approached, and he instinctively shrank back in fear. What?" the boy stammered, his voice betraying his rising panic. Victor didn't bother with further words. He simply stated, "I will take care of your family," before his hand shot out, gripping the boy's neck with terrifying ease. What are you doing?" Let me go." Snap, the boy's body went limp in Victor's grasp, and the color drained from the faces of every student who bore witness. As they watched Victor toss the lifeless body aside as if it were nothing more than trash, Victor's gaze swept over the remaining students as he cracked his neck, the motion casual, almost bored. "Does anyone else want me to take care of their family?" he asked, his voice devoid of any warmth. SSSSSSH. Only a small breeze answered his question. Victor's frown deepened. "Answer me." The demand was cold, and merciless, reverberating through the stadium like a command from death itself. "No, sir. Definitely not." The students' response was immediate and frantic, their voices trembling with terror. Victor nodded, seemingly satisfied. Aether exhaled quietly, a subtle sigh of relief escaping his lips. He knew his actions were extreme, going far beyond what was necessary, but it was a calculated move. There could be no loose ends, no chance for anything to unravel. A single misstep could lead to disaster later on, and that was a risk Aether couldn't afford to take. He could not fuck himself. As he scanned the crowd, he saw the students' eyes, wide, horrified, and utterly traumatized. It was cruel, but it had worked. The fear that now gripped them would ensure their silence, and that was the outcome Aether needed. Satisfied, Aether turned his gaze back to Helena, allowing himself one last look before moving to assist the students. Meanwhile, the boy who had been tossed like garbage twisted in mid-air, defying gravity with a fluid grace. He landed on the ground, his feet barely making a sound as they touched down. With a sly smile, he reached up and plucked a small piece of wood from his neck. "It's really amusing to play games," he murmured to himself, as he changed his attire. Celestia's form began to dissolve into the shadows. At the same time, Helena was staring at something entirely different. "Warning, you are entering the Eternal Seal bond," which means you cannot break this even if you die. Your soul will always be bonded with Aether forever to eternity. Warning, are you willing to proceed? What's going on? Helena mumbled, her voice barely a whisper. Confusion filled her as she slowly turned and called out, "Mother." The response was soft, almost ethereal. "Reject it, dear." Chapter 360, Mommy's Girl. Mommy, a small, golden-haired girl dressed in ragged clothes called out, her wide eyes full of innocence and concern. She looked up at another woman with the same golden hair, though the woman's body appeared frail and thin as if she hadn't eaten properly in days. "Yes, Helly." The woman's voice was warm and loving, her smile gentle, though the little girl couldn't quite see her mother's face clearly. It was blurred as if hidden behind a veil. The little girl hesitated, then tore the small piece of bread in her hand in half, offering it to her mother with a hopeful expression. "Here, Mommy." The woman's smile softened further as she shook her head. "I don't need it, dear. I already ate," she lied, rubbing her abdomen as if to emphasize her words. The girl frowned, confusion knitting her brow. "Is that so?" She began to eat her half of the bread, her eyes still watching her mother with innocent curiosity. "But I never see you eating." A soft giggle escaped the woman's lips as she reached out to pinch her daughter's cheek. "Ha ha ha, seeing my little Helly eat fills my stomach, dear. That's all I need." The little girl tilted her head, not quite understanding but comforted by her mother's words. She nodded with a small smile, her worries easing. "Okay, dear. I'll be leaving for work now," the woman said, her voice growing quieter as she turned to leave, her steps slow and heavy with exhaustion. The little girl waved her tiny hand as her mother walked out of their small, broken home, her eyes filled with love and a hint of worry. As soon as her mother was out of sight, the little girl quickly gathered the remaining crumbs from the bread she had hidden over the past few days. She stepped outside, surveying the surroundings. Every house was as broken and worn as theirs, the entire area resembling a slum. She hurried towards a small, shabby shop nearby and placed the bread crumbs on the counter. The shop owner, familiar with the routine, didn't even wait for her to ask. He took the crumbs and handed her one single zenith coin in exchange. The girl's face lit up with a smile as she accepted the coin, offering a shy grin to the shop owner before dashing back to her house. The shop owner watched her go. Once home, the girl carefully placed the coin in her mother's secret hiding spot, a tiny, worn-out box tucked away in a corner. She then spent the rest of the day inside, waiting for her mother to return, just as she did every day. And when her mother finally came back, they lay down together, huddled close for warmth and comfort. Life continued in this quiet, repetitive cycle. Until one fateful day. "I'm sorry, little girl, but these breadcrumbs aren't enough anymore. Their value has gone up," the shop owner said, his voice tinged with regret. The girl didn't say anything, just nodded with a heavy heart and left the shop, her small shoulders slumped with disappointment. As she approached her house, she noticed something strange. Someone was inside. Mommy," she called out, her voice trembling. "Helena. Where have you been?" Her mother's voice was sharp with anger, her eyes wide with worry. She couldn't believe her daughter wasn't home when she arrived. I was playing with the others," the girl stammered, hiding the bread crumbs behind her back. Her eyes then shifted to the other person in the room. Her mother sighed deeply, her gaze flickering to a white-haired man standing in the corner. He was dressed in fine clothes, his appearance far too clean and elegant for their humble home. He had a handsome face, but there was something cold and unsettling about him, something that made the little girl's heart race with fear. "This is my only daughter," the woman said, bowing her head slightly, her voice filled with pride. "She's a very good child." The man's eyes bore into the girl, making her feel small and frightened. "What's your name?" he asked, his voice flat and emotionless. The girl flinched, bowing her head as her mother had done. Helena." "Sir," she whispered. The man continued to stare at her for a long moment before nodding. "Good," he said, his voice carrying an ominous finality. He glanced at the woman, who was smiling nervously, then turned and left the house without another word. "Who is he, Mommy?" Helena asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and fear. But her mother didn't answer. She simply patted Helena's head and said, Helly, why don't we go eat something delicious? The woman smiled gently, her eyes softening as she reached into her secret stash and pulled out the coins. Look, we can treat ourselves today. Clang, clang, the coins jingled in the bag, a sound that filled Helena with both hope and unease. Put on something nice, her mother instructed, dressing Helena in her best clothes before taking her to a small restaurant. Delicious, Mommy. Helena exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight as she tasted the meat, rich, tender, and unlike anything she had ever eaten before. The woman giggled, her eyes misting over with bittersweet emotions. Eat all you want, dear. This might be her voice trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. After they had finished eating, they walked back together, but something was wrong. Helena noticed they weren't heading towards their house. Instead, they stood before an old, white building she had never seen before. Mommy, this isn't our house? Helena asked. Her small voice filled with confusion. The woman smiled, her expression tender yet distant. Can you stay here for me, Mommy? I will be back, my dear. She promised, her voice gentle as she turned to leave. Helena stood there, watching as her mother disappeared into the shadows, leaving her alone before the old white building. As night fell, she waited, her heart aching with an inexplicable fear. But her mother didn't return. Still, she waited, standing there through the cold, lonely night until dawn. Owu. An old nun opened the door of the old white building, rubbing her tired eyes as she yawned. As she blinked away her sleepiness, her gaze fell upon a small, golden-haired girl curled up on the cold stone steps. Her face streaked with tears and exhaustion. The girl's eyes were red and puffy, and she seemed barely able to keep them open. The nun's heart ached at the sight. Oh, dear child, she murmured, rushing to the girl's side. She gently shook the girl's shoulder, trying to rouse her from her restless sleep. Mommy said, she will come, she will, definitely. Mommy. The girl's voice was weak and trembling, her words slurred with exhaustion and hope. The nun's heart broke as she listened. It didn't take much for her to understand the situation. She sighed softly, her weathered face filled with sorrow. With gentle hands, she coaxed the girl into the warmth of the building. Her voice soothing as she led her inside. The white building was an orphanage, a place where children like the girl found shelter after being abandoned by those they loved most. Ever since that day, the golden-haired girl would stand outside, waiting, always waiting for her mother, clinging to the hope that she would keep her promise and return. But years passed, and her mother never appeared. The old nun, feeling a deep sympathy for the child, took her back to what was once her home. A home that had been reduced to ashes, burned down long ago. The girl's heart shattered as they stood before the charred remains. They asked the neighbors about the woman, but the only stories they heard were cruel and heart-wrenching. People spoke of seeing the woman in the arms of a white-haired nobleman, dressed in fine clothes. They were the ones who had set the house ablaze before vanishing. No. My mom never do that, the girl cried out, her voice filled with pain and denial. The house had been her sanctuary, a place of warmth and happiness shared with her mother. There was no way her mother would have destroyed it. Yet, despite her protests, there was no evidence to prove otherwise. The little girl wept before the burned house, her cries echoing in the emptiness when suddenly, yes, dear. I would never do that. I always keep my promises, a familiar, soothing voice echoed in her ears. The girl spun around and saw her mother standing there. Just as she remembered her, golden-haired and smiling warmly. Mommy. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her tears flowing freely as she ran toward her mother, her heart bursting with a decade of longing and love. But as she reached out to embrace her mother, the world around them shifted, transforming into an endless white void. The small girl's form began to change, growing taller and older, until she was no longer a child but the woman she had become. Helena. Just as she was about to hug her mother, a sudden, ding, interrupted her, freezing her in place. A black, transparent screen appeared before her, its letters glowing ominously. Warning, you are entering the eternal seal bond. Which means you cannot break this even if you die. Your soul will always be bonded with Aether forever to eternity. Warning, are you willing to proceed? Helena stared at the screen, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What is this?" she murmured, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Reject it, dear," her mother's voice echoed softly, still as soothing as ever. "Reject." Helena echoed, turning to look at her mother, her confusion deepening. "Yes," the woman urged, her tone gentle but firm. For Helena, her mother's words had always been law, more important than anyone else's. Without hesitation, she answered, "I reject." Warning: "Are you sure?" "Yes." Warning: 100%. "Yes." Warning: 1000%. Helena hesitated, a frown creasing her brow. Something didn't feel right, a nagging doubt creeping into her mind. "Just reject it, dear," her mother repeated, but this time there was a hint of annoyance in her voice, a sharpness that hadn't been there before. Warning: "Are you 1,000,000,000% sure?" Before Helena could respond, the warnings continued. Warning: "You might lose everything, including Aether. Are you truly willing to proceed? Please don't listen to that woman who is clearly not your mother." "Huh? Aether? Not my mother?" Helena's eyes widened in confusion and alarm. She turned back to the woman with the golden hair, whose face was still blurred. "But, this is my mother," the woman smiled warmly, though something in her expression seemed off. "Yes, I am your mother, Helena Sunfire. Just listen to me, dear. Reject it, and you will always be in my arms, until the end. I will protect you, my dear." Helena's eyes filled with tears at the words she had longed to hear for so many years. How could she ignore them? She had always loved her mother, even after she had abandoned her. However, something didn't sit right. "Sunfire?" Helena repeated, her frown deepening. The surname, Sunfire, had been given to her by the archpriestess when she was awakened and chosen. And her mother had never called her by her full name unless she was angry. A chilling realization began to dawn on Helena. She took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. "Why, you're not my mother," the woman, who had been smiling so sweetly, suddenly stiffened, her expression freezing before she clicked her tongue in irritation. "Tisk, Helena, listen to me," but before the woman could finish, another warning flashed on the screen. Warning: Aether was about to get raped by Kenley. "Are you sure you do not want to form a contract?" Helena blinked, her mind racing as she remembered the way Aether's cheeks had been licked by Kenley, that woman. A surge of anger, pure and intense, flared up inside her, her golden eyes narrowing with rage. How dare she? That wretched woman! "I will kill her!" Helena shouted. Her body igniting with a burst of pure, holy energy. Chapter 361, Torturing. He is not good at it. Somewhere inside the academy, in a dark, secluded room, Kennedy's lifeless body lay still on a cold metal table, the air thick with the stench of decay. The room was silent. Until, suddenly, without warning, Kennedy's eyelids snapped open, revealing dry, bloodshot eyes that flickered with a twisted spark of life. His cracked lips twitched, struggling to form words. "Tisk, tsk. I can't believe all my hard work was utterly destroyed by a mere punk." The words rasped from his throat, rough and grating, like metal scraping against stone. The corpse, now animated with a grotesque semblance of life, began to move. Bones creaked and muscles groaned as the body, once still for days, slowly came to life. Each movement was accompanied by a sickening crunch, echoing through the darkness. Kennedy closed his eyes for a moment, and in that instant, his vision shifted. Through the eyes of a small spider crawling towards him, he saw a rainbow-colored crystal clutched in its tiny mandibles. The sight brought a twisted smile to his face. "Well, whatever," he shrugged, his tone laced with dark amusement as he opened his eyes again. Despite the setbacks, he had achieved what he'd been planning for decades. All he needed now was a little more time to perfect his creations. Once perfected, not even the sovereign would stand a chance against him. He would become invincible. Still, a nagging curiosity tugged at his thoughts. How had Victor destroyed his creation without even using arcane energy? Kennedy knew he had to analyze this anomaly before proceeding with his grand plan. "I'm glad I left the Arcane Hunter Association," he mused, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "Now I can move freely, without their prying eyes." Once the project is complete, even they will bow before me. His thoughts trailed off into a self-satisfied chuckle, relishing the future that awaited him. The memory of the arrogant woman who ruled the academy with cold, indifferent eyes brought a surge of satisfaction. The chaos he had sown within her precious academy was only the beginning, ahaha. He laughed with a mix of happiness and boundless future possibilities, but as he surveyed his surroundings, a frown creased his brow. Where am I? He muttered, confusion clouding his thoughts. He was certain the dead bodies had been placed in separate cells, not in his laboratory. Something was wrong. Just as he was about to rise from the bed, a voice, soft yet chilling, echoed through the room. So, you are alive after all. Ah, Kennedy froze, every muscle in his body tensing. His eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the voice. Who are you? He demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of his voice. The voice, now laced with dark amusement, continued, to think, he predicted this possibility. Amusing, isn't it? He's truly amusing, don't you think? He. Kennedy's frown deepened, his mind racing. Who were they talking about, and more importantly, who was this voice, and how did they know he was alive? Panic began to creep into his thoughts. He needed to leave now before the principal discovered him. Suddenly, Kennedy gagged, his body convulsing as he hacked and coughed violently. Splash, thuck, with a sickening splat, a white, leathery scroll, slick with saliva, was expelled from his throat. Kennedy wiped his mouth, a grin spreading across his face as he picked up the scroll. It was a spell scroll, the same kind Delphine had given to Aether for the contest, the same one that could teleport far distance. He glanced around the room, his grin widening. Here I thought you were going to stop me, he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery, from the shadows. A woman with chestnut brown hair stepped forward, her presence cold and menacing. Kennedy's eyes widened in surprise before he let out a low whistle, his gaze roving over her form. Pretty fuckable body, don't you think? He sneered, but inwardly, he was scrambling. He didn't recognize this woman, and he needed more time before his spider could reach him. He needed to stall. Celestia, the woman, shook her head, her gaze filled with a mix of pity and disdain. You really shouldn't have said that, especially not in front of him. What a pity, he's very possessive, you know. Her voice was laced with dark amusement, her words a warning. What do you mean? Kennedy demanded, his frown deepening. Celestia's grin widened as she pointed behind him. Kennedy turned slowly, dread curling in his gut. Thud, his heart skipped a beat as he fell back in shock. Standing there, with cold, indifferent eyes, was Aether, his gaze piercing through Kennedy's soul. What the? Kennedy mumbled, his breath catching in his throat. Relief washed over him when he realized it wasn't Victor, but rather a servant. For a moment, he had thought it was Victor because of Aether's white hair. Don't you have black hair? Kennedy asked, confusion etched on his face. Aether remained silent, his cold gaze locked onto Kennedy. Aether had taken Kennedy's body, sensing something deeply wrong about the entire situation. Everything revolved around Kennedy. His laboratory, his niece, his technology, yet he had supposedly died. Something didn't add up. That's why he brought his body for fail-safe. You can move your soul, can't you? Aether's voice was calm, indifferent. Kennedy flinched, which caused Aether's suspicions were confirmed. Another strange bloodline ability. Sigh, Aether thought, his expression one of mild annoyance. It must be a pretty impressive bloodline, he commented. Kennedy flinched again. Yes, he did possess a unique bloodline ability, one that allowed him to transfer his soul into inanimate objects. Though not into living beings, he could only inhabit movable objects, which is why he had devoted himself to technology, creating powerful machines that could serve as vessels for his soul, making him invincible. Aether nodded, a pitying smile on his face as he spoke. You know, your creations were far superior. No, they were the best I've ever seen, even in my previous life. TSK, damn, we could have been good friends. His tone was filled with regret, a hint of genuine admiration in his words. However, Kennedy wasn't fooled. He knew that the expression on Aether's face was nothing more than a facade, the haughty look of a predator playing with its prey. Kennedy's unease grew. He needed to escape, but as he moved to leave, Aether's hand shot out, gripping Kennedy's core, his groin, with a twisted grin. Pretty fuckable body, don't you think? Aether mocked, throwing Kennedy's own words back at him. Before Kennedy could react, a sharp pain shot through his body. Chuck, splash. Kennedy's scream tore through the air, his voice filled with pure agony as something vital was ripped away from him. Yuck! Celestia grimaced, a mix of disgust and pity flashing across her face as she watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, in the academy stadium, "Did you hear something?" one of the students asked, a frown creasing his brow. "TSK, I didn't hear anything," another student replied, shaking his head as he turned his attention back to Victor, who was examining an artifact. The boy asked worriedly and hesitantly with fear, "Is it not working?" Victor studied the artifact closely before responding, "I think it must have fallen during the fight. There's a crack here, so." "Wait, let me check this. It will take some time." The boy's worry deepened as he glanced at the other students. "Just how long does it take Aether to use the restroom?" he wondered aloud. The others shrugged, just as confused. Aether had suddenly gone to the restroom, and they hadn't seen him since. They really wanted to deal with Aether rather than Victor. Meanwhile, back in the dark laboratory, Tisk, Aether clicked his tongue in irritation as he watched Kennedy, who was now crawling across the floor, blood pooling between his legs. "You know, I'm really not comfortable with torture, but still." Aether's voice trailed off, a mix of cold detachment and grim determination in his tone. It wasn't that he enjoyed seeing Kennedy suffer, rather, he felt a small, vindictive satisfaction in knowing that this vile creature, who had molested and tormented others, would die in pain. Still, he wasn't good with torturing, and no. "Please," Kennedy's voice cracked as he tried to beg for mercy. But before he could finish, Celestia stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with a disturbing excitement. "You know, I worked in the torture department for a few years. So yeah, I can handle this," she declared, her fingers twitching with anticipation. Aether glanced at Celestia, noting the unusual eagerness in her eyes. For some reason, she seemed almost excited about what was to come, and then, Kennedy's scream echoed through the room, a sound of pure, unfiltered agony. Chapter 362 New Unknown Skill. I need to leave now. Kennedy's mind screamed, drowning in a storm of fear and pain as he watched, helpless, as his own body was torn apart. Each dismembered limb, each fragment of flesh, sent waves of agony coursing through him, the pain swelling like a tidal wave, threatening to consume him entirely. "You're feeling too much pain, right?" Celestia's voice cut through his torment like a sharp blade, her tone laced with amusement as she regarded him with cold, calculating eyes. Her hands were stained with his blood, and the chemical lotions she applied only heightened the torment, amplifying every nerve ending to unbearable levels. These were tools of torture, honed in the darkest prisons to break the strongest wills. Kennedy tried to speak, to plead, but the words caught in his throat, choked by the overwhelming sensation that he might die at any moment. Yet, in the depths of his suffering, he sensed her cruel intent, her desire to keep him conscious, to make him endure every excruciating second. His tear-filled eyes drifted to Aether, who seemed almost detached as he rummaged through the tools and crystals scattered across the laboratory. Celestia continued her torment, her methods relentless. Kennedy's thoughts spiraled inward, desperate. I cannot handle the pain anymore." His small spider, his only hope, had already crawled its way to the restroom near the lab, a flicker of escape in this nightmare. Kennedy's scream echoed off the cold walls. Aether finally turned to him, his voice devoid of emotion. "Let's end this. We don't have time." To be honest, he didn't want to see his beloved torturing others. "W8. Please give me a chance. I will." Kennedy's voice trembled as he began to beg, desperation painting every word. Please give me. Cough, I will teach you everything. Please, he gasped, his face turning crimson with effort. He clung to the only leverage he had left, hoping it might buy him a few more precious moments of life, but Aether's cold gaze bore into him. "Teach me? Nah, bro. I think it's better you die here rather than becoming a pain in the butt later." Celestia, for a moment, hesitated, her eyes flicking to Aether. She knew how much he craved knowledge, especially the secrets of the technology Kennedy wielded. She tried to speak, to suggest that perhaps there was value in keeping him alive a little longer. Kennedy's heart pounded with a sliver of hope. If he could just survive, just outlast them, he could find a way to escape, to turn the tables on these two. However, let's fucking end this bastard, Aether said, his voice steely and resolute. Sure, the knowledge Kennedy possessed was tempting. But Aether was certain. If he allowed this man to live, he would regret it later, and regret was a luxury Aether could not afford. He briefly considered a slave contract, something to bind Kennedy to his will, but the very thought disgusted him. I'd rather beg than learn from a rapist. Aether's words were ice and repulsive. Celestia blinked, processing his words, and then asked one last time, you won't regret it, right? Regret? I'll only regret it if I let this bastard, who molested Kyra and nearly drove her to death, walk out of here. Aether growled, his voice taut with barely restrained anger. Kyra? Kennedy's eyes widened in shock, confusion breaking through his agony. Who? I do, but his words were cut off. Silenced forever. Snap, Aether snapping Kennedy's neck with a swift, decisive motion. Kennedy's eyes lost their color, and the life drained from them in an instant. His vision turned dark. Suddenly, his vision shifted, his perspective lowering to the ground. His soul had moved at the moment of death. He was now inside the small spider, his last desperate hope for survival. I will make them pay for this. His voice, now mechanical and distorted, echoed in the small confines of the restroom. The spider halted its movements, uncertainty clawing at what remained of Kennedy's mind. He needed to escape, to regroup and find a way out of this hell, but then, a voice echoed. Chilling, pay them. It resonated through the room, bouncing off the walls, disorienting him. The spider spun frantically, searching for the source, but there was no one, nothing. Who is it now? The spider's voice trembled, metallic and quivering with fear. Who is it? I wonder. The voice was almost playful, mocking. Well, why don't you turn to your left side first? The spider instinctively turned, its tiny, mechanical eyes focusing on a mirror. And there, reflected in the glass, was Kennedy, whole, unbroken, and smirking back at him with a twisted grin. What the fuck? Terror gripped Kennedy's fragmented mind as the spider's eyes widened in horror. The reflection spoke, its voice dripping with dark amusement. Look at you, how low you've fallen, Kennedy. What are you? The question was forced out, trembling with fear and confusion. What am I? I don't know, the mirror Kennedy mused, his smirk widening. But I do know you finished your part in this chess game. Congratulations. Yay. The way Mirror Kennedy did was utterly repulsive, but then his grin twisted even more as he added, it's time to remove the pawn. His laugh was cold, sinister, a harbinger of doom. Before the spider could react, before Kennedy could muster a plan, the Mirror Kennedy moved. Blob, his form slipped through the glass like water. Fluid and unnatural. He stepped out of the mirror, standing tall and menacing before the tiny spider. The spider's eye widened in horror. What's going on? The spider's voice was a frantic shout, its body trembling as it prepared to flee, but it was too late. Mirror Kennedy reached down, his hands slow and deliberate as he grasped the spider, lifting it effortlessly. Too bad. You're going to become his nourishment, Mirror Kennedy said with a mix of pity and cruel satisfaction. He plucked at the spider's abdomen, revealing the rainbow crystal embedded within. The crystal shone brightly, and then, with a sickening crunch, Mirror Kennedy crushed the spider's head, snuffing out the last flicker of Kennedy's existence. Crack, puff, in an instant, it was over. The spider's mechanical body fell limp as burned down, and with it, any hope Kennedy had of revenge or survival was obliterated. The Mirror Kennedy looked down at the small rainbow crystal in his hands. Slowly, his gaze lifted, drawn back to the mirror, to see his own reflection. But what he saw instead was Kyra. Kyra smirked as she looked at the rainbow crystal in her hand with an amused expression. No matter what you do, Aether. Kyra's voice was soft but dripping with malevolence. Everything will go according to Mother's will. and that includes you, too. You are the one who caused this, haha. In the end, we are just pawns. Aether. Just pawns. Kyra turned and stepped into the mirror, vanishing as if she had never been there, taking the rainbow crystal with her. The glass surface rippled once before returning to its original, unbroken state, leaving behind only an eerie silence. In the Pyra Empire, somewhere deep, very deep inside, a low, menacing growl echoed through the pitch-black darkness. The sound was primal, filled with an unearthly fury that reverberated through the very ground. In this forsaken place, only a single rainbow-colored crystal shone brightly, casting eerie reflections on the rugged walls. The thick roots covered something deep, whatever was trapped inside those roots was struggling. Fighting to break free, its movements growing more desperate with each passing second. The roots breaking slowly. Suddenly, a voice, disembodied and full of authority, resonated through the darkness. Here, this is the final piece. Out of nowhere, another rainbow-colored crystal appeared, floating in the air with a slow, deliberate grace. It hovered for a moment, then moved toward the first crystal, positioning itself beside it as if it were completing a puzzle. The two crystals began to glow in unison, their light intensifying until it was almost blinding. They pulsed rhythmically, like the beating of a colossal heart, and then, a sound like the blast of ancient trumpets echoed through the deep valley. Filled with raw, untamed power. The roots that had held the creature in place shattered, unable to contain the monstrous force any longer. The sound of snapping and tearing roots filled the air as whatever had been trapped finally began to move, and then, in the darkness, there was another movement, slow, deliberate, and terrifying. Explore more at Empire, SSSH. One by one, vibrant rainbow colors began to light up the deep valley, revealing the enormity of the creature that had been trapped for so long. The once impenetrable darkness was now filled with pulsating light, and as the valley brightened, the true horror was revealed, a pair of enormous horns and a massive trunk. Thick and ancient, rose from the ground, grasping the remains of the shattered roots. And slowly pulled, thud, 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 thud. Each step was like a small earthquake, shaking the very foundations of the valley as the creature pulled itself free. Its massive trunk pulled the massive roots as if it was guiding to somewhere. Other rainbow crystals, following the creature's movements, began to shimmer and glow, letting out a sibilant hisses, tuck, tuck, tuck. In the distance, something began to rotate. Slowly at first, but with a terrifying and inexorable speed, building momentum like the gears of a monstrous machine. Back to the stadium, drip. Aether stood before Kennedy's dead body as he nodded in satisfaction. He could feel the black/umbra domain within him growing, a sure sign that Kennedy was truly and utterly dead. But just as he was about to turn away, drip, Aether frowned, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he sensed his white/ethereal domain also increased just then. Ding, survival rate, 45.3%, ding, congratulations on completing the mission, save Helena Sunfire, ding, reward, skill, hashtag. Chapter 363, Bonus, Lackey. I will kill you. If you dare touch him. Helena's voice tore through the air, raw and primal, her eyes burning with a fiery rage. Her entire body was coiled, ready to strike, driven by an overwhelming need to protect someone. But then, as if waking from a fevered dream, her vision cleared, and she found herself staring into the calm, unwavering eyes of the principal. Easy now, my dear, everything is fine. The principal's voice was a balm, soothing and steady. Principal. Helena stammered, the fire in her eyes dimming, confusion taking its place. No need to rush, Helena. Just lie back and rest, the principal urged, her hand hovering above Helena's shoulder, guiding her back to the bed with an unspoken authority that was impossible to resist. Helena sank back into the pillows. An awkward smile tugged at her lips as her eyes fluttered around the room, taking in the sterile surroundings of the infirmary. Her thoughts were still scattered, but the principal's gentle words pulled her back to reality. You saved everyone, you know, the principal said, her voice low and full of quiet pride. Your bloodline ability, it was incredible. You should be proud. A small, almost shy smile graced Helena's lips. Good. I'm glad, she whispered, her voice soft, yet filled with a profound sense of relief. The principal's gaze lingered on the innocent girl with a small smile, but then her eyes caught sight of something that made her frown. A delicate tattoo on her neck's right side. Helena, when did you get this tattoo? The principal's voice was curious. She was sure that she hadn't seen that before on her, and for some reason. She felt like she had seen this before on someone else, but she couldn't grasp where she had seen this before. Helena's brow furrowed in confusion. She lifted a hand to her neck, fingertips grazing the tender skin as she tried to remember. The principal handed her a small mirror, and as Helena's eyes locked onto the reflection, a flicker of realization passed through her. She remembered him. Aether. The connection between them was undeniable, pulsing like a living thing, deep within her veins. 7000 AP, a soft gasp escaped her lips as the feeling washed over her, warm and intimate, like the gentle brush of lips against the skin. Where is Aether? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet laden with an inexplicable longing, the principal's frown deepened. Who? Helena blinked, her lips curving into an awkward smile. Of course, how could the principal know about him? A servant? Never mind, Helena murmured, her fingers absently tracing the line of the tattoo, feeling the connection hum beneath her skin. Anyhow. The principal hesitated for a moment before speaking again. You don't feel any pain? No backlash from using your bloodline ability? Should I contact the archpriestess? Helena's eyes widened in surprise. No. I don't feel anything bad. In fact, I feel more alive than ever. Her voice was steady. She wondered why she had not received backlash. The principal's gaze was thoughtful, her mind clearly racing with possibilities. Could it be because she's the chosen one? The thought lingered in her mind. Just then, the door to the infirmary burst open. Helena turned her head sharply, and her heart swelled with warmth as she saw Celine, Arya, and Leah rushing toward her. Helena smiled, seeing her friends visiting her. How could you do that? Leah's voice was sharp, filled with a fury. She stood at the foot of the bed, her fists clenched. You almost sacrificed yourself. What were you thinking? Seriously, girl, what's wrong with your head? Arya shook her head. She crossed her arms over her chest. She was dissatisfied with Helena almost sacrificing for others. Before Helena could respond, Celine was there, sliding a soft scarf around Helena's neck with tender hands as soon as arrived. You're really okay? Celine murmured, her voice gentle. Unlike the others, Celine knew. She knew that Helena would have died if not for Aether's presence. Helena, holding the scarf, looked at her friends with an amused expression. Meanwhile, the principal quietly slipped out of the room, leaving the young women to their reunion. As she stepped into the corridor, her heart ached with the weight of what she had witnessed. The academy, her sanctuary for nearly a millennium, lay in ruins around her. And the sight of it was almost too much to bear. Only she knew the pain of this destruction. The sounds of reconstruction filled the air as workers moved swiftly to repair the damage. The principal, her face a mask of calm, vanished from the corridor and reappeared in the meeting room, where 5 others waited, their expressions grim. Taking her seat at the head of the long table, she fixed her gaze on Delphine. Report. Delphine nodded, sliding a stack of documents across the table. The principal took them, her eyes scanning the pages as the meeting began in earnest. The details were grim: casualties, injuries, structural damage. The numbers were stark, a cold reminder of the price they had paid. As the meeting continued, tension hung thick in the air. Principal, Alaric's voice broke the silence, trembling slightly. The principal, absorbed in the documents before her, lifted her gaze to Alaric, her expression unreadable. She waited, her silence urging him to speak. I'm sorry. I was the one responsible, so I'll inform the parents of the deceased students, Alaric began, his voice heavy with guilt, but before he could finish, the principal's voice cut through the room, sharp and unyielding. And I am the one responsible for your actions, Mr. Alaric. You have failed. Her tone was flat, devoid of any warmth or sympathy. Alaric's face drained of color. Her words, though calm, felt like a blade to his heart. The distance between them, once filled with respect and understanding, now seemed insurmountable. As the meeting neared its end, the principal's eyes narrowed, her voice low and dangerous. "Now, tell me, who informed Kennedy about the underground passage?" She set the documents down with a deliberate thud, her gaze bright with suspicion. She used her aura pressure on the 5 professors who barely managed to keep their composure. The underground passage was a closely guarded secret, known only to the chosen ones and the representative professors. Kennedy had no business knowing about it, which meant someone in this very room had betrayed their trust. "We didn't tell anyone," one of them stammered, eyes wide with fear. Please, believe us," another pleaded, voice shaking. "It might have been one of the chosen ones," a third suggested, grasping at straws, desperation clear in his tone. The principal's gaze swept over them, cold and assessing, before she finally released the pressure, allowing them to breathe again. "And what of Kenley?" she asked. "She is under investigation, Principal," Delphine answered quickly, her voice steadying as she met the principal's gaze. The principal nodded, her expression thoughtful but stern. "Ensure that every necessary measure is taken during the investigation. Do not hesitate." Delphine nodded, understanding the weight of the command. With a dismissive wave of her hand, the principal sent them away, each assigned with tasks to repair the academy. As the last of them filed out, the principal remained behind, slowly skimming through the documents. Despite the heavy weight of responsibility she bore, her thoughts kept drifting back to Alaric. There was something about him that unsettled her. A nagging doubt that refused to be silenced. After all, it was Alaric who had introduced Kennedy to the academy. She knew pressuring them would not result good. That's why she just asked not to take sudden actions. "I need to keep an eye on him," she thought. Flipping through the pages, her mind, however, kept returning to the tattoo she'd seen on Helena. It was so familiar, but from where? "I'm certain I've seen it before." She frowned, racking her memory, and then, her eyes fell on something in the documents that made her blood run cold. "What the fuck?" she shouted, slamming the documents down on the table. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared, reappearing in Kennedy's laboratory. The principal blinked several times and saw nothing. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but when she looked again, still nothing. The lab literally had nothing, no equipment, no furniture, not even a trace of the tables and chairs that had been there before. It was fucking clean as new. Just fucking 4 walls, not even curtains. Her face flushed with anger, a deep, boiling rage that turned her vision red. The cost of the equipment alone was in the millions, zeniths, all gone, as if they had never existed. Did Kennedy destroy everything? Or did someone steal it? She muttered. Meanwhile, far from the academy, "Madam, buy 2 fire artificial crystals, and get a free table with it. This offer is available only in our store. Hello beautiful madam. Only here." A black-haired man wearing a rabbit mask called out in a cheerful voice, winking at the women passing by. His tone was playful, almost teasing, as he added, "But hurry, it's available only today, 1000 AP, a woman giggled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Cute boy, I'll buy it, just for that cute lovely voice. I wonder what's under the mask." "Oh. Thank you, young lady," the man responded with a playful bow, his voice dripping with charm. 2000 AP, the woman laughed, her cheeks flushing slightly as she bit her lip. "Haha. I'm not exactly a young lady, young man. I'm old enough to be your mother." "Oh, please don't lie to me, young lady," the black-haired man said with a teasing grin, his eyes dancing with mischief. "Experience exclusive tales on Empire, 3000 AP, You're quite the charmer, aren't you?" the woman chuckled, clearly enjoying the flirtation. "But believe me, I'm a mother of 2. So, what's your name?" she asked, stepping closer, her tone suggestive. "Lackey, Chapter 364 Black Market, Lackey." "That's an unusual name," the woman mused, stepping closer to the tall. Her eyes trailed over his well-built form, lingering on his confident stance. Just as she moved to close the distance between them, a voice, sharp and feminine, cut through the air. "If you've bought something, please leave." The words were calm but carried an edge of authority. the woman turned to see a striking figure emerging from the wooden stall, a wolf woman with a striking mix of black and red hair, wearing a wolf mask that partially obscured her piercing gaze. The woman hesitated under the wolf woman's intense glare, but then she shot one last flirtatious wink at the black-haired man before hurriedly leaving the stall, 4000 AP, as the woman disappeared into the crowd. Leora, the wolf woman, turned her attention back to Aether, her expression softening slightly. "Why are we doing this again?" she asked, a hint of irritation lacing her voice. After the chaos at the academy had been brought under control, most people dedicated themselves to helping with the rebuilding efforts. Melona, being one of the major tribe leaders, had thrown herself into the work. Of course not for social work but rather, seizing the opportunity to bolster her reputation. Not to be outdone, Leora had rallied her tribe to do the same, but then Aether had asked for her help, an unexpected request that had piqued her interest. She had agreed immediately, eager to spend time with him, her mind drifting to fantasies of what their time together might entail. A sly smile played on her lips as she imagined the possibilities. Her body turned hot and horny, however, she had not anticipated that he would ask her to guide him to the black market. Before she could voice her frustration, Aether wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer. His lips brushed against her long ear as he whispered, "Of course, it's to spend some lovely time with my lovely Wolfie." 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, a shiver ran down Leora's spine at the feel of his warm breath against her skin. Her irritation melted away, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. Her tail swayed gently behind her, betraying her pleasure. She placed a hand on his chest, her fingers tracing the contours of his muscles as she gazed into his ice-blue eyes, lost in the moment, but in reality, Aether had a more practical reason for their trip. He had taken permission from dead Kennedy, several valuable items from Kennedy's laboratory, useful things he intended to keep for himself. The rest, however, were of no use to him, so he planned to sell them off in the black market. And Leora, with her sharp instincts, seemed like the perfect companion to have by his side in case things went south. Just in case, he had left the clone, Aether, back at the academy, lying in an infirmary bed motionless like really wounded until he would arrive, as a decoy to avoid raising any suspicion from Kai. He also thought of giving Helena free time to calm herself, as he really didn't want to wake up another Yandra in her, so he asked Celine to take care of the situation. Who was doing like a diligent wife. Meanwhile, Celestia had returned to Empress Marisandra to report the details of the events at the academy. Ahem, a cough broke the intimate moment, causing both Aether and Leora to turn their heads. Standing awkwardly nearby was Kalen, Leora's son, wearing an elephant mask that barely concealed his discomfort. Aether tried to step back from Leora, but she only tightened her hold on him, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at her son. "What is it?" she asked, her voice cool and firm. "And nothing, mother," Kalen stammered, shifting on his feet. "Just wondering what else I should sell." He forced a diligent smile, his eagerness to please evident. Leora had insisted on bringing her son along when Aether mentioned needing to sell a few things, and now Kalen found himself acting as a salesman in the black market. "I guess that's an improvement from being a mere delivery boy to a salesperson." Aether mused, amused by the thought. He then asked, "Have you sold everything already?" "Yes, father." Kalen replied with enthusiasm and carefully added, "Father," when his mother glared at him. When they had first arrived at the black market, nestled in the outskirts of the slum area, they had set up 2 stalls. One for Kalen and another for Aether. To Aether's satisfaction, Kalen had been quick to make sales, efficiently clearing out the items Aether had handed him. Aether nodded approvingly, pointing out a few more items for Kalen to sell. As Kalen returned to his stall, Aether couldn't help but grumble under his breath, "I wonder why I'm not selling anything." He glanced sideways at Leora, who quickly averted her gaze, a hint of guilt in her eyes. The truth was clear, her aggressive demeanor had been scaring away potential customers, leaving Aether's stall eerily empty. Aether chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement before playfully pinching Leora's butt. "Ouch!" Leora yelped, shooting him a glare, and in retaliation, she moved her hand towards his front, intending to pinch, shaft, but before she could, "Excuse me, both Aether and Leora quickly turned their attention to the source of the voice. A chubby woman wearing an intricate butterfly mask stood before their stall, her eyes scanning the equipment laid out on display. The black market was a place of shadows and secrets, where anonymity was both a luxury and a necessity. Masks weren't mandatory, but for those who valued discretion, they were a welcome option. Adopting a professional demeanor, Aether asked, "What can I do for you, madam?" The woman flinched before briefly staring at Aether's rabbit mask and her gaze shifting to Leora's wolf mask. Is something the matter?" Aether asked. "Nothing," the woman replied, her voice steadying as she pointed to a particular item. "How much for this product?" Aether examined the item she had chosen and responded, "That would be around 1,000, madam." The woman nodded but didn't stop there. Her curiosity led her to peruse the other items on display. "Do you have any other products?" she asked, her tone more inquisitive now. Aether's mind began to churn with possibilities. Is there anything specific you're looking for, madam?" he asked, rubbing his hands together like a seasoned merchant. "Yes, something unique, something no one else has, perhaps a one-of-a-kind gift," the woman mused, her voice thoughtful as if she were searching for something truly special. Aether's mind raced. Unique. A rare, unforgettable gift. Aether furrowed his brow, lost in thought as he tried to think of something that would meet her request. Seeing him hesitate, the woman began to turn away, ready to leave, but just as she took a step, Aether's voice called her back. "What about multicolored flames?" The woman stopped in her tracks, clearly intrigued. She turned back to face him, her eyes wide with interest. "What did you say?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Multicolored flames were not something she had ever heard of before. Aether reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, white crystal ball. "It's still just a prototype," he began, "but it's fine. If it's done well, I'll wait for the final product," the woman interrupted, her tone impatient and eager. She was clearly intrigued by the idea. Aether held the crystal ball in his hand and, with a subtle gesture, activated it. At first, a red flame flickered to life within the crystal, burning brightly but unremarkable. The woman's expression started to fall, disappointment creeping in, until, with a soft hiss, the red flame began to change. Colors began to swirl within the flame, blue, green, purple, and gold, each hue shifting and blending into the next in a mesmerizing dance of light. The woman's eyes widened, her breath catching as she stared, captivated by the hypnotic display. "How much?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes never leaving the crystal. Aether thought for a moment, calculating the value. Blue is 5,000, and with 4 colors combined, it should be around. He took a breath and said, 30,000. He added a little extra, expecting a bit of haggling. However, to his surprise, the woman responded, "Just 30,000. Her tone was one of genuine surprise, not disbelief. Aether frowned slightly, unsure of how to proceed. He glanced at Leora, who simply shrugged and whispered, "I'm not good with money stuff. You should have brought Melona for that." He turned back to the woman and adjusted his price. "Sorry, I meant 50,000, the woman's surprise only deepened. "Just 50,000 Aether's eye twitched in annoyance. Is she trying to annoy us? He wondered. He was just about to double the price again when the woman spoke, her tone suddenly inquisitive. "You must be new to this field, right?" she asked, tilting her head slightly as if trying to get a better look at the man behind the mask. Neither Aether nor Leora answered, their silence a careful, practiced response in the uncertain environment of the black market. The woman seemed to appreciate their caution, nodding slightly. "Well, I suppose staying silent is the correct answer for a stranger." She leaned in closer. "Would you mind coming with me?" Chapter 365. Quite a hefty amount. Are you certain we can trust this woman? Aether whispered, his voice barely audible as he leaned closer to Leora. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure ahead, her butterfly mask obscuring any hint of her true intentions. "Yes, mother, you can't just follow someone from the black market." Kaelin interjected. Leora paused, slowly turning her head to fix Kaelin with a cold, indifferent stare. The icy look in her eyes was enough to send a shiver down his spine, making him shrink back in fear. "Do you take me for a fool, Kaelin?" Her words were soft but laced with a dangerous edge, "And no, mother, of course not." Kalen stammered, his voice trembling as he quickly averted his gaze. With a gentle sigh, Leora turned her attention back to Aether, her expression softening into a tender smile that contrasted sharply with the coldness she had shown just moments before. "It's fine, Aether. Trust me," she murmured, "I might not know the exact prices here, but I have a talent for sensing the nature of people, just like how I found you." Her words dripped with warmth and affection as she reached out, her fingers lightly brushing the tip of Aether's nose in a playful gesture. Aether's heart skipped a beat at her touch, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He shook his head in amusement, his eyes never leaving hers. Kalen, on the other hand, felt a pang of despair twist in his chest. Why did he always feel like an outsider? Why such discrimination was against him? Aether suddenly reached out, his hand catching Leora's with a firm but gentle grip. Leora flinched slightly, her eyes widening in surprise as a spark of something deep and primal flickered between them. Her tail, which had stiffened at the unexpected contact, slowly began to sway in a subtle, sensual rhythm, betraying the quiet thrill that ran through her. She smiled a soft, secret smile that spoke of unspoken desires, her eyes locking onto Aether's with an intensity that made the world around them fade away. 4,000 AP, 4,000 AP, 4,000 AP. Meanwhile Aether glanced at his log, /name Aether, sex, male, race, ______________________ Level, 35. Title, The Progenitor of Unknown Species, Eternal Contract to the only holder of Aether and a pastless, futureless entity, skills, freedom, active, clone, active, eternal seal, passive, attributes, strength, 350, agility, 345, intelligence, 350, magic affinity, 340, charm, 350, compatibility, 91%, survival rate, 45.3%, remaining time, 285 days 13 hours 15 minutes 59 seconds, affection points, 1,415,032, seduction, 4/10, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest, Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, / Helena's rewards still weren't showing up. But he shrugged it off. There were a lot of things he could understand in his log. He tried to click that, but for some reason, a warning appeared. Warning, cannot be viewed due to current Aether. Yeah, I am the fucking reason. Aether sarcastically thought with an annoyed face. As they continued to follow the woman through the labyrinthine corridors of the black market, the atmosphere grew darker. Eventually, they found themselves in a narrow, dimly lit alleyway. A heavy, iron door loomed ahead, guarded by a hulking man dressed in a sleek black suit. Bouncers? Aether mused, a wry smile playing on his lips. Without a word, the woman in the butterfly mask produced a sleek black card from within her cloak, flashing it at the bouncer. The man's stern expression softened slightly as he stepped aside, opening the door. They stepped inside, and Leora's breath caught in her throat as her eyes adjusted to the sudden change in light. An auction, she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper as she took in the grand, opulent interior that contrasted sharply with the grim exterior. Looks like someone has been here before, the woman remarked with a knowing smile. Leora nodded absently, but her brow furrowed in confusion. "Why have you brought us here?" she asked, her tone carrying a subtle hint of suspicion. The woman merely gestured for them to follow. An auction. Aether's thoughts raced as he fell into step behind the woman. His frown deepened as they were led to a secluded area at the back of the auction house, where another imposing figure stood guard. This man, clad in the same dark attire, eyed them warily, his hand twitching toward his weapon. Before he could act, the woman once again produced the black card. The guard hesitated for a moment, his frown deepening, but he eventually relented, pushing open a heavy door that led into a dimly lit chamber. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of aged wood and the faint aroma of tea. An old man sat quietly at a polished table, his eyes closed as he sipped his tea with the calm demeanor of someone who had seen it all. As the group entered, the old man's eyes fluttered open, his gaze sharp and discerning as it swept over them. His eyebrows knitted together in mild curiosity. "You've brought another seller?" His voice was calm. The woman with the butterfly mask nodded, her tone businesslike. "His name is Lackey, and this is his family, Lackey." The old man echoed, his frown deepening as he mulled over the name. It was a peculiar surname, one he hadn't heard in decades. "Regardless," the woman continued, her voice cutting through his thoughts, "this man is the owner of the auction house and today's appraiser." The old man smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. "My name is Julian." He introduced himself with a slight bow of his head. Aether and the others returned the gesture. The woman showed a gleaming white crystal ball. "I believe this will pique your interest," she said. Julian's eyes widened slightly as he leaned forward, his curiosity fully aroused. What is it?" he asked. Instead of answering, the woman giggled softly. Before revealing the multicolored flames dancing from the crystal, Julian's reaction was immediate. His eyes widened in shock, his hand trembling slightly as he set down his teacup. With almost reverent care, he took the pure white crystal into his hands, examining it closely with a magnifying glass. The silence in the room was palpable, each second stretching into eternity as Julian's sharp eyes scrutinized every millimeter of the crystal. He finally spoke, his voice tinged with awe. "Magnificent. Truly magnificent." His gaze shifted to Aether's group, his curiosity was piqued even further. "Who created this advanced complex circuit?" Before Aether could respond, the woman in the butterfly mask smoothly interrupted. "That's not important. What I need to know is the value of this material." Julian sighed. "You never let me indulge my curiosity, do you?" "Very well." He turned his attention back to the crystal, his mind already calculating. After a moment, he named his price, 100,000 Aether. Leora and Kaelin exchanged looks of shock. Their eyes wide with disbelief. Aether was really over the cloud. He had crafted the crystal as a mere experiment, never expecting it to be worth so much. If this is worth that much, what about the technology one stole ahem? Gently acquired from Kennedy's? His thoughts trailed off, just as Aether was about to seal the deal. "You can be you, please add it to the auction," the woman interrupted. Julian, the old man, clicked his tongue in mild irritation before sighing. "The auction company will take 25%, 10%, the woman interjected again. "Tisk, fine. Yeah. The auction company will take a 10% commission upon the final bidding price," Julian conceded, his voice tinged with resignation. Then, with a hint of cunning curiosity, he added, "Though if you don't mind, I'll offer 100,000 without any commission. What do you say, young man?" His eyes, sharp and calculating, locked onto Aether. Aether hesitated for a moment, glancing between the woman and Julian. "Please auction it," he declared. Kaelin leaned in closer to Aether, whispering urgently, "What if the bidding price is lower than this? We wouldn't be losing anything if we just sell it to that old man." Aether shook his head slightly, whispering back, "To be honest, I want to see the true worth of my creation." There was a flicker of uncertainty in Aether's heart. He wasn't entirely sure how much his creation might be valued among the citizens. But he wanted to see the market situation and was too tempting to pass up. Whether he gained money or not, he would gain something far more valuable, experience. Leora observed the exchange quietly. Soon enough, they were escorted to a separate VIP room, a luxurious space that offered a commanding view of the auction floor below, where the other bidders were gathering. Aether frowned slightly, turning to the woman in the butterfly mask. "What's the point of you doing all this for us?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. The woman's eyes sparkled with a mix of relief and anticipation. "Finally, you ask," she murmured, a small, satisfied smile curling her lips. "I want you to create a perfect creation. A final product just for me and me alone." As she produced a document for Aether to sign, Aether's gaze narrowed as he studied the document, his mind quickly grasping the implications. She's quite clever, he thought. The document was a contract, binding Aether to never create another of the same products that she was purchasing from him. After a moment's consideration, Aether nodded, signing the document with a steady hand. The woman's grin widened, her satisfaction palpable as she said, "Enjoy the bidding." She then gave a brief explanation of the bidding process, ensuring they understood how to participate if they wished to purchase something, before gracefully exiting the room. As the minutes ticked by, the auction hall below began to fill with people, each one more lavishly dressed than the last. Aether casually settled onto the plush sofa. Leora followed him, sliding gracefully beside him, while Kalen sat on the other side, his face alight with curiosity and excitement. Meanwhile, in another part of the auction house, Julian's eyes hardened as he turned to face the woman in the butterfly mask, his expression serious. "My dear granddaughter," he began, his voice low and grave, "I know you're incredibly talented in this business, but reducing our commission like this, it could unravel 100 years of hard work that our forefathers poured into building this auction. Please, don't do this anymore." The woman, however, merely shrugged, her expression dismissive. "Then accept the man I love," she replied, her voice as firm as her resolve. "That will never happen." Julian's shout echoed through the room, his fury palpable. The very thought of allowing his beloved granddaughter to marry that man was unbearable, a fate worse than death in his eyes. The woman glanced at the old man once more, her eyes cold and resolute. "Then I will do what I want," she stated flatly, her words carrying the weight of finality. Back in the VIP room, Leora's gaze shifted from the auction floor to Aether, then to her son, Kalen. She called softly, "Yes, mother." Kalen responded immediately. Sitting up straighter, "My throat feels a bit itchy." "Buy me some juice," Leora requested, her tone serious. Kalen blinked in surprise but quickly nodded, rising to his feet. "Of course, mother." As soon as the door closed behind him, "Aether," she purred as she suddenly leapt onto his lap, her movements fluid and graceful. Aether chuckled, his hands instinctively wrapping around her waist. "Ha! I knew this was coming," he murmured, his voice laced with amusement as he playfully pinched her butt, eliciting a soft gasp from her. "Ah." Chapter 366. Leora's puppy eyes. The sound of their lips meeting echoed softly in the room, as Leora and Aether kissed with a fervor. Their bodies pressed tightly against each other, every curve of Leora's voluptuous figure molded perfectly against Aether. Leora's ample hips swayed and ground against Aether's crotch, the motion slow and deliberate, as if she sought to ignite a fire deep within him. MMFF. A muffled moan escaped Leora's lips as Aether's fingers, gentle yet firm, found the sensitive base of her fluffy tail. The touch sent shivers down her spine, her body arching instinctively closer to him. When they finally, reluctantly, pulled away from each other, their eyes remained locked. Leora's gaze was heavy-lidded with desire, her lips swollen from their passionate kiss. She grinned wickedly, her tongue darting out to wet her lips in a slow. Her voice dropped to a husky whisper as she teased, "Tell me, did you fall for me just now?" Aether's lips curled into a teasing smile, he could literally see her expectant yet feared eyes, as if she was scared of his answer. Inwardly, Aether shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This MILF really doesn't know how to express her feelings. He mused, his fingers gently tracing the curve of her lips. He leaned closer. "The real question is, did you fall for me?" Leora's playful frown deepened as she processed his words, confusion flickering across her face. But then, realization dawned, and her eyes widened in surprise. Ba-dump, a blush spread across her cheeks. A soft, rosy hue that only made her more irresistible. She looked away, her confidence momentarily shaken as she stammered, "WL. Maybe, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP." Aether bit back a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement at her flustered reaction. His hands roamed lower, caressing the generous curve of her ass, the firm yet supple flesh fitting perfectly in his grasp. He leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered, "Maybe? What's that supposed to mean?" His voice was a seductive growl. He chuckled, his lips brushing hers in a ghost of a kiss, when, thud, "Mother." Kalen burst into the room, his timing impeccable and utterly disastrous. Aether quickly shifted, sitting awkwardly as if trying to conceal something. Leora, meanwhile, remained where she was, her posture stiff, her gaze fixed on her son with an intensity that spoke of barely restrained fury. Seeing that, Kaylin's face turned pale. Mother, please believe me, I am not late now. As soon as I brought the juice from the staffs I immediately ran here as fast as possible, as he showed the bottles of beverages and added, I think my agility increased a lot mother, with hint of pride. Leora's eyes narrowed as she looked at her son, a mix of exasperation and disbelief swirling within her. Where had she gone wrong? If she had known this would happen, she never would have trained him at all. Her gaze shifted to the beverages in his hands, her lip curling in disdain. I don't like those flavors, she declared, her voice icy. Kaylin blinked, confusion clouding his features. He was certain the drinks he'd brought were her favorites. He opened his mouth to protest when, G.O. Her voice cracked like a whip, the irritation in her tone impossible to miss. Yes. He yelped, bolting from the room without another word. Ha ha ha. Aether, who had been silently watching the entire exchange, couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Leora's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink. Finally, the auction began. A gorgeous woman, her eyes sharp and calculating, stepped onto the stage. Her traditional dress, a rich tapestry of crimson and gold, flowed around her like a regal cloak. The crowd hushed, their eyes fixed on her. Thank you all for today being part of our black market auction, she began, her voice smooth and sultry, carrying effortlessly across the room. Tonight, we unveil rare treasures, artifacts, and many more interesting things, some of which you may have never seen before. The audience leaned forward, their curiosity piqued. The auctioneer gestured toward a velvet-draped table, revealing an ornate dagger with a hilt encrusted in sapphires. Our first lot, she announced, a blade said to have been wielded by an ancient sword magician. This weapon is capable of channeling your energy with a minimal loss of. Only 20%, are you for real? Oh. Really? Damn, I really want it. It's rare to see a blade with such low energy wastage. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices a mix of admiration and envy. The starting price is 100,000. Aether's eyebrows shot up in shock at the exorbitant amount. But what shocked him even more was the fierce competitiveness in the room, as people began bidding with an intensity that matched the desire simmering in the air. 110,000, 120,000. Not bad for a beginning, Leora murmured in a flat tone, her eyes briefly glancing at Aether, who was quietly observing the auction process. Only him and her alone, Kaylin. After constantly coming and going, had finally understood the situation and decided to leave them alone in the room. He had taken another empty room, giving them privacy. Leora's hand slowly and quietly moved towards Aether, her movements casual at first. She placed her hand on his thigh as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Then gradually, her fingers began to inch upward, her touch growing more deliberate, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Aether, of course, noticed her subtle actions. He grinned, sensing the tension in the air. He knew she was nearing her limit, barely restraining herself from acting on her primal desires. Explore more at Empire. Leora's hand slipped into his pants, her fingers gently brushing against his sleeping shaft. The contact sent a shiver through her, her breath hitching in her throat. Her fingers wrapped around him with a gentle yet firm grip, her touch sending jolts of electricity through Aether's body. She fondled him lightly, just enough to stir him awake, feeling the heat and hardness growing under her hand. Her breath grew shallow, her flower trembling with anticipation as she began to stroke him with slow, deliberate movements. Aether's pleasure-laden groan filled the air, the sound sending a thrill through Leora. Her long wolf ears twitched in response, and her tail swayed happily. A clear sign of her satisfaction. Meanwhile, Aether's attention was momentarily drawn to the auction, his eyes widening in surprise as someone bought the blade for 560,000. But his focus quickly shifted back to Leora, who was lowering her head toward his bulge, her eyes gleaming with hunger as she sniffed the air around him. Her tongue darted out to wet her lips, her expression that of a starved beast about to devour its prey. Aether asked with an amused expression, "What are you going to do?" Leora flinched as if she was getting caught. She then looked at Aether with puppy eyes. "I want it." Aether smiled to himself. She is dangerously cute sometimes, he thought as he looked at her multicolored eyes. He gently ruffled her hair, a gesture that made Leora flinch before she smiled up at him, her tail swaying with renewed enthusiasm. 4000 AP, encouraged by Aether's acceptance. Leora's smile widened with satisfaction. She slowly unzipped his pants, her heart pounding in anticipation and, Leora's eyes widened in shock and delight as she took in the sight of his length. It was as if a delicious treat had been placed before her, and she wasted no time. She licked her lips before eagerly taking him into her mouth, her tongue swirling around the tip as she began to suck with fervor. Aether groaned, his body trembling as waves of pleasure washed over him. The sensation of her skilled tongue working over him was almost too much to bear. She must be really eager, he thought with amusement, his eyes closing as he surrendered to the overwhelming sensations. Thank goodness the glass was one side, he thought with amused expression. His hands roamed over her back, tracing the curve of her spine. Leora arched under his touch, a current of electricity running through her as his fingers found her hips. He squeezed her as firmly, while Leora greedily sucked him, her eyes glowing with wolfish hunger. Aether's groans grew louder as he felt himself nearing the edge, the pleasure building to an unbearable peak. He patted Leora's head in warning, but instead of slowing down, she increased her pace, her tongue rolling over his sensitive tip. Teasing and torturing him with merciless precision. 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP. Aether's body tensed as he reached his climax, pushing her head down as he released the nectar Leora had been craving for so long. She sucked greedily, drinking every drop, her throat working as she swallowed, not letting a single bit go to waste. Aether breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling as he looked down at Leora. She was licking his shaft clean with a long, slow stroke of her tongue, her eyes dazed and filled with desire. He could feel her body trembling with need. Satisfied now? Aether asked with a teasing smile, his hand gently patting her head. However, satisfied? I need at least 5 more shots. Leora replied with a pout, her voice tinged with frustration. Inwardly, she thought, what's more, it tastes dangerously good. Her throat felt dry, her desire for his essence only growing stronger. Without hesitation, Leora kissed the tip of his shaft before sucking hard, her lips creating a tight seal as she worked him with renewed vigor. W8. I'm sensitive right now. Aether immediately protested, but Leora ignored him, her eyes filled with longing and hunger as she continued to suck with relentless desire. Aether's lips twitched as he watched her, his gaze drifting to her busty ass, which was wriggling eagerly. Slap. Chapter 367. Rich, we have now reached the grand finale of tonight's auction. The auctioneer announced, her voice a sultry purr that sent a shiver of anticipation through the crowd. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile, knowing that tonight's sales had far surpassed the auction house's wildest expectations. With a graceful motion, she beckoned to her assistants, who stepped forward carrying an object carefully shrouded in a luxurious cloth. The fabric clung to whatever lay beneath, hinting at its mysterious contours. The bidders leaned forward in their seats, their curiosity sharpened to a keen edge. They had already seen some of the finest items auctioned off earlier in the evening. Yet here they were, breathlessly waiting for this final reveal. What could possibly top the wonderful treasures that had already been sold? Sensing their eagerness, the auctioneer let out a soft, teasing giggle that danced through the room like a whispered secret. Her full, crimson lips parted, drawing the attention of many men. Except for Aether, Slurp. Aether's attention was wholly consumed by the exquisite beauty laid on his lap. Leora, a stunning vision of mature femininity, was eagerly sucking on him, her voluptuous boobs pressed against his thighs. Her every movement was an intoxicating blend of skill and desire, her soft lips sliding over his hardened length with a sensuality that made his pulse race. Compared to Leora's divine allure, the auctioneer's appeal faded into insignificance. As the tension in the auction reached its peak, the auctioneer finally spoke again, her voice dripping with anticipation. This is one of the most advanced and complex circuits ever created, she declared, her eyes gleaming as she slowly pulled away the cloth, revealing a small, brilliantly white crystal. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. Is that all? What's the game here? The bidders exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom why such a seemingly insignificant crystal was being presented as the climax of the auction. to them, it looked like an artificial crystal. Perhaps worth 1,000 at most, certainly nothing that could compare to the treasures they had already seen. The auctioneer, noticing their confusion, allowed herself another soft, almost condescending giggle. Our esteemed auction house never deceives our valued guests. She began, her tone playful yet authoritative. She lifted the crystal delicately in her hand, its cool surface glinting in the light as she channeled her arcane energy into it. SSSSSH, the bidders frowned, seeing a small red flames erupting. It's not worth it, are they kidding? Someone started to complain, but the words died on their lips as the crystal suddenly flared to life. For more flames burst forth. Each a different color, blue, green, purple, and gold, dancing together. The room fell utterly silent, every eye fixated on the magical flames that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. The beauty of the flames was otherworldly, captivating, and impossible to look away from. Seeing the awestruck expressions, the auctioneer's smile broadened, though even her beauty seemed to pale in comparison to the ethereal light of the flames. What you are witnessing, she began, her voice rich with pride, is the pinnacle of technological and magical fusion, crafted by the genius inventor Mr. Lackey. Known for his groundbreaking innovations in the scientific industry. The crowd frowned in unison. Mr. Lackey. The name was unfamiliar, unheard of among the elite circles. The only name that resonated in this realm of technological marvels was Kennedy, a figure whose reputation was well established within the academy as well as every empire. The bidding will start at 10,000. Gasps filled the room. Continue your journey on Empire. Even a single rare flame could fetch 5,000 to 6,000, yet here she was, starting at a mere 10,000 for this incredible creation. Doubts began to creep into the minds of the bidders. Was this some sort of trick? The auctioneer, reading the room perfectly, quickly added, since this is a new product and its creator wishes to see its true market value, we will let you, our esteemed guests, determine its worth. She flashed a small, confident smile, realization dawned, and the room erupted into frenzied bidding. 20,000, 30,000, as the numbers climbed higher and higher. Aether couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. When he first heard the initial bid, his heart had nearly stopped. Even Leora, whose mouth had been working so diligently around his shaft, had paused, her frown deepening as she stared daggers at the auctioneer. If they dare to deceive us, I'll make sure they don't leave this auction alive, Leora growled, her voice low and dangerous. Despite the menacing tone, her actions were anything but hostile. Because her head lying on his abdomen staring at the towering twitching shaft. Her soft, delicate hands continued to stroke it, while her tongue traced tantalizing circles around its sensitive tip. Slurp, squeak, her words and actions were, sigh, it's going to take some time to get used to this. Aether thought, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he gently patted her head. In an instant it melted away Leora's tension, her frown softening into a look of pure, unadulterated lust as she refocused on the task at hand. Her eyes burned with desire as she prepared to take a sixth shot. Her tongue dancing around his tips. Yes, she had said 5 would be enough. But clearly, she had no intention of stopping anytime soon. And Aether, lost in the sheer pleasure of her relentless heavenly sucking, had no reason to deny her. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice pierced the air, interrupting the escalating bids. 100,000. Aether blinked in surprise, his attention snapping away from Leora's warm mouth and towards the source of the sound, his eyes focused on another VIP room, hidden behind tinted glass. The auction room fell silent for a moment, the unexpected bid stunning the crowd into stillness. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the bidding resumed. Though the number of active bidders had noticeably dwindled, the tension in the room thickened as the bidding war intensified. The price climbed higher, each participant pushing their limits, determined to outdo the other. The excitement, once palpable, now morphed into something more anxious, more desperate. Then, the room fell silent once more as a new bid echoed, 500,000. The same cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the space. The crowd hesitated, their enthusiasm dampened by the sheer magnitude of the sum. Was this small crystal truly worth such an astronomical price? The auctioneer scanned the room, her eyes gleaming with barely contained anticipation, yet all she found were weary faces and subtle shakes of the head. Sensing the critical moment, she raised her gavel high and announced. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. She allowed the pause to linger, giving the room one final opportunity to counter the offer. But the silence held firm, so, 600,000. The sudden bid snapped everyone's attention to Aether's room. Leora halted abruptly, her mouth still wrapped around his shaft as she stared up at him, wide-eyed and shocked, a trail of white fluid visible at the corner of her lips. Her expression was priceless, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Aether merely smiled down at her, his eyes twinkling with playful mischief. Just for fun, he whispered, winking at her. 4,000 AP. Leora shook her head, her shock giving way to amusement. She resumed her task, her mouth working on him with increased intensity, as if rewarding him for his boldness, preparing him for seventh shot. SSSSLURRPP. Meanwhile, Aether's focus shifted back to the VIP room. 650,000. The mechanical voice responded coolly. Aether nodded. 700,000, he declared, his voice passing through a device as it echoed around with the same mechanical voice. The room fell into a tense silence. Aether felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed it this far, he thought. 700,000 once. 700,000 twice. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Aether's heart raced as the finality of the moment approached. Just as he was about to get fucked up literally, when 800,000, the cold, mechanical voice cut through the silence once more. Aether exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing as the pressure eased off him. 800,000 once. 800,000 twice. The auctioneer's gaze flicked back to Aether's room, expectant. Aether shook his head firmly, a small, relieved smile playing on his lips. He was done playing this dangerous game. Slam, sold. For 800,000. The auctioneer's gavel came down with a decisive slam, the finality of the action echoing through the room. Leora moaned softly, catching another release from Aether, her lips wrapping tighter around him as she savored the taste. The chubby woman with the butterfly mask returned to the room shortly after. She handed over the money after the commission, her expression unreadable behind the elegant mask. Aether gulped inwardly, his eyes widening at the sheer volume of money in front of him. Never in his life had he seen such an amount. Heck, he hadn't even seen half of it before. He glanced at Leora. She stepped forward to take the money. The woman with the mask then turned her attention to Aether, handing him a small, intricately designed visiting card. Come to this place once you've completed the final product, she instructed. Aether frowned slightly, puzzled by her trust. Aren't you trusting a stranger too much? He asked. His curiosity getting the better of him. The woman smiled behind her mask. Like your wife, I have a good sense of people, and I trust that you will keep your word, she replied, gesturing toward Leora, who had an amused smirk playing on her lips. Aether raised an eyebrow, still unconvinced. Even though you don't know my real name? The woman let out a soft, melodic laugh as she turned and walked away, leaving the question unanswered. Aether and Leora exchanged a glance and shrugged. Together, they called Kaelin and made their way out of the auction. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, a white-haired man sat in the shadows, wearing noble clothes, his sharp blue eyes fixed on the auction below. His expression was one of disapproval, his brows furrowed in a deep frown. Don't you think that's too much for a small crystal? He asked, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. I don't know. A melodic voice responded, undeniably feminine, carrying a hint of something almost whimsical. I just felt like I wanted it. No matter what. Chapter 368. Father and Dad are not same. Inside a dimly lit room in one of the hotels within the black market. Here. Aether said, extending a thick wad of money towards Kaelin, who looked up with wide eyes, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. What's this for? He asked, his voice laced with hesitation. For helping me, Aether replied, a small, sincere smile tugging at his lips. He had gotten more than he ever hoped for, and despite the circumstances, Kaelin had been and really helped him, even if he had been forced into it. Kaelin awkwardly looked at Aether, I was just helping because my mother asked me to. I don't know if I deserve this, he murmured. His voice barely above a whisper, laden with uncertainty. Aether noticed the hesitation in Kalen's eyes and offered a reassuring smile. This isn't about what your mother asked you to do. This is for your hard work, Kalen. The product you sold, that's all your effort. This money belongs to you, take it. You've earned it, Aether said firmly, pushing the money into Kalen's hands, refusing to let him decline. Aether chuckled lightly. It wasn't like Aether was doing this for Leora's sake or anything. Kalen really deserved his reward for his hard work. Aether wasn't a bad guy, not really. But to be honest, if he hadn't received that hefty price for his prototype, he might not have given the full amount, maybe just a small share of what Kalen sold. But not the full amount. Aether wasn't an idiot to give that much when he was more broke than anyone. Kalen scratched the back of his head, his tail swaying slightly behind him as his eyes flickered with a mix of emotions. 10 AP, oh. Wait a damn second. Aether screamed inwardly as he took a step back. He wasn't into this sword fight, no way. He was straight as an arrow. Damn it, Kalen smiled gently, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Thank you. As he hesitated to add something, but then, Father, Aether turned, his thoughts scattering as he saw Leora entering the room, her hair still damp from freshening up. She looked at him with a seriousness that made Aether's heart skip a beat. Another voice came from behind. Aether turned his head and saw Leora entering the room after freshening up. It's Father, Kalen, Leora corrected, her tone firm as she addressed her son. Kalen's face paled slightly, and he nodded quickly. Why yes, Mother, I know. Leora's gaze lingered on her son for a moment longer before shifting to Aether. He blinked, suddenly, wondering why she was staring at him now. And then, like a light switch flipping on, he understood. Without a word, he nodded and stepped out of the room, giving them their space. As the door clicked shut behind him, Aether let out a long breath. Damn, am I starting to understand women? He thought, a mix of disbelief and amusement tugging at him. His eyes widened as another thought struck him. Am I becoming a genius? He mumbled to himself. Inside the room, Leora's gaze softened as she looked at Kalen. She took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before speaking. I know he can never truly be your real father, Kalen, she said. Hearing that, Kalen lowered his head. You don't have to force yourself to accept him, Leora continued, her voice filled with understanding. All I ask is that you call him Father, even if it's just for show. I don't want you to feel pressured, but it's important that we don't shame him in front of others. Kalen lowered his head even more. He knew why his mother was angry when that butterfly-masked woman asked for their family details. Kalen had clearly hesitated to call Aether Father. Heck, he had never called him that in front of others, which had really irked Leora today. Aether, on the other hand, had called him son without a second thought, without hesitation. She wasn't asking him to accept Aether as his new dad or anything. She just wanted to protect Aether's dignity, to avoid bringing shame to him in the eyes of strangers. Leora sighed softly, her eyes drifting to the money still clutched in Kalen's hand. A small, almost imperceptible smile tugged at her lips. 4,000 AP, just promise me one thing, she added, her tone softer now. Don't shame him in front of others, okay? Enjoy more content from Empire. Kalen nodded, his voice barely a whisper as he replied, why yes, Mother. Leora then called Aether back into the room, and together, they prepared to leave the hotel. Their time in the black market had finally come to an end. It hadn't been a long stay, but Aether had learned a great deal during their time here. See ya. Aether mumbled, thud, thud, thud. Leora and Kalen, both in their powerful wolf forms, darted through the dense woods, their paws barely touching the ground as they sped past trees and underbrush. Meanwhile, Aether, perched atop Leora's broad back, gazed at the lush green surroundings with an expression of pure joy and wonder. The wind whipped through his hair as the scenery blurred past. A far cry from the cold, mechanical feel of riding a bike. There was something wild, something alive about this experience that he couldn't quite put into words. It was thrilling in a way that stirred something deep within him. Behind them, Kalen carried heavy bags filled with the items Aether had purchased in the black market, along with a significant amount of money. As Aether lost himself in the sensations of the ride, Leora suddenly mumbled, "Kalen, yes, mother." Kalen's voice was tinged with a small frown, his instincts telling him that she was up to something. "Let's have a race." Kalen's immediate response was a firm, "No." He knew all too well how slim his chances were of winning a race against his mother. Even on her worst day, "Let me finish," Leora insisted, her voice calm but commanding. Kalen hesitated, his ears twitching as he waited. "Good," Leora nodded approvingly before continuing, "if you reach the academy first, at full speed, you're relieved from delivery duty." Kalen's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected offer, his heart skipped a beat with pure happiness. But Leora wasn't done yet, "And I'll only use 50% of my full speed," she added, a sly smile playing on her lips. Kalen's eyes widened even further, a flicker of hope and doubt battling in his gaze. "And if you win?" Leora bared her long, sharp teeth in a grin that sent a shiver down Kalen's spine. He didn't need her to spell out the consequences. Before he even fully processed the challenge, his legs moved on their own, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning as he raced away into the forest. Leora giggled softly, shaking her head at her son's reaction. She then clenched her paws, preparing to leap forward. But instead of following Kalen, she veered off in a different direction, plunging deeper into the woods. Where are you going?" Aether asked, confusion clear on his face as he noticed her sudden change in direction. Without a word, Leora jerked her body suddenly, causing Aether to be flung high into the air. As he twisted in midair, he managed to land gracefully on the ground. His feet barely making a sound as he touched down. Aether looked at Leora with a questioning face. Leora's mouth curled into a grin, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Fight me, Aether," she demanded, her voice carrying a mix of challenge and anticipation. Aether blinked, taken aback. "Fight you? Why?" he asked, his mind racing with questions. What was happening? Why now? It didn't make any sense. Leora slammed her front paws into the ground, her tone turning serious. "To take me," she declared, her eyes locking onto his. Realization dawned on Aether, his mind finally catching up to the situation. "I see," he murmured, a smirk forming on his lips as he beckoned her forward with an amused expression. Leora grinned back, her form flickering as she disappeared from his sight, moving faster than even Aether could track. Boom! The ground where Aether had just been standing exploded as Leora's paws slammed into the earth, leaving a deep crater in her wake. The sheer force of her attack sent shockwaves through the ground. Leora tilted her head to the side, her smirk widening as she saw Aether standing just a few feet away, his eyes wide with shock. "That was just a warning," she purred, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Next time, I won't hold back." Wait. "Are you serious?" Aether exclaimed. He had barely reacted in time to avoid being crushed. The playful banter was gone, replaced by the cold reality of the situation. Leora wasn't kidding around. Leora's smile grew even more predatory. "Yes, I'm not holding back." Aether shook his head. There was no way he could win against her in a fight, she was far too strong. He was just about to call it off when she spoke again. "So you must not hold back either." Aether blinked in surprise. Chapter 369 Leora Darkfang. A born warrior, Leora Darkfang was born a warrior in her Darkfang tribe, while other women would love strong males and mate with them to produce more powerful offspring. Leora's heart pounded for something far more exhilarating, the clash of steel, the rush of adrenaline. The intoxicating scent of victory. Fighting was her passion, her purpose, the very essence of her being. The idea of mating with the sweaty, boastful males of her tribe repulsed her, their desire to dominate only ignited her disdain. They wanted her to submit, to fulfill a woman's role, but Leora had no interest in submission. Her soul belonged to the thrill of combat, and nothing could tear her away from that, not even the promise of power. She could have given her life for the fight, so deeply had she fallen in love with the battlefield, where every strike was a dance, and every wound was a testament to her strength. But Leora was no mere warrior, she was noble, the direct and only descendant of the Darkfang tribe, bearing the weight of legacy on her shoulders. Yet, in this tribe that revered strength, the ancient rules were a chain around her neck. As a woman, she was forbidden from holding a position of true power, her destiny reduced to producing offspring. Her only duty, they said, but Leora's heart burned with fury at the way her tribe diminished her, treating her as nothing more than a vessel for the next generation. They underestimated her, and that was their first mistake. I am not a weak woman. Her voice had once thundered through the tribe's sacred meeting grounds, her words a battle cry that shook the earth beneath her feet. It was during that fateful gathering that she unleashed her rage. Slaughtering the strongest men who dared to court her, who believed they could tame her with their might, she killed them all, with no more mercy. See, this is who I am. Her words were low and dangerous, a growl that rippled through the air as she stood over the lifeless bodies of those who had underestimated her. Her rampage sent shockwaves beyond her tribe, the High Elf tribe. Melona's tribe could no longer ignore the chaos. In order to maintain the empire, they came and forced her to stop. Dark Fang tribe, to preserve the bloodline with the help of the High Elf tribe, forced Leora into a marriage with one of her own family members. A fate that only deepened her hatred. The High Elves were already their enemies, but now the flames of animosity roared even higher. Bound by the ancient laws, Leora couldn't kill her so-called husband, though every fiber of her being longed to tear him apart. Instead, she turned him into her punching bag, a pathetic tool for her rage, never allowing him to control her or her tribe. She alone would rule, she alone would command, and she would never submit to anyone, but there was one she couldn't defy. Alaric, the arcane king, whose level was far beyond hers. His presence kept her fury in check, though it simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the moment it could explode. Until one day, when she witnessed something extraordinary. A boy. A weak, unassuming boy, playing a dangerous game against the second strongest entity in their empire. Her eyes narrowed as she watched him, this fragile creature who dared to challenge forces far beyond his strength. And yet, he did not falter. This boy, this child, defied the very laws that bound her, risking everything to save his beloved Arya. For a single woman, he had turned their ancient law upside down. Damn boy! Leora's voice was a whisper of astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never imagined, not even in her darkest dreams, that someone so seemingly powerless could dance in flames. A single mistake might let it consume him, letting it burn not just him but everything he was. At first, she was merely curious. But when she saw him fighting her husband, a man who could hold his own against her for a mere 10 seconds, an eternity by the tribe's standards, her curiosity deepened. That boy didn't just fight. He obliterated her husband, grinding his face into the dirt. Her curiosity transformed into something more potent, an interest that began to stir in her chest, and with her husband's defeat, she seized the opportunity to rid herself of him once and for all. She challenged the boy, expecting a fleeting thrill, a moment of amusement as she tested his mettle. But to her horror and her delight, he made her bleed. A weak boy made her bleed. It was unthinkable, impossible, and yet there it was. Her own blood, spilled by his hand. No one had ever done that before. Her skin, as tough as dragon scales, had never been scratched by any in her tribe, not even when she held back her powers. Yet this boy, this seemingly insignificant boy, had drawn her blood. The interest changed into amusement as it sparked in her, a flicker of excitement she hadn't felt in years. She wanted to see him more, to understand him, but then, during their fight, she saw something. Something that changed everything. The man standing before her wasn't just a boy anymore, he was like a blazing fire, a force of nature that could not be contained. His eyes, those dark, intense eyes, held a wickedness that mirrored her own. He is like me, she thought, the realization hitting her like a bolt of lightning. This man. No, he was Aether. Her fascination with him deepened, turning into a primal urge. She wanted to see more of him, but more than that. She wanted him. For the first time in her life, her instincts roared with the desire to be claimed by him, to be painted with his essence. Never did she think she would think that, the once she thought disgusted and disdain, now she wanted, but it didn't end there. The more she watched him, the more she studied his every move, the more she began to see his true nature. His strength was undeniably growing. But it wasn't just his power that captivated her. If all it took to win her heart was strength, then what about Alaric, who was the second strongest in their empire? It was his will. His unyielding determination to push forward, to face death head-on without a shred of hesitation, and there was something else, something deeper she couldn't quite grasp, but her instincts told her it was there, that it was what made him different from the others. Aether never looked down on her. Unlike Alaric or her late husband, he stared into her eyes with an equal gaze, with respect, with understanding, and in that gaze, Leora found something she had never sought before. A connection. A bond forged not in blood, but in fire. Leora had witnessed Alaric simping over the principal countless times, a sight that filled her with disgust. It was the worst thing she had ever seen in her life. Even more unsettling was the strange feeling she got whenever she was around him. There was something off about Alaric, something she couldn't quite put into words. Just as she had a knack for sensing the nature of people, she sensed something peculiar about him. It wasn't entirely good or bad. Just odd, but none of that mattered as much anymore. Slowly and surely, Aether had found his way into her heart. His tender actions made her heart race, a sensation she wasn't used to. His sweet love stirred something within her, making her body feel strange yet happy. His gentle yet confident smile set her cheeks aflame with a heat she couldn't control, and those wonderful gifts, along with the heartfelt letters. They made her heart and flower tremble with love and anticipation. Each token of affection chipped away at her defenses, leaving her vulnerable in a way she had never known. Leora, who had never known love before, now felt something new, something powerful. She was being loved. And she felt her own love for him growing in response. She didn't care what position she held in his heart, whether she was the first, the second, or the last. Because to her, love was another battle, and she should win. She was ready to face anything or anyone that stood in her way, but despite this newfound sensation, something nagged at her. Her love for fighting was still overwhelming, even more powerful than her feelings for Aether. Read New Adventures at Empire. She was born a warrior, and she couldn't imagine loving anything more than the thrill of battle, yet, her heart betrayed her. It longed for Aether more than for the fight. And she didn't like that, she didn't want that. She hated how her body and heart seemed to be at war with each other, pulling her in two directions at once. So, instead of mulling over these conflicting emotions, she made a decision. She would confront it head-on, as she had always confronted everything in her life. With strength and determination. And now, are you accepting defeat, Leora Darkfang? The words were spoken with a cold, emotionless indifference, the voice echoing through the empty, dark forest. Leora, now in her massive wolf form, was bleeding heavily, her multicolored eyes locked onto the man before her, a bloody man, standing tall with thousands of red, thin swords hovering in the sky above him. His fingers gently held the string of a white bow, poised and ready to strike. Without a hint of hesitation, Leora growled, her resolve unshaken. She would never submit. Not to anyone, not even to him. The thought alone was enough to make her blood boil with defiance, but then the bloodied man smirked, his lips curling into a dangerous smile. Leora, you made me bleed. His voice was laced with seduction, a tone that sent a shiver down her spine. She flinched, her fierce determination momentarily faltering as her eyes locked onto Aether's. There was something in his gaze, something that made her heart race even faster. His eyes were filled with a deep, intense longing, a love that seemed to grow with every passing second. The intensity of his stare, the raw emotion it conveyed, was almost too much to bear. Her wounded tail began to sway faster, betraying the turmoil within her. 4000 AP, 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 error, sigh, chapter 372nd round. Is she serious? Ah. Foo ##. A few hours earlier, Aether's brow furrowed, confusion etched across his face, holding back. What are you talking about? If anyone needed to hold back, it had to be Leora, not him. Leora, towering in her formidable wolf form, sneered, her eyes blazing with a predatory glint. Oh, come on, Aether, do you think I'm blind to the beast lurking inside you? You hide it well, but not from me, beast. Aether's shock was genuine. His thoughts raced, trying to grasp what she meant. Yes, Leora growled, her muscles coiling like tightly wound springs, I can sense it. You're hiding it very well. But I don't want to fight that facade. I want the real you. Unleash it, Aether. Either take me or die trying. With a snarl, she sprang at him, a blur of fur and fangs, her claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. Aether's eyes widened as he barely evaded her initial strike, her claws whistling past his throat by mere inches. But Leora was relentless, predicting his every move with uncanny accuracy. She twisted midair, her claws carving into his shoulder and, with a powerful swipe, slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. Boom, arg. Aether's cry of pain echoed through the clearing as the impact reverberated through his bones. Blood seeped from the deep gashes in his shoulder. He locked eyes with Leora. This isn't funny anymore, Leora. Leora bared her fangs in a grin, her breath hot and menacing as she leaned in closer. I'm not playing either, Aether, she growled, her jaws parting wide, ready to crush his skull. She was deadly serious. There was no hint of restraint in her gaze. With no time to think, he created a blue flame ball, blasting it directly into her open maw. Boom! The explosion sent Leora hurtling backwards, her massive form crashing through trees and bushes, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Aether scrambled to his feet, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his senses heightened. He knew the flames had barely singed her, and he braced himself for her next move. Not bad. Leora's voice echoed through the smoke and debris. As the dust settled, she emerged unscathed, her fur unmarked, shimmering with an eerie glow. An amused expression spread across her lips. But not nearly enough, she taunted before vanishing in a blur of motion. Aether's pupil dilated. Suddenly, she reappeared right in front of him, her claw aiming straight at his eyes. He reacted instinctively, bending backwards at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. One agility, Aether's reflexes sharpened. His movements becoming fluid and precise. The agility increased without needing the affection points. Leora smirked, her eyes narrowing with approval. To be honest, she hadn't unleashed her full strength, but surely she was increasing the power slowly. With a roar, Aether flipped backwards, his foot connecting with Leora's chin in a powerful kick that sent her soaring through the air. One strength. Leora twisted midair, landing gracefully on all fours. Her eyes locked onto Aether with predatory intent. The distance between them widened, just as Aether had intended. Before she could close the gap, he conjured 5 compressed air balls, crackling with lightning, and hurled them at her with deadly precision. Leora's eyes widened in recognition. This was the same attack that had wounded her before. However, now there were 5 of them, not just one. He's finally taking this seriously, she thought as she glanced at Aether, who was running away. Confusion briefly clouded Leora's mind, distracting her from the incoming barrage. Boom, 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 boom. Meanwhile, increase agility. 1 agility. Aether's muscles coiled like springs, launching him through the dense forest, his focus razor sharp on a distant mountain peak. Aether moved through the woods faster as his eyes focused on one thing. A small mountain. There's only one way to defeat her, he thought. He bolted, his body a blur as he sprinted through the forest, dodging trees and leaping over obstacles. Where are you going? The sheer power in Leora's voice made the hairs on the back of Aether's neck stand on end. He knew she was closing in, but instead of fear, a thrill surged through him. His lips curled into a smirk as he pushed himself even harder, his speed increasing with every heartbeat. 1 agility. However, Aether's eyes widened in surprise when Leora suddenly appeared from his right, her form a blur of lethal grace. Before he could react, she pounced on him, her powerful muscles driving them both to the ground. Thud, they rolled through the dirt and leaves, a chaotic tangle of limbs before Leora finally pinned Aether down. Her massive paw pressed dangerously against his sternum, the pressure enough to make him gasp for breath. It was clear she could crush him at any moment. Drip, a drop of blood fell from Leora's pristine fur, evidence of the previous attack that had managed to hurt her. Grrr, Leora's growl, her multicolored eyes burning with savage intensity as she locked onto Aether. She launched herself at him with ferocious speed, her jaws snapping forward, eager to tear into his flesh. Still, Aether smirked. Increase level, ding, Aether's hands shoot up to intercept her powerful bite. The impact was bone-jarring, her sheer force threatening to crush him. His muscles screamed in protest as he held her jaws at bay, the strain evident in every fiber of his being. Aether groaned, his voice a pain. He could feel the sharp edges of her teeth digging into his palms, threatening to break through. But then, increase level, ding, level, 36, ding, level, 37, ding, level, 38, discover exclusive content at Empire. Leora's eyes widened in shock as she felt the shift in Aether's strength. His grip tightened, pushing her jaws apart with a force that shouldn't have been possible. The shock quickly transformed into a smirk just about to increase her power when. Whoosh! Aether unleashed a fireball directly into her mouth, the flames roaring with an intensity far surpassing his previous attacks. Grrrll. Leora shook her head violently, trying to extinguish the flames that hurt at her insides. When she finally managed to quell the flames, she fixed her gaze on Aether, who stood a short distance away, holding something ominous. Aether's hand cradled a black void-like sphere. Leora's instinct screamed at her, a primal warning that this sphere was beyond anything she had encountered before. Her tail stiffened, and her ears flattened against her head. For the first time in this fight, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Yet, instead of fear, Leora's grin only grew, her teeth glinting in the dim light. She was eager, almost desperate, to see what her future husband would do next. But to her surprise, Aether didn't aim the sphere at her. Instead, he hurled it skyward. Confusion marred Leora's expression as she watched the black sphere soar into the sky. What's he planning? She wondered, her sharp gaze tracking its ascent. Aether didn't seem intent on harming her, at least not directly. But then, a sudden, chilling breeze swept through the battlefield, the temperature dropping as the once clear sky was consumed by ominous, swirling clouds. Thunder. Leora's frown deepened as she shifted her attention back to Aether. He now stood with a thin, red-colored sword in his hand, the looks almost similar to Aquilina except for the color. With a calm, almost casual smile, Aether spoke, "You know. I just realized something important. Your skin is so tough, that not even my highest level flames could burn it. But this." He held the sword aloft, letting the dark clouds above roil in response. Thunder. Leora flinched involuntarily. Aether's smirk widened as he continued, "This is going to hurt a lot, so you better be prepared." Without another word, he stomped the ground. Leora didn't hesitate. She lunged forward with every ounce of her strength, her claws tearing through the air as she aimed to end this battle with a single, decisive blow. But as the distance between them closed, increase agility by 10 agility, limit reached according to the level. In the blink of an eye, Aether's form blurred, disappearing from Leora's sight. She barely caught a glimpse of him. Now high above her, suspended in the storm-darkened sky, before she could react, Aether hurled the red sword toward her, the blade cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Leora's muscles coiled, ready to dodge, but, thuunddrrr, a colossal bolt of lightning shot down from the dark clouds barely missing Aether. Striking the sword mid-flight, in the next instant, before Leora could even blink, the sword pierced through her body with unimaginable force. Driving her into the earth, the ground erupted in a massive explosion, a shockwave radiating outwards as debris and dust filled the air. Aether slowly descended, his breath ragged and his heart pounding in his chest. As the dust settled, Leora lay motionless, her once pristine fur charred and blackened, the red sword impaled through her abdomen, pinning her to the scorched earth. The ground around her was cracked and burned, the remnants of the explosion still smoldering. SSSS. Aether hissed in pain as if he was suffering. He stepped forward, his heart heavy with guilt. I shouldn't have gone that far. He mumbled to himself. But then, a small, pained laugh escaped from the burnt wolf. Aether frowned. It was then he fucking knew he fucked up. Cain. Leora said with a cracked voice as the gold light blinded Aether's eyes. Ah. Fuck. Chapter 371. She lost yet. She won. A golden card shone with 4 radiant stars at the corners. As it expanded, growing into an immense structure nearly 20 to 25 feet in size, the card's light grew brighter, almost blinding before, zooming toward Leora's charred and broken body. The card passed through her. A deep, guttural growl emerged from the card, reverberating through the air. A figure began to step out. It was a wolf. No, it was a beast, towering at nearly 20 feet tall, its massive form both majestic and terrifying. The creature's fur was a mesmerizing blend of blood red and pitch black, each strand gleaming ominously under the light of the card. Its eyes, a hypnotic swirl of colors, locked onto Aether. Enjoy new stories from Empire. The beast bared its teeth, each one sharp enough to cleave through the stone. Its claws, impossibly long and wickedly curved, dug into the rocky ground as if it were nothing but soft clay. The wolf's howl erupted from its throat, a sound so fierce and powerful. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds, striking the wolf's towering form with a deafening roar. Yet, when the smoke cleared, there stood the beast, untouched, unscathed as if the lightning had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. Gulp. Aether gulped. 4 stars meant Leora was a level 45 to 60. Easily twice his own level. Aether blinked, but in the heartbeat that his eyes were closed, the beast had already moved. Faster than a shadow, it was upon him, growling. The beast's growl was low and menacing. Without warning, it lunged, its speed blurring. Before Aether could even think, let alone react, he was violently thrown. What the? Aether's voice was a strangled gasp. He tried to regain control, but the wolf appeared again and, slam, his body crashed into the ground with bone-shattering force, the impact so violent that the rocky surface beneath him cracked and shattered like glass. Crack, cough, cough. His vision blurred as he coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. She was too fast. It was as if she was moving in a different dimension, but Aether's lips twisted into a grin. Hee, cough, cough, was cut short as more blood flowed from his nose, ears, and eyes. The taste of iron sharp on his tongue. Panic clawed at the edges of his mind as he looked down, horror flooding through him at the sight of his own body, riddled with gaping, bloody holes. He hadn't even felt the claws tear through him until now. The growl reached his ears again, pulling him back to the present. This was no longer the woman he knew. This was a predator, pure and simple. A creature of the wild with no trace of humanity left, a beast that hunts its prey, a beast driven by nothing but the primal urge to kill. Aether's mind raced as the truth of Leora's words sank in. Either take her or die here. She had surrendered her very sanity, her humanity, just to test his worth, and if he failed, he would die here, torn apart by the beast she had become. He wiped the blood from his lips, the crimson streaking across his hand like red paint. Chuucccck. Before he could finish, the beast's massive paw slammed down on him with the force of a freight train. The impact sent him rocketing through the air. He smashed into a nearby wall. The stone crumbling under the force of his impact, and he was driven deep into the rock, debris raining down around him. Tuck, tuck, seeing no sign of life, a twisted grin spread across the beast's muzzle. Jrrrllll, she growled, the sound low and guttural, almost a laugh, as she began to advance, her intent clear. She was going to tear him apart, piece by piece, and devour him. Just then, ding, survival rate, 46.3%, He. It her ts. It hurts, Leora. He. It really hurts. Aether's voice was weak, barely more than a whisper, but there was something in it, something dark and unsettling. The beast paused. Something was wrong. Without warning, her body moved on instinct, leaping to the side as a deep sense of dread filled her, even though she hadn't seen any immediate threat. A thin, red blade sliced through the air where she had stood just moments before, embedding itself deep into the wall with deadly precision. The beast's growl deepened, a rumble of fury as her muscles tensed. She turned her gaze towards the source of the attack, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the hole in the wall. Oceanic tempest, the voice that echoed through the mountain was cold and detached. Above, the sky hundreds of thin, red swords materialized, hovering in the air like a storm of blades. Each one poised and ready to strike. The beast's growl intensified. Her instincts still remembered how she was impaled by that thing. Crack, crack, as more debris fell from the shattered wall. Aether slowly emerged from the hole, his movements deliberate, his gaze cold and haughty. Thud, his feet hit the ground heavily, and he straightened, his eyes locking onto the beast that glared back at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Hee. Aether's smile was unsettling, a mix of dark amusement. His voice, though warm, held an edge of steel as he spoke. Damn woman, you really asked for this. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. With a snap, the hovering swords shot forward in unison, streaking through the air towards the wolf. The wolf growled a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the mountain. Her instincts screamed at her to move, to dodge the incoming attack, and she did so with speed and agility. Aether watched her with a cold, calculating gaze, a hint of satisfaction playing across his features as he observed her reactions. Twilight eclipse, he whispered. A white bow appeared in his hand. He took aim, his eyes narrowing as he focused on his target. With a swift release, the arrow shot forward to the mark. One of the red sword tips altered its trajectory, ricocheting off, as it stabbed into the wolf's leg. Howl! The wolf howled in pain, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Aether smirked, though he couldn't yet control those ethereal weapons with the finesse of Aquilina. He was learning, adapting with every moment, and this was just the beginning of his journey. Hee. Aether's grin widened, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he vanished, only to reappear before the monstrous wolf in an instant. The wolf, her instincts razor-sharp, lunged at him with a ferocity that could rip through steel, but Aether was ready. Increase level 39. Aether's hand shot out, catching the beast's massive jaws mere inches from his face. The raw strength of the wolf was immense. But Aether twisted his body, using her own momentum against her. With a powerful heave, he flung her away, her massive form crashing into the earth. The ground trembled as the wolf skidded to a halt, her claws digging deep into the rocky terrain to regain her balance. Grrll, she growled, low and dangerous, her eyes narrowing in fury at this defiant human. I know how to treat a beast, Aether taunted, his voice dripping with confidence. Come at me, he beckoned with a mocking smile, his hands moving swiftly as he summoned ice spears, launching them toward the wolf with deadly precision. The wolf dodged the icy projectiles with fluid grace. But just as she twisted to avoid the last spear, Aether used the bow again. Released it with a sharp twang of the bowstring. The arrow stabbed the wolf's ear, and she howled in agony. Are you in pain? Aether's voice dripped with feigned pity, his eyes gleaming with amusement. But then his expression shifted, darkened, as he pointed to his own bloodied, battered body. Me too, he whispered, his voice laced with a twisted kind of joy. The wolf snarled, her fury mounting as she glared at him, but then, boom, her wounded ear exploded, blood spraying across the battlefield as the agony ripped through her. Her ears blasted. Aether giggled, a sound both eerie and childlike in its delight. Told you. You're just a beast. Tang, chuck, chuck, tang, chuck. The battle that followed was nothing short of a savage dance, each movement filled with a lethal grace as they clashed. Blood sprayed across the rocky ground as wounds opened on both their bodies, yet neither relented. They fought with wild abandon, smiles etched onto their faces, fueled by the thrill of battle. The wolf, despite her superior strength, found herself both enraged and exhilarated by this man, a human, no less, who not only defied her but matched her blow for blow. Each second, he seemed to grow stronger, more confident, and she could see it in his eyes, that burning desire to win. To dominate, take that. Aether roared, flames bursting from his palms as he hurled them toward the wolf's face. the beast howled, the searing heat blinding her as she swatted at the flames with her massive paws. But Aether was relentless. Spears followed flames, and he moved like a wraith, his attacks a blur of fire and steel. The wolf leapt into the air, preparing to strike. But just as she was about to descend upon him with the force of a falling meteor, she realized. Aether was gone. Confusion flashed through her mind, her eyes scanning the battlefield for any sign of him. Then, a voice, teasing and playful, reached her ears. "Are you looking for me?" Aether was perched atop her. His grip tight on her fur as he slammed her head down with a force that would have shattered stone. Boom, the ground shook, but the wolf barely felt it. "Not feeling that, huh?" Aether's smile grew darker, more sinister. "Let's see how you handle this. Increase level, boom, increase level, boom, HOWWWWWW." The wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain as her head began to feel unsteady, her vision blurring into a disorienting haze. Aether smirked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of satisfaction and sadistic pleasure. Just as he leapt gracefully from her back, the air was filled with a series of chuck, 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 chuck. The red swords pierced through her four powerful legs in perfect synchronization, pinning her massive body to the ground. HHOWWWLLLLLLL. The wolf howled, her voice filled with a mixture of rage and desperation. Blood pooled beneath her, her once mighty body trembling as she tried to break free from the swords that held her down. But even as she struggled, something flickered in her eyes. A spark of recognition. Aether. The voice that came from the beast was weak, trembling with a mixture of confusion and pain. Leora's consciousness had returned, her eyes wide as they took in the devastation around her. The shattered ground, the blood-soaked earth, and her own bloody body. She tried to move, but her limbs refused to obey, every inch of her aching with the effort. She looked up at a man who stood over her with a cold, calculating gaze, a small smile playing on his bloodied lips. He was a sight to behold, covered in blood, his body a canvas of wounds, yet he stood tall with pride and haughtiness. "Leora, you made me bleed." His voice was a seductive purr, sending shivers down her spine despite the pain. I really couldn't win against this weak man." Ah, she thought. Aether, despite being undeniably weaker in raw power and levels far below Leora's, stood tall, winning her. "Finally, I accept my defeat." Her voice was frail, but there was no sadness in her tone. Instead, it was filled with a swelling pride in herself for finding such a worthy partner and pride in him for his relentless spirit. Her heart swelled, knowing that this incredible, tenacious man was hers. Even more, there was a silent determination burning in her eyes, a flicker of excitement that hadn't been there before. She vowed, deep within her fading consciousness, that one day she would defeat him. As her mind slipped into unconsciousness, she knew she had found someone truly extraordinary. 4000 AP, 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 error, sigh, warning, reached 495,000 AP. Hereafter, only the seduction completion point will be considered. Aether glanced at the pitiful log that appeared before him. But he dismissed it with a small sigh. He looked down at Leora who was about to die. He uttered, "Blessed Aegis." Chapter 372 Third Round. Blessed Aegis was something that Aether got from Helena, her most desired weapon, though calling it a weapon was a stretch. It was something entirely different, something that defined her. Healing magic. A soft black dome shimmered around Aether and Leora. Slowly, the magic went to work. Aether watched as the cuts and bruises on their bodies began to close, their ragged breathing evening out. It wasn't as swift or powerful as Helena's magic, but it was working. The wounds were healing. Aether's eyes softened with relief. He reached out and gently ruffled Leora's silky hair, feeling the strands slip through his fingers like fine threads of shadow. She lay sprawled across his lap, unconscious but peaceful, her face now serene. She had reverted to her normal form the moment her consciousness slipped away, and now Aether could see the marks of their battle etched into her skin. The wounds he had caused. A pang of guilt clenched his heart. "This is the worst," he thought, his chest tightening, "and I was the one who did this to her." sure she hurt him but he did more to her. If not for the healing magic, she might have died. He glanced down at his own hands, bloodied and trembling slightly. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as a thought crossed his mind, looks like I can hold my ground against someone, twice my level, but then he shook his head, no, she has a golden aptitude. That's still below rainbow aptitude. I've got a lot of growing to do. Despite the grim situation, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes, the black dome around them pulsed gently, and Aether's lips curled into a faint smile. He had gained healing magic, and now, he wouldn't have to worry so much about getting hurt. No more wasting time and money on healing potions. Helena had given him a precious gift. I wonder if she's finally calmed down. Aether mused, his thoughts drifting to Helena. Hoping that her emotions had subsided, just then, a soft sound broke the silence. HNN. Leora groaned, her eyes fluttering open. Aether's hand was already in her hair, gently stroking. His eyes locked onto hers, warm and intense. Leora's eyes, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, took a moment to focus. When they did, a small, tired smile spread across her lips. It seems you didn't abandon this bitchy woman who forced you to a fight and... Her voice wavered, the smile fading as her brows drew together. Even tried to kill you. Her words hung in the air, heavy with guilt. She knew what she'd done was reckless, unreasonable, and driven by the primal feelings that overtook her. Aether held her gaze, his expression softening. Yes, it was a little bitchy, he admitted, his voice gentle yet teasing. But then he leaned in closer, his eyes never leaving hers. But it came from the woman I've fallen for. So, I accept everything about you. Leora's breath hitched. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the heat of his words spreading through her like wildfire. She turned her head, unable to hold his gaze any longer, her heart pounding in her chest. What? What is that? She asked, her voice wavering as she gestured weakly at the dome around them, desperate to shift the conversation away from her vulnerable state. Aether's smile grew as he looked at the dome. My ability. I suppose, he said with a shrug as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He wasn't wrong, maybe a little. Leora gave him a puzzled look, her eyes narrowing. Healing magic is rare. Especially one that creates a dome like this. And why is it black? Most healing magic is light. She trailed off, trying to understand him, trying to understand what made him so different. Aether was unlike anyone she had ever met, unpredictable, enigmatic, and deeply powerful. Aether chuckled softly, his fingers still playing with her hair. I don't know, he admitted, his eyes twinkling with mystery. Maybe I'm just special. A comfortable silence settled between them. The dome's soft hum filled the air. A soothing backdrop to their quiet conversation. Aether's touch was gentle and comforting, his hand warm against her head. Should we book a room? Aether asked softly, his voice laced with knowing. He could feel the tension between them. He knew what was coming next. Leora's cheeks flushed even deeper, a vivid red spreading across her face. She swallowed hard, her pride warring with her desire. Why? As she looked around, this place is fine. Find more chapters on Empire. Aether shook his head gently, his eyes drifting to their torn, bloodied clothes and the grime that covered their bodies. There was no way he would let their first time be in a place like this, no matter how much he wanted her. Look at us, he said softly, pointing to their tattered appearances. There's no way I'm doing it here. Leora's eyes followed his hand, taking in the state of their clothes and skin. As much as she wanted to let her primal instincts take over, she was still a woman. A woman who wanted to show her best self to the mate she had chosen. She nodded. They moved as soon as they fully healed. Inside one of the most lavish rooms in the Grand Hotel, Aether sat on the edge of a plush, king-sized bed, wearing only a bathrobe. He had spared no expense. He was fucking rich. Aether's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the bathroom door swing open. Leora stepped out. Wearing a bathrobe that clung to her curves, her damp hair falling over her shoulders, she looked like a goddess stepping out of the mist, her skin still glistening with droplets of water. His eyes devoured her, taking in every inch of her body as if he were seeing her for the first time. Leora caught the intensity in his eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She felt her own desire surge, a deep, aching need that pulsed through her veins. Aether's hair, normally dark, was now a natural white, and something about this change made him look even more irresistible. She didn't ask why, didn't need to know the reason, she was drawn to the truth of him, to this side that felt raw and untamed. Leora's lips curled into a seductive smile. Slowly, teasingly, she reached up and loosened the knot of her bathrobe, letting the fabric slip from her shoulders. Aether's eyes followed every movement, his gaze heavy with desire. As the bathrobe slipped from her shoulders, Aether's eyes were riveted by the sight of the gorgeous woman before him. Her wet hair clung to her neck, with droplets of water glistening on her skin. Each bead of water seemed to move in slow motion, starting at her shoulders and gliding over her curvy, full breasts. The droplets traced the smooth curve of her bust, lingering for a moment at the peaks of her nipples, which stood erect and eager for attention. It was like watching a roller coaster poised at the top before plunging into a wild descent, the tension building as the droplets hovered at the tip of her nipples, twitching slightly with her shallow breaths. Finally, the droplet slid down with a quick, almost reckless speed over the gentle swell of her breasts. It continued its journey, gliding over the flat plane of her abdomen, where her muscles subtly flexed, revealing a hint of toned pecs beneath her soft, delicate skin. The droplet moved as if guided by an unseen hand, eagerly tracing each gentle curve and dip of her body. Before disappearing into the small cute lovely bush, it was unable to reach the beautiful flower. Gulp, Aether swallowed hard, the sound audible in the quiet room. His eyes were locked on the sight of Leora's glistening, trembling flower, her pussy wet and slick with arousal. Her lovely nectar was already dripping from her core, leaving a shining trail down her inner thighs. Leora's lips curved into a satisfied smile as she noticed his reaction, the outline of his cock pressing against his robe, the fabric tinted by his hardness. Slowly, sensuously, she licked her lips, her eyes never leaving his. Each step she took toward him was deliberate, her hips swaying with a natural, enticing rhythm, her tail adding to the allure of her movements. She came to a stop in front of him. Her flower so close that he could smell something, a weird scent that made his mind go hazy with lust. His shaft twitched, a bead of precum leaking out, soaking through the thin fabric of his robe. Is she releasing pheromones? Aether wondered. Leora's expression was amused, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she looked down at him. His hands moved almost instinctively, sliding up to rest on her hips, his fingers pressing into the soft flesh. Leora's smile widened, and she leaned forward, about to straddle his lap when she felt it. Ah, Leora moaned, her voice soft yet filled with urgency. Aether's fingers grazed over her wet, swollen folds. WHMM. Leora's breath hitched, her body trembling under his touch. Aether's fingers moved with a slow, teasing motion, tracing the outer edges of her pussy. Every stroke sent shivers through her, making her shudder. Then, without warning, his fingers dipped inside her, sliding deep into her warm, wet core. Ah, she gasped. The sensation of his fingers filling her, stretching her, sent waves of pleasure crashing over her. Her eyes fluttered closed, a deep, guttural moan escaping her lips as she surrendered to the pleasure. Aether's own breath was ragged, his cock throbbing with need as he felt her tight, slick heat clenching around his fingers. Ether. He curled his fingers inside her, searching for that perfect spot. When he found it, her back arched, a sharp cry of pleasure escaping her. Leora's moans filled the room, her hips grinding against his hand, seeking more. Her hands gripped his shoulders, nails digging into his skin as her legs weakened, trembling. Aether's eyes darkened with lust as he watched her unravel. He licked his lips, then slowly leaned forward, his tongue flicking out to taste her. The moment his tongue brushed her folds, a shiver ran through her spine. Her moan was loud, raw with the sudden pleasure. She almost came right there, from the simple touch of his tongue against her sensitive lips. Her eyes widened in surprise, but before she could utter a word, Aether's hands grabbed her thighs, pulling her closer. With his face buried in her groin, Aether's lips and tongue played with her pussy, teasing her wet, needy entrance. His tongue traced her slit, then flicked over her clit, sending jolts of pleasure through her body. Leora's moans grew louder, each sound escaping her lips a mixture of need and frustration. Ah eth ah ymmmitt fuck. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, her fingers tangling in his hair. Aether's hands slid around to her ass, kneading her soft flesh as his tongue continued its assault. He nibbled on her clit, sucking gently, then harder. Making her shiver with excitement and pain, Aether lifted one of her legs, spreading her wider, giving him a better view of her glistening pussy. He devoured her hungrily, his tongue exploring every inch of her, drinking in her sweet nectar. The taste was intoxicating, and he could feel her pheromones, her need for him, flooding his senses. Leora's moans became desperate, her hips bucking against his face. Her hands tightened in his hair, pulling him closer as his skilled tongue drove her to the edge. Her ass trembled under his touch, every lick and suck making her body tense. Fuck, Leora cried out, her voice strained. Aether's fingers had slid back, teasing her other entrance. She hadn't expected this. The sensation was new, and strange, but it only heightened her pleasure. Her hips trembled, her muscles clenching as she neared her climax. Splash, splash, slurp, slurp, she came hard, her pussy clenching around his tongue, her juices flooding his mouth. Aether drank it down greedily, his lips pressed firmly against her, sucking every drop of her nectar. He caught her as her body went limp, her head falling onto his chest. Leora panted, her cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy with afterglow. Her head rested against his chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps. With a red face, she managed to murmur. I will win, this time. I need your cock. Her voice was weak, but the fire of determination still flickered in her eyes. Her hands slipped into the robe. His laugh had a dark, knowing edge that made her shiver. Chapter 373. She lost again, but loved it. Slurp, slurp. Aether's mouth moved hungrily over Leora's busty breasts, his tongue swirling around her hard, protruding nipples. Milky, Aether thought as he sucked greedily, savoring every moment even though no actual milk flowed from her. The thought of it, the scent, her previous scent. MILF. Made his member throb even more. Slow mmhh. Leora's voice was breathy, her moans spilling out as she sat on Aether's lap. Her hips rocked slightly, her slick folds brushing against his hard cock, which she held in her hands. Her fingers wrapped around his shaft, stroking him with slow, deliberate movements. She could feel him twitching in her grasp. Aether's eyes were half-lidded with lust, his mouth occupied with her luscious breasts. He kissed every inch of them, marking her skin with his lips, leaving faint red trails as he moved. His tongue flicked over her nipples before he sucked them into his mouth, his teeth grazing the sensitive peaks. Leora's hands continued to rub his cock, feeling the heat and hardness pulsing in her palms. Aether's groans vibrated against her skin, each sound sending a jolt of pleasure straight to her core. She loved the way he was so obsessed with her breasts, his hands squeezing them together, his fingers pinching her nipples just hard enough to make her gasp. Aether's hands slid beneath her breasts, lifting them slightly as his lips trailed to the sensitive underbobes. He kissed and licked there, exploring every curve, every soft expanse of skin. His fingers played with her nipples, pulling and twisting them gently, making her whimper. So, good. Leora's voice was a whisper, her words broken by moans as her pleasure built. Her ass trembled against his lap, her thighs squeezing around his hips as his mouth worshipped. Her breasts. He could feel her getting wetter, her juices smearing against his cock with each grind of her hips. Aether's mouth moved back up to her nipples, sucking harder this time, his tongue flicking against the sensitive buds. Lick thumb at Aether. Leora's head fell back, her long hair cascading down her back. Her nails dug into his shoulders, holding him close as her hips rocked faster. The feel of his cock, hard and ready, against her soft folds made her shiver with anticipation. I want your cock right now. Leora lifted his head and said with an eager and sultry tone. Aether smiled as his sliver thread formed between his lips and nipple. He then guided his cock toward her entrance. The tip brushed against her wet folds, and they both shuddered at the sensation. Leora's hand slid up his chest, nails grazing his skin as she positioned herself over him. Slowly, she sank down, taking him inside her inch by inch. The feel of him filling her, stretching her, made her gasp. Aether's eyes locked onto hers, his hands tightening on her hips as he pushed up, meeting her downward movement. Leora, you're so tight, Aether groaned, his voice trembling. He felt her walls clenching around him, her body adjusting to his size, and the sensation was almost too much. Fuck, Leora's scream filled the room as Aether's thick, throbbing cock stretched her tight. Wet pussy to its limits, every inch of him pulsed with raw desire, her insides clinging to him as he pushed deeper, her juices flooding out, soaking his shaft and dripping down onto the sheets. Their breaths were hot and ragged. Both were on the verge of release, and the electric tension between them was so intense that it was almost painful. They locked eyes, lust and hunger burning in their gazes before their lips curled up. Finally we became one, Leora moaned, her voice a sultry whisper. She leaned in, crashing her lips against his, devouring his mouth with wild hunger. Her hands roamed over his broad shoulders, down his back, her nails digging into his flesh as she pulled him closer. Her large, soft breasts pressed against his chest, her nipples hard and aching for attention as they rubbed against him. Aether's hands gripped her juicy ass, his fingers sinking into the soft flesh as he began to move her against him, each slow, deliberate thrust driving his cock deeper inside her. Leora's moans grew louder, more desperate, as her pussy tightened around him, milking his shaft with every stroke. Her hips rolled against him, grinding. Her clit against the base of his shaft, the friction sending sparks of pleasure through her. Aether's cock slid in and out of her slick folds, each thrust scraping against her sensitive inner walls. Driving her wild with need, her pussy juices flowed freely, coating his cock, making it glide even more smoothly, the wet, sloppy sounds echoing through the room, a symphony of lust. Leora broke the kiss with a gasp, her lips swollen and glistening from their rough, passionate embrace. She threw her head back, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exposing the delicate curve of her throat as she moaned loudly. Aether took the opportunity to lean down, his mouth finding her neck, kissing, biting, and sucking the sensitive skin. Yes, his hands roamed up her sides, his thumbs brushing against the undersides of her breasts before he cupped them. Squeezing them firmly, his fingers teasing her hardened nipples. More. Leora panted, her voice trembling with need. Before they knew it, the pleasure became too much to bear, their bodies trembling with the effort to hold back. Leora felt Aether's cock twitch inside her, sending electric pulses of pleasure through her body. She broke the kiss, panting heavily, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. Whoever comes first is the loss here. Aether returned her grin, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Then let's see who comes first, he growled, his voice thick with lust and challenge, before suddenly standing up, lifting her easily, his cock still buried deep inside her. Ahem. Leora's eyes flew open as she felt Aether's cock thrust even deeper, the head of his thick rod pressing against her cervix, sending shockwaves of pleasure that made her entire body tremble. Her legs instinctively wrapped around his hips, her hands clinging to his neck. Aether grinned down at her, his eyes filled with raw, animalistic desire, as he held her plush ass tightly, lifting her up and down on his cock with powerful, relentless strokes. As he began to thrust harder, faster, his cock pounding into her, stretching her insides, making her pussy clench around him desperately. Leora's eyes rolled back, lost in the overwhelming pleasure as Aether continued to pound her. His cock slamming deep into her core, nearly breaking her mind with the intensity. Her tongue lolled out as she moaned uncontrollably, her body trembling with every thrust, her pussy gripping him tightly, milking his shaft as he drove her closer and closer to her breaking point. As if she wanted his seeds inside her. I want it, but she was determined to make him lose first. With the last of her sanity, she clenched her pussy tight around him, squeezing his cock so hard it was almost impossible for him to move. Aether groaned, his balls swelling with the need to release, the pressure building inside him almost unbearable. He wanted to give her everything. To flood her with his seed. Yet he knew if he gave in now, she would win, which was absolutely he could not let. Continue your journey with Empire, increase strength, one strength, feeling the surge of energy distracting his body, he used it to his advantage, thrusting even harder into her, driving his cock deeper, his eyes locked on hers as she struggled to keep control. Leora was taken aback, the intense pleasure nearly driving her insane. She had been sure she would make him come first, but now, as his cock scraped against her deepest parts, she wasn't so sure. Her flower trembled with fear and lust, her pussy leaking even more nectar, the slick juices dripping onto the floor. But she was determined not to lose. With a seductive, desperate whisper, she leaned close to his ear. "Come for me, darling," she purred, biting his earlobe, her voice a mixture of command and plea. Aether's cock throbbed violently inside her, the need to release becoming unbearable. But just as he was about to lose control, he gritted his teeth, determined to hold on. Seeing Aether's trembling to hold back, Leora smirked, sensing his impending defeat. She was about to whisper another taunt when Aether suddenly pushed her back against the wall, his strong hands gripping her hips as he began to thrust into her with renewed vigor. Leora's eyes widened in surprise, her body arching against the wall as Aether's cock pounded into her, each thrust sending shockwaves of pleasure through her. But he wasn't done yet. Increase strength, 1 strength, increase strength, 1 strength, increase strength, 1 strength, increase charm, 1 charm, increase strength, 1 strength, increase magic, 1 magic, It was not like increasing his attributes helped him to hold back, rather it helped him to distract his mind and body just enough to delay the inevitable. To keep pounding her harder and harder, pushing her closer and closer to the edge. Leora's mind finally shattered under the relentless onslaught of pleasure. She couldn't hold back anymore. Her orgasm hit her like a tidal wave, her pussy clenching hard around Aether's cock as she squirted her nectar, the juices spraying out, soaking his cock and dripping down her thighs. Aether pulled out his cock, and her pussy spasmed even more vigorously, her entire body twitched and trembled. Aether watched her with a triumphant grin, enjoying the sight, her pussy convulsing as if she were peeing herself, her juices coating his cock. Leora panted heavily, her hazy eyes meeting Aether's. Despite the overwhelming pleasure, she saw the victorious glint in his eyes. "Why you won again?" She panted, her voice filled with a mixture of exhaustion and awe. She had lost, utterly defeated in both the fight and the lovemaking, and yet she loved it. The way he had taken her, without mercy, had left her body trembling with aftershocks of pleasure. "However, beg," Aether said with a wicked smile. Leora snapped out of her pleasure and frowned. "What did you say?" "I said beg me," Aether said with a twisted smile as he rubbed his cock around her folds but not inserting. Leora's flower trembled but frowned. "Beg you? That will not happen even if I die," she retorted furiously. How could she beg? Her pride would not allow it. "Is that so? Then I will use something else," Aether growled with a predatory grin, before plunging his still hard, vigorous shaft into her asshole. "Only your asshole gets it. 5000 Chapter 374 Every H #E is a G #L, drip, 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 a thick, white liquid dripped onto the floor, the sound echoing in the room as Leora's body trembled beneath Aether. Her asshole still stretched and leaking his hot cum, pulsed with residual pleasure. Leora's voice was shaky, her face flushed a deep crimson as she panted heavily, trying to comprehend what had just happened. She gazed up at Aether, who was intently watching her asshole, still quivering from his intense thrusts. She couldn't believe it. Aether had filled her ass with his cum instead of her aching, throbbing flower. Aether's wicked smile sent a shiver down her spine. He leaned in close, capturing her lips in a slow, heated kiss before whispering against her swollen lips, "I told you, didn't I? Beg. Beg for my cum in your pussy." Leora's face burned with a mix of embarrassment and anger. How dare he tease her like this, toy with her desires? How dare you? Her protest was cut short by a gasp as Aether's thick shaft slid against her sensitive, swollen clit, sending jolts of pleasure through her. "Don't you want this inside you, my hot cum?" Aether's voice was a dark purr, his cockhead teasing the entrance to her slick, desperate pussy. He moved with deliberate slowness, letting her feel every inch of him, but holding back from giving her what she truly craved. Leora's pussy clenched in response, her inner walls aching to be filled. She bit her lip, determined to resist him. "I won't beg," she declared, though her voice quivered with the need she couldn't fully suppress. Aether's grin only widened at her defiance. He guided her to the bed, positioning her on all fours, her ass high in the air, his cum still dripping from her stretched asshole. Her body trembled with anticipation, her nipples hard and aching, her pussy throbbing with unmet need. "Are you sure you won't beg?" Aether asked one last time, his hands gripping her ass cheeks, spreading them as he rubbed his cock along her butt crack, teasing both her holes. Leora flinched. Her ass shaking slightly, but her gaze remained strong. "I am sure," she declared, though her resolve was slipping with every teasing touch. Aether chuckled darkly, an uncanny laugh that sent a thrill of both fear and excitement through Lyram. "I know how to tame a beast," he murmured, his cockhead pressing against her asshole once more before. "Aya!" Leora's scream echoed through the room as Aether plunged his shaft back into her ass, pounding her with renewed vigor. Her ass jiggled with each powerful thrust, the sensation overwhelming her, a mix of pleasure and pain invading her mind. Her pussy trembled even more, leaking her arousal as her asshole was mercilessly fucked. Ah ma no eth, the pleasure was intense, confusing. Her pussy, despite not being filled, was reacting as if it was, her juices flowing freely, her clit throbbing with need. Drip, drip, small squirts of her arousal joined the growing pool beneath her, each one a testament to how much her body craved more. Aether noticed her pussy's reaction and smirked. Without warning, slap, hinning, Leora's eyes widened in shock as Aether slapped her ass, the stinging sensation adding another layer of pleasure to her already overwhelmed senses. She turned her head, glaring at him, but Aether's amused expression only deepened. "Do you like it in your ass?" he asked teasingly. His gaze flicking to the puddle forming beneath her dripping pussy. Leora's cheeks turned beet red. "Of course not." Are you insane? No man uses that hole. And no woman like it." She shouted, her voice trembling with both indignation and the undeniable pleasure coursing through her. Aether's grin was wicked as he leaned closer, his breath hot against her long wolf ear. "No man. Then who am I?" "Ha ha ha." His laughter vibrated against her skin as he drove his cock deeper into her ass, his pace relentless. "Huf." Leora gasped, feeling her asshole stretch around his thick cock, her pussy trembling uncontrollably as the pressure built inside her. And then, splash, she came, hard, her juices squirting out in a powerful burst, her body trembling as the orgasm rocked through her. Aether smirked, his hand coming down on her ass again, the sharp slap making her yelp. "I do see a woman who likes it," he teased, his voice low and taunting. Leora's face turned even redder, shame and embarrassment flooding her as her body betrayed her so thoroughly. Her lips trembled, wanting to deny it, to shout that she didn't like it, yet, mama, moans of pure pleasure escaped her lips, her body reacting with excitement despite the shame. She couldn't help it, every thrust, every slap, every teasing word sent her spiraling deeper into pleasure. Seeing her not answering, Aether leaned closer, his voice gentle yet teasing. "You like it," he whispered as he circled his hips, grinding his cock inside her. "Aha!" Leora's back arched, her mouth falling open in a silent scream of pleasure. She immediately covered her mouth, trying to stifle the humiliating sounds, but it was no use, her body was betraying her completely. Hikkk, Leora flinched when Aether suddenly pulled her tail, the unexpected sensation sending a shockwave through her entire system. Her asshole clenched around his cock, her pussy tightening in response, her whole body trembling with the intensity of it all. Aether groaned, his pace quickening as he felt the tightness around him. "I'm coming," he warned, his voice rough with impending release. "No. Not again." Leora tried to plead, but it was too late. She could feel him swell inside her, and with a final, deep thrust, he came, his hot cum flooding her asshole once more, the warmth spreading through her. Leora's body was on fire, the hot sensation in her ass nearly overwhelming her senses. It felt like Aether's cock had invaded every inch of her, but she craved more. Something deeper, something that would fill the aching emptiness in her womb. Her teary eyes glared at Aether, who only smirked, his wicked grin twisting something inside her. He pulled out, and just when she thought she could catch her breath, he cruelly teased her swollen asshole with the tip of his cock. Oh! Leora screamed, her voice filled with desperation. She wanted in her pussy. Aether paused, savoring the power he held over her. His shaft moved below and brushed against her clit, drawing out a sharp gasp. He leaned in, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered, "Where do you want it now?" Leora's mind was a whirl of conflicting emotions, anger, humiliation, and an overwhelming, undeniable desire. She wanted to retort, to maintain her pride, but the smirk on Aether's face made it clear that he would keep tormenting her, keep teasing her ass if she didn't give in. Finally, with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with pitiful tears, she broke, "I in my pussy." Aether's grin widened as he shook his head, leaning in until his lips brushed against her ear. His voice was a dark, seductive whisper that made her shiver. "Say it properly," he commanded, his fingers grazing her folds, sending jolts of pleasure through her body. "Ah," Leora bit her lip, her voice shaky as she gave in, Please, plunge your sea-cock into my pussy and fill my womb with your hot cum." Aether chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Good girl," he whispered before pushing her onto all fours, her ass high in the air, her pussy dripping with anticipation. His hand slid down her spine, his fingers teasing every inch of her sensitive skin, before grabbing her tail and giving it a firm, possessive tug. Leora moaned loudly as her body responded to the tug, her pussy clenching with need. Aether's lips trailed down her back, kissing and licking her spine, sending waves of pleasure through her. He paused at her underarm, his tongue flicking out to tease the sensitive skin there, drawing a shuddering gasp from Leora. His fingers found her asshole, slipping inside with ease as he teased her from the inside out. "Ah no," Leora whimpered, but the desire in her voice was unmistakable. Her body trembled under his touch, her clit throbbing as he worked her over, his fingers sliding in and out of her asshole while his cock rubbed against her dripping folds. He used his water magic to clean his vigorous shaft neatly. Without another moment's hesitation, he plunged his cock deep into her dripping, needy pussy, filling her completely, and, 5,000 AP, ding, survival rate, 51.3%, ding, congratulations on completing the mission, seduce Leora Darkfang, ding. Reward, 100,000 affection points, reward, skill Eternus storage, ding. Leora Darkfang has reached the threshold and is now removed from the affection list, remaining 2,050,032 AP. Leora's scream was one of pure, unfiltered relief. The intense ache in her womb finally subsided as Aether's cock filled her, each thrust hitting just the right spot, making her see stars. Ah yes, right there. Ah, Leora cried out, her eyes rolling back in her head as she felt the tension inside her snap. Her orgasm hit her like a freight train, her pussy clenching hard around Aether's cock, her juices squirting out, soaking his hand, his cock, and the sheets beneath them. Her body convulsed with the force of her climax, her screams of pleasure echoing through the room, but it was far from over. Without warning, Aether thrust back into her asshole again. Leora gasped in surprise. The dual sensations overwhelmed her, her mind unable to process the pleasure crashing through her. Leora's cries filled the air as Aether alternated between her pussy and asshole, never giving her a moment to recover. His hands found her breasts, squeezing her nipples between his fingers, pulling and teasing them until she was on the verge of madness. His hand reached out, grabbing her tail and biting down on its sensitive tip. "And not my tail, Laha." Leora's tail twitched with every thrust, her body begging for more even as her mind struggled to keep up. Aether's teeth found her ear, biting down gently before licking along her neck, leaving a trail of wet kisses down her back. "Please, come inside, homie." Leora's voice was a breathless whisper, her body trembling with the need to be filled, but before he could come, she splash, squelch, splash, squelch. Leora's body convulsed as a shiver ran down her spine, finally a powerful climax that made her entire body tremble. But Aether showed no mercy, his cock plunging deeper into her pussy, his pace growing even rougher. It was brutal, and yet, she loved it more than anything. While her lower spasming, Aether smirked against her skin, all in good time, he whispered before pushing her down flat on the bed. He climbed over her, positioning his cock at her entrance again, but this time, he thrust into her mouth, filling it with his length. MMFFF, Leora gagged slightly, but the sensation only heightened her arousal. Her hands moved to her pussy, rubbing her clit in desperate circles as Aether fucked her mouth. His cock slid in and out, the taste of his precum and her juices filling her senses, driving her wild with need. Aether groaned, the sight of Leora's lips wrapped around his cock pushing him closer to the edge. His hand gripped her hair, guiding her movements as he thrust deep, hitting the back of her throat. Take it all, error, he growled, pulling out of her mouth only to slam into her pussy, his cock throbbing with the need to release. Yes, Leora moaned, her voice muffled as she sucked on his fingers, her hips bucking against him. Aether didn't hold back. His cock plunged deep into her asshole. Then her pussy, and finally back into her mouth, filling her completely, driving her to the brink of madness. Leora's body trembled, her mind barely able to comprehend the pleasure assaulting her from every angle. She felt him twitch inside her, the telltale sign that he was close. Come in me, she begged, her voice a desperate plea. Please fill me up. Of course, darling. His hand wrapped around her neck, gripping just enough to make her feel the pressure, and he pulled her into a fierce, possessive kiss as he continued to pound her harder. Why yes mama. Leora's muffled moans were desperate, her voice trembling with need and surrender. Aether was breaking her, claiming every part of her body, leaving no place untouched. She belonged to him, utterly and completely. Error. Leora's body stiffened as a hot flood of liquid filled her trembling womb, the sensation triggering another intense climax. Her pussy clenched around Aether's cock, milking every drop of his release. But it wasn't over. And no ascends I am still sensitive Leora's breath came in ragged gasps as Aether continued to pound her, his cock still rock hard inside her, not just her pussy but also her asshole and her mouth. You're mine, every inch of you. Hearing that deep possessive tone, Leora's body trembled even more, the realization dawned on her. A mix of fear and thrill coursing through her, she finally understood who the real beast was here, and it was too late to turn back now. Fuck, Chapter 375. A true masterpiece. Aquarius Naiadae Empire. Hiss, tisk. Empress Marisandra clicked her tongue, her frustration palpable as she reached out toward Snowflake, the small snake cradled carefully in the arms of her maid. Celestia, why won't this thing come to me? Her tone was sharp. Celestia let out an awkward chuckle. She glanced down at the creature in her arms, its beady eyes watching the Empress with what could only be described as an amused gleam. Perhaps, she began carefully, choosing her words. She doesn't appreciate being called a thing. Your Majesty. The Empress's frown deepened. Leaning back against the plush cushions of her bed, she sighed, shifting her gaze to the stack of reports waiting for her attention. A lot going on. She mused as her eyes scanned the reports, but her eyes kept straying to Snowflake, who was now happily entwining itself around Celestia's fingers, completely ignoring the Empress. Celestia's voice broke the silence, a gentle reminder of the conversation they had earlier. Your Majesty, Aether is still unconscious due to the incident. I've been taking care of Snowflake for the time being. The Empress nodded absent-mindedly, her attention barely on Celestia's words. I see, fat there. Snowflake's tiny, lonely voice cut through the room. Celestia smiled, she gently stroked the top of Snowflake's head, her touch tender and soothing. Your father, Aether, is resting now, she explained softly. You'll see him soon, little one. Really? Yes, Snowflake hissed, this time with a tone of happiness. The Empress, however, couldn't share in the lightness of the moment. She returned to the reports with a growing sense of unease. Why are there no abnormal activities around Aether? She thought, her brows furrowing in confusion. Usually, the reports would contain at least one strange occurrence, whether it was Aether feeding wild animals, talking to himself in the dead of night, or, more often than not, being chased by some creature or another. But now, nothing. Has he finally turned normal, or? She couldn't finish the thought. The idea of Aether being anything other than his usual unpredictable self was almost more concerning than his odd behaviors. She cast a sidelong glance at Celestia. "How is my daughter?" Celestia stopped playing with Snowflake, her expression becoming more formal as she addressed the Empress. "The princess is doing exceptionally well, Your Majesty. She's excelling in her academics, and during the recent crisis, she performed admirably." "Just as you would expect," the Empress nodded. A small, proud smile tugging at her lips. But before she could allow herself to fully bask in this moment of maternal pride, Celestia's voice wavered, however. Celestia hesitated, the Empress's gaze sharpened her instincts on high alert, however. "What?" Celestia bit her lip, her pale face betraying the anxiety she felt. "She's been acting strangely around Aether." The Empress's frown returned. "What do you mean, strangely?" Celestia's hands trembled slightly as she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "The princess. She's been getting closer to Aether." "Closer? Why yes," Celestia stammered, "she's been hugging his hand, kissing his cheeks. And, gulp," Celestia swallowed hard. The sound audible in the heavy stillness of the room, are rubbing his thighs. For a moment, the Empress said nothing. Her face was an unreadable mask. Finally, the Empress spoke. "Did this start after Kai kissed that commoner girl?" The question was posed with a chilling calm. She had already sent a notice to the Velk family for answers regarding their son's actions. Celestia nodded, her head bowing slightly as if in apology. "Why yes, Your Majesty. Ever since that day, she's been acting closer to Aether." The Empress's mind whirled with conflicting thoughts. Is she trying to make Kai jealous? The idea seemed absurd at first. Her daughter was far too intelligent, too calculated to act out of petty jealousy. And yet, no, that can't be it. She's my daughter, she wouldn't stoop to such behavior. Would she? The thoughts tumbled over each other, but before she could reach any conclusion, Celestia's voice cut through once more. "Your Majesty. I might have an idea." The Empress's gaze snapped back to her, eyes sharp as daggers. "Speak." When it comes to her daughter, she was dead serious. Celestia took a deep breath. "And maybe she's simply curious about the male body." The Empress didn't immediately respond, rather her expression was one of contemplation. She knew, perhaps better than anyone, that curiosity, whether innocent or not, was a natural part of growing up. Male or female, anyone can become curious about the other. It's all part of puberty. But before she could ponder further, Celestia added, her voice barely more than a whisper, "Or she might be seeing Aether in a different way." The Empress's expression hardened instantly, her thoughts snapping into sharp focus. Celestia smiled inwardly. She had delivered exactly as Aether had asked. She wondered why he was doing this. Shouldn't he capture the princess's heart and body secretly, without her mother knowing? Otherwise, it would become hard for him to pursue the Empress. However, only Aether knew what he was doing. Well, whatever. She shrugged. She believed her chosen man would do the impossible. Possible, could it be? Empress didn't want to finish the thought, didn't want to acknowledge the possibility that her daughter might be developing feelings for Aether. She let the silence stretch, a cold dread settling in her chest, before asking her maid to retrieve something from the royal magicians. Celestia bowed and hurried from the room, leaving Snowflake behind. The small snake watched the Empress with unblinking eyes, its tiny body still as stone. "What?" Empress asked. Snowflake simply stared at her and slowly, cautiously, the little snake began to slither towards her. The Empress's eyes widened in surprise. She lowered her hand, hesitantly offering it to Snowflake. The creature paused as if considering, before finally coiling itself around her fingers, its body warm and surprisingly soft. The Empress smiled, a genuine, gentle curve of her lips as she lifted Snowflake closer to her face. As she examined the snake, she noticed something she hadn't before, 4 stars embedded in the golden crystal on its head. "She's around level 60. Ah," the Empress realized, "what on earth has Aether been feeding you, little one?" Hiss, cute. The thought burst forth and a faint blush dusted her cheeks. But as she gazed at Snowflake, she couldn't help but notice the intensity of the little snake's stare. "Why are you staring at me, little girl?" the Empress asked. Her voice a tender murmur as she gently rubbed her finger under Snowflake's head, eliciting a soft purr from the creature before Mudhair. For a moment, the Empress was frozen, her mind struggling to process what she had just heard. Had the little snake just called her mother? Ding, 600 AP, survival rate, 51.2%, what the hell are you teaching, brat? Empress suddenly shouted, her voice filled with a mix of fury, disbelief, and something else. Her cheeks turned bright red. Back at the academy, has the bell been reconstructed? The principal asked, her voice firm as she walked through the ruins of the academy. Delphine, who had been overseeing the restoration efforts. Yes, principal. The bell has been fully reconstructed, and the other buildings will take about 3 or more days to be completed. The principal nodded in response, her gaze sweeping over the scene before her. The reconstruction team was working tirelessly, their dedication evident in every stroke of a hammer and every brick laid. The academy was set to be restored within a week. A feat that was remarkably fast considering the extent of the damage. But for the principal, felt agonizingly slow. No one wanted to see their hard work being broken, yet, there was one sight that brought a genuine smile to her lips: the students. "They're helping with the reconstruction," she observed. She had given the students a week's holiday, hoping they would take the time to rest and recover. But instead, they had chosen to stay and help. "They love their academy thanks to your care, Principal." Alaric arrived just then. The principal simply nodded, her gaze still fixed on the students. Her silence made Alaric's lips twitch in mild frustration. After a brief pause, he spoke again, this time with a hint of hesitation. "Where is Victor?" The principal turned her head slightly, giving Alaric a measured look. "Do you need something from him?" Alaric shrugged casually. "Nothing urgent, just thought he might want to lend a hand with the reconstruction." Both the principal and Delphine couldn't help but suppress their twitching lips. Because it was the very same reason he ran away. He had practically bolted at the first sign of manual labor. He wasn't a civil engineer or an architect, after all, and when asked to assist, he had practically vanished into thin air. Of course, he had diplomatically phrased it as needing a reward for saving others, and even if he had been a qualified engineer, they both knew he would have still run off at the first opportunity. As they continued to survey the work, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. They looked up to see a massive dragon descending from the sky, its wings beating with a power that stirred the air around them. As it touched down on the ground, the great beast shimmered and shifted, transforming into a human figure. "Professor Kim?" Principal Alara's eyes narrowed, the representative professor from the Pyra Fulgur Empire. Her frown deepened as she took in his wounded appearance. His clothes were torn, blood seeping through several gashes, and his face was etched with pain and fear. Professor Kim staggered slightly, his expression one of terror. "D-Dragon Emperor is." Meanwhile, outside the academy, "I won." Kalen's shout of triumph echoed through the gates of the academy, his voice bursting with pure joy. Kalen had actually arrived before his mother. He had finally outpaced her, become faster than the woman who had always seemed unbeatable. "Heck, yeah," he yelled again, pumping his fists in the air, his expression one of sheer, unfiltered bliss. Tears of happiness welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. "Kalen, what are you shouting about over here?" Kalen turned, still beaming, and saw Melona approaching the academy. Behind her, a group of elves followed, carrying food and supplies. "I finally defeated my mother," Kalen declared, his chest puffing up with pride. Melona raised an eyebrow. Defeated? She knew better. There was no way that bitch would allow herself to be bested so easily. "What exactly happened?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Aether panted heavily. His hazy eyes locked onto his masterpiece. Before him, a woman lay sprawled, her body twitching uncontrollably as a thick, white, sticky liquid coated every inch of her. It dripped from her mouth, seeped into her flower, and glistened on her back. The liquid was relentless, covering her completely. Not a single part of her remained untouched by the creamy substance. She was barely conscious, her breath coming in ragged, shuddering gasps. She, Leora Darkfang, was utterly defeated, yet, I want more. She murmured, her voice trembling with need as she tried to wriggle her swollen ass and pussy. Aether's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he chuckled, of course. My darling, Aether, Chapter 376 Soul Strength, Skill, Eternus Storage 0/1, Effect, grants access to a personal pocket dimension bound to your soul, allowing for the storage and retrieval of items at will. Additional benefits, the storage capacity is directly linked to your soul strength, expanding as the soul's power increases. Items stored are preserved in their original state, unaffected by time, temperature, or decay. Limitations, each use consumes a small amount of soul energy, excessive use may lead to soul fatigue. If your soul is damaged or destabilized, access to the storage may be temporarily lost. Initially, the storage is limited to items of a certain size and weight. But this capacity grows with the user's soul strength. Enchanted, sentient, or soulbound items may resist storage, and forcing them into the pocket dimension could cause a backlash, potentially harming your soul. Cooldown time, not required, but the skill requires sufficient soul strength to function effectively. Thud, 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 the rhythmic pounding of Leora's paws against the forest floor echoed in Aether's ears as he clung to her fur, the world around them a blur of trees and shadows. As Aether looked at the skill tab, it's really a most useful skill that every transmigrator wanted, but soul strength, he thought, brow furrowing. Shaking off the unease, he refocused on the log. Discover more stories at Empire, name, Aether, sex, male, race, level, 42, title, the progenitor of unknown species, eternal contract to the only holder of Aether and a pastless, futureless entity. Skills, freedom, active, clone, active, eternal seal, passive, Eternus storage 0/1, passive, attributes, strength, 415, agility, 420, intelligence, 420, magic affinity, 411, charm, 410, compatibility, 91%, survival rate, 51.2%, remaining time, 281 days 22 hours 17 minutes 33 seconds, affection points, 2,008,032, seduction, 5/10, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest. Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, Leora Darkfang, error. Unable to use due to your current level, / nope, no details about the soul, Aether thought with a shrug. His eyes drifted to Leora's weapon, though he couldn't claim it, he knew what her desired weapon was. An amused smirk played on his lips as he imagined the possibilities. Will I become like her, he wondered, picturing himself growing to 20 feet, bulky, a towering titan. Aether laughed inwardly, then he decided to test his skill, pulling a small coin from his pocket, SSH, with a mere thought, it vanished from his hand. Aether grinned as the coin disappeared, satisfaction swelling within him. His skills felt natural, almost instinctual, as if all he needed to do was think, SSH, the coin reappeared in his hand, and his grin widened. But just as he was about to pocket the coin, a wave of dizziness hit him, HH. He stammered, his vision blurring. His body suddenly felt heavy, his limbs sluggish as if weighted down by an invisible force. Without warning, he collapsed against Leora, his consciousness slipping away. He must be tired, she thought, a smile touching her lips. That night, he played very well that her hole itched his scent. No normal human would be able to do that. Her body shuddered in fear and excitement just remembering, beast, that made her body hot. I will suck every time. She licked her lips before running even faster, and soon, in the principal's house. Where have you been? The principal's voice was sharp, her eyes narrowing into slits as she glared at Victor, who stood before her, a picture of nonchalance. Victor shrugged, his lips curling into a lazy smirk. Well, I was kind of busy, he said, his tone deliberately casual. The principal's lips twitched, a low growl rumbling from her throat, her frustration barely contained, you know. Kennedy's laboratory is empty, she said. Victor blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Okay. He drawled, trying to piece together what she was hinting at. The principal's lips twitched again, more violently this time, as if her control was slipping. Her eyes bore into his, searching for something. Some crack in his facade. Victor felt the weight of her gaze, a cold sweat prickling at the back of his neck. Don't tell me you're doubting me, he blurted out, his voice rising in disbelief. The only person who saved the students from danger, who risked everything to kill that hideous monster, and you. You're doubting me? His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of outrage and hurt swirling within him. He had given everything and nearly lost his life, and this was how he was repaid. This was wrong. He was innocent. He wasn't the one who meddled. Only Aether did that, not Victor. He shook his head in a painful expression. How could she ever doubt me, he thought as he looked at her hurtful expression. Yet, the principal's gaze didn't waver. If anything, it grew more intense, more penetrating. Then what about Kenley's spider armor that a few students have been talking about? I didn't see anything like that on her body when we arrested her, she said, her voice low and heavy, laden with suspicion. Spider armor? He had an incredulous expression. What the heck is that? They're talking nonsense because of fear. You shouldn't take their words seriously. The principal's frown deepened, a shadow crossing her features. Her eyes locked onto his, searching, probing. For a moment, she seemed to waver. With a heavy sigh, she finally relented, her shoulders slumping slightly. Anyhow, she muttered, the fight draining out of her voice. We're leaving soon. Victor arched an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Where? The principal with a small smile as she leaned back. To the Pyra Empire. Oh. Victor nodded slowly, processing the information, then asked, when? Now? Pardon, I mean tomorrow morning, she clarified, her tone turning brisk and authoritative. We're leaving, so get ready. Victor's frown returned, deeper this time. What about the academy? He asked, his voice edged with concern. The principal's gaze softened, a hint of reassurance creeping into her eyes. Delphine and the others will take care of it, she explained, her voice gentler now. Victor wasn't entirely convinced. Why so urgent? We could leave after the renovations are done, right? He pressed. The principal shook her head, her expression turning serious once more. Something happened there, Victor. Something that requires our immediate attention. We can't afford to wait. Victor frowned, his mind churning with possibilities. Something happened. What could be so pressing that they had to abandon the academy so suddenly? Well, I'll deal with the auction later. He thought, nodding to himself. He was just about to leave when the principal's voice called him back. Oh. I forgot one thing, she said, making Victor freeze mid-step. You know, as an elite student, you're required to have an attendant. She added. Victor turned to face her. There's no need. He said, his voice flat. The last thing he needed was an attendant. He was already juggling too many secrets, constantly changing his costume, hiding his true identity. An attendant would only complicate things. The principal sighed. As much as I'd like to agree with you, Victor, the rule is clear. An elite student must have a servant or attendant, she insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Victor sighed in turn. Why was she bringing this up now? He was just about to argue further when the principal turned her head towards the stairs and called out, Come, Kyra. Meanwhile, somewhere in the academy, bitch. Tell me what happened. Did you sleep with him? Melona's voice was like a whip crack, slicing through the tension in the air. She stood before Leora in a dimly lit storage room, her posture rigid with barely controlled fury. Leora didn't flinch. Instead, a slow, wicked smile spread across her lips, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She reveled in the anger, the jealousy radiating from Melona like heat from a fire. Melona's lips twitched. This infuriating woman, she thought. Her teeth grinding together. She knew. She fucking knew that something had happened. There was no way this shameless woman would keep her paws off her son-in-law. Leora leaned in closer, her smile widening as she took in Melona's seething rage. Why are you so angry in the first place? She asked, her tone mocking, her eyes glittering with challenge. "It's not like he's your husband, right, huh?" Melona stammered, momentarily thrown off balance by the question. Leora's grin turned predatory. "Even if I slept with him, it should be Aera, your daughter, who's angry, not you." Melona felt a sharp pang in her chest. "It's because it's my daughter's future, bitch," she snapped. Her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and desperation. Leora shrugged, her nonchalance infuriating. "So?" Melona's fists clenched at her sides, her nails digging into her palms. She knew this insane woman wouldn't care about anything she said. Her words would just bounce off Leora's impenetrable ear just like her body. Leora's eyes sparkled with malicious delight as she delivered her parting shot. "Think what you want, but without proof, you can't blame anyone," she taunted, her ass swaying provocatively as she turned to leave, her movements slow and deliberate left-right. Melona's nostrils flared, her anger reaching a boiling point. "Fatty," she spat, the insult laced with venom. Leora chuckled. "You missed your chance," she called over her shoulder, her words cryptic and unsettling. Before she exited the room, Melona stood there, trembling with fury, her mind racing. She would find out the truth, no matter what it took. She would go directly to her son-in-law and ask him herself. Meanwhile, after getting the new task, Aether made his way towards the infirmary, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Kyra as his attendant, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. It wasn't just about the rule that mandated an elite student to have a servant, it was about Kyra herself. A commoner. This could be life-changing for her, offering her privileges she'd never had before. But for him, it was another layer of complication he wasn't sure he could handle. Focus on the task at hand. Aether told himself as he approached the infirmary door. His hand hovered over the handle for a moment, hesitating. "I hope she's calmed down," he thought, before slowly pushing the door open. Inside, the room was bathed in a soft, golden light, the kind that made everything seem peaceful, almost surreal. Helena lay on the bed, her breathing even, her face relaxed in sleep. There was no one else in the room, not even the old lady who usually kept watch. Aether swallowed hard, his throat dry. Helen," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. 7,000 AP, 7,000 AP. 7,000 AP, 7,000 AP, 7,000 AP, 8,000 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 AP, thud, fuck. Aether slammed the door shut, his heart pounding in his chest. Sweat dripped down his face as he leaned against the door. Chapter 377 Another Yandra. Please no more. Aether had never expected this. He truly believed that giving her some space would calm her down. He thought that if he avoided contacting her, she'd eventually cool off. But here she was. Aether, how are you? I heard you've been unconscious for so long." Helena's voice trembled, her face flushed with a mix of worry and bashfulness as she shyly glanced at Aether, who was seated beside her bed. Her eyes held a blend of relief and anxiety like she was teetering on the edge of breaking. Anyone who saw them would have thought this beautiful girl was nothing more than an innocent maiden in love, but beneath that gentle facade. 8,000 AP, 8,000 AP, 8,000 AP, 8,000 AP, 8,000 AP. Aether felt a cold sweat forming on his back. He maintained a tender gaze, trying to mask the unease churning inside him. "I'm fine, Helena. Really, I am. But what about you? Are you feeling better? Is there anything at all I can do for you?" Helena's heart swelled with warmth, a happiness so intense it nearly brought tears to her eyes. The way he worried about her, it was everything she had longed for. "Yes, I'm feeling well. Better now that you're here," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper as her cheeks deepened in color. "You being here is more than enough for me." Oh, what an innocent, sweet girl. It wasn't just Aether who thought this, anyone who saw her adorably shy demeanor would have fallen for her. But if they could see what he saw, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, gulp. Aether gulped, his throat dry. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. not because the girl before him was transforming from a sweet innocent into something more sinister, but because Helena's calmness, her composure, was unerringly normal, unlike Selene, the archpriestess, and Arya. Helena seemed calm and collected as if she wasn't feeling anything. It was as if she was holding everything back, bottling it up inside, and that terrified him more than anything. He forced himself to calm down, to push aside the rising panic, and leaned in closer with a reassuring smile. Helena flinched, her eyes widening slightly before she shyly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Aether gently placed his hand on her head, his touch soft and tender. "I love you," he whispered, his voice carrying all the affection he could muster. Helena's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She looked up at him, her lips trembling as she tried to speak. I love you too," she finally managed, her voice breaking with emotion. At that moment, their hearts were beating in unison, each feeling the depth of the other's love, the unspoken connection that bound them together. Aether's gaze drifted to the scarf she wore, a thought crossing his mind. "Thank goodness, Selene helped me," he mused, noticing his attention on her scarf. Helena smiled softly. "One of my friends gave this to me, say that it is a good charm or something that helps me heal faster," she explained, her voice gentle and sincere. But then, her eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity as she reached up, lightly touching the infinity tattoo on her neck. "Aether, is this your power?" she asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Aether nodded, the lie slipping easily from his lips. "Yes, that was my power. A gift from the mother, 9,000 AP, Helena's eyes widened in shock. "Why, you mean, the mother gave you this power?" Her voice was filled with awe and disbelief. Aether nodded again, offering her a reassuring smile. "Yes. To protect you, 9,000 AP, Protect me?" Helena echoed, her mind swirling with confusion as she tried to process his words. "Yes. With this tattoo, you'll be safe, even when you use your blessed ability," Aether explained, his tone firm yet tender. Helena's thoughts raced. So, the archpriestess was right, she wondered, recalling the archpriestess's words from her visit the previous morning. "So you need to keep it hidden," Aether continued, his voice dropping to deadly serious. "If others see it, they might come after me for this power. They might try to take me away from you. I will be lonely without you. So please, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, Helena's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. She could feel the weight of Aether's words, the danger that came with possessing such a powerful ability. She nodded with a serious and deadly face. She would not allow Aether to be taken away from her. She would kill anyone for that. 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, ignoring the danger signs. Aether watched her, a sense of satisfaction swelling inside him. She was not even questioning him back. She just believed him, trusted him completely. His inner demon stirred, tempting him to push her further. His hand, which had been gently patting her head, slid lower, tracing the curve of her cheek. Helena's face flushed deeply, her skin heating under his touch. She closed her eyes, leaning into his hand and gently rubbed it, as if she couldn't get enough of the warmth he offered. 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP. Aether stifled a chuckle, choosing to ignore the log. He didn't need to see it to know that her feelings for him were growing stronger by the second. Any more, and he might start sweating in fear. Sometimes closing your eyes was best. Helena, her voice barely above a whisper, began. "You know, the archpriest," but before she could finish, "What's going on here?" The sudden, cold voice made both Helena and Aether jump. They turned to see Finian standing in the doorway, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at them. Helena quickly released Aether's hand, her face flushing with embarrassment as she pulled the blanket over her head, hiding from Finian's furious gaze. Aether blinked in surprise, then chuckled softly to himself. Maybe it was time to leave. Finian's icy stare followed him as he stood up and walked out of the room, but Aether paid him no mind. As soon as Aether was gone, Finian turned his full attention on Helena. "I told you not to get close to him," he hissed, his voice low and dangerous. Helena said nothing, burying her face deeper into the blanket, which only seemed to fuel Finian's irritation. Meanwhile, as Aether wandered through the academy, he observed the students hard at work. Thank goodness, I didn't pull in that shit. He thought with relief. Just then, Aether, he turned at the sound of his name and saw Melona approaching. He nodded respectfully as she drew near. What is it, Ms. Melona? He asked, his voice laced with politeness. Melona's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew he was putting on a show, pretending to be a servant. I need to speak with you. Alone, she said, her tone brooking no argument. Aether blinked, realizing something. Sigh, I told her to keep her mouth shut. Looks like I'll have to teach this beast a lesson, he thought bitterly, resigning himself to what was sure to be an unpleasant conversation. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Leora was in the midst of speaking with her tribe members when she suddenly froze. Her tail stiffened, and a shiver ran down her spine. Something was wrong. What happened, she wondered, though her body already knew the answer. Anyhow, after Melona led Aether into a separate room that was still under reconstruction, she wasted no time. The moment they were alone, she rounded on him, her expression severe. Tell me. Did you sleep with Leora? She demanded. No. Aether answered immediately, his face the picture of sincerity. But Melona's frown only deepened. Aether held her gaze, his expression unwavering. He knew he had to convince her. That she had to believe he was telling the truth. He would rather die than betray his beloveds. Melona studied his face for a long moment before finally sighing. Good. Despite her lingering doubts, she wanted to believe him, needed to believe him. Aether let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, relief washing over him. Just as she turned to leave, Aether called after her, Where's my hug from my favorite mother-in-law? 1000 AP. Melona's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she turned back to him, a sly smile playing on her lips. Favorite, yep. Aether confirmed, grinning as he walked up to her and opened his arms wide. Melona chuckled softly before stepping into his embrace. 1000 AP. As they hugged, Aether couldn't resist asking, Have you been taking your medicine properly? Melona smiled, her heart warming at his genuine concern. Yes. My body feels much better, though I still can't use any magic. But staying alive is what matters most, right? Yes. Aether laughed, but his happiness was short-lived. Melona's expression suddenly darkened as she remembered something. She pulled back slightly, frowning as she asked, Mind telling me why you've been sending letters to Leora? Damn it. Aether cursed inwardly before quickly blurting out, I was just trying to keep her calm. You know, so she wouldn't get any ideas of jumping on me. Melona's skeptical gaze told him she wasn't entirely convinced. Panic began to set in. I need to pack my things. I'll be leaving now, mother-in-law, he stammered, hastily retreating before she could ask any more questions. Read new chapters at Empire. As he fled, Melona watched him go, her frown deepening. Something's fishy, she thought to herself. Chapter 378, Bonus 50 GT, Pyra Fulgur Empire. Is everyone ready? The principal inquired, her gaze sweeping over the elite class students assembled before her. Yes, principal. Their voices rang out in unison. They stood poised near the teleportation station, a structure both ancient and awe-inspiring. Massive roots, twisted and gnarled with age, erupted from the earth, their surfaces etched with strange, glowing symbols. These roots, pulsing with raw arcane energy, intertwined to form a path that gradually parted, revealing the entrance to the teleportation portal. It was the same portal through which Aether had once arrived. The principal's gaze lingered on her students, a hint of pride softening her stern expression. Though only a chosen ones were truly required for this trial, her deep care for all her students had driven her to bring the entire elite class. She had even allowed some attendants to join, believing the experience would impart invaluable lessons. She was, after all, a principal who cherished her students deeply. This is my first time going to the Pyra Empire, Vesperine whispered, her voice trembling with excitement as she clung to Kai's arm. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her lips curled into a wide, joyous smile. Kai, mirroring her enthusiasm, nodded eagerly. Me too, he said. Since the principal had granted permission for attendance, Kai had chosen Vesperine to accompany him. Timmy, he was crying in the corner. Meanwhile, Victor's eyes darted around, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He appeared to be searching for something. Or someone. What are you looking for? Kyra asked, her curiosity piqued as she watched him. Nothing, Victor replied flatly, though inwardly his thoughts were in turmoil. I haven't seen Delphine since that day. He knew she was overwhelmed with responsibilities, repairing the academy, addressing the grief of parents who had lost their children, so much so that she scarcely had time to sleep. Victor sighed, his gaze shifted to Aether, who stood silently behind Aquilina. Aquilina, unwilling to leave Aether alone in the academy, had begged the principal to allow him to join. The principal, with a show of reluctance, had agreed. Come on, guys. The principal's voice broke through the moment, authoritative yet laced with affection, as she motioned for the students to enter the portal one by one. Finally, only Victor remained. He glanced back. The principal smirked knowingly, her voice soft but firm as she said, Come on, Victor. Everyone has their responsibilities. With a gentle push, she sent him into the portal and they disappeared. Just as the portal sealed shut, Delphine arrived, her face flushed, her breathing ragged. Ha. I missed them, she whispered with a deep sadness. She had been so consumed by her duties that she hadn't even been able to say goodbye to Aether. Pyra Fulgur Empire, welcome to our Pyra Fulgur Empire. A voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the air as the students materialized in their new surroundings. The speaker, a woman of imposing presence, stood tall and unyielding. Her gaze steely as she welcomed them. Victor stepped forward, his eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. Towering mountains dominated the horizon, their jagged peaks piercing the sky, cloaked in swirling mists that gave them an otherworldly appearance. Damn. Victor thought, his breath catching in his throat as he absorbed the sheer scale and beauty of the landscape. Ding, mission, save and seduce Raven Noir. Victor's thoughts stumbled. His eyes darted to Raven Noir, who stood nearby, her hand gripping the hilt of her thin sword so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Her posture was tense as if she were bracing herself for an unseen threat. What now? Victor sighed. A deep weariness settling in. But before he could process it, a sudden, fierce wind howled through the air. SSSH. The students staggered, their feet slipping on the uneven ground as they struggled to remain upright. Their gazes shot skyward, where a colossal shadow darkened the sky, a humongous blue dragon, its massive wings beating with a force that made the very earth tremble beneath them. All hail the Dragon Emperor. The staff at the teleportation station fell to their knees, their foreheads nearly touching the ground as they chanted in reverence. The dragon began to descend, its massive form shifting and contorting as it approached the ground. Blue scales shimmering with a radiant, almost blinding light. Then, with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the mountains themselves, the dragon transformed. Its enormous body shrank, contorting into the shape of a man. A man of extraordinary beauty and terrifying presence. His hair was a deep, iridescent blue, cascading down his back like a waterfall. His chest, bare and chiseled like sculpted marble, gleamed under the pale light, muscles rippling with latent power. Two sharp, gleaming horns jutted from his forehead, each one glowing faintly with an eerie, otherworldly light that hinted at the boundless energy within him. Welcome, the chosen ones. His voice boomed, resonating with a primal authority that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who heard it. His eyes, narrow and slit like a predator's, surveyed the group with a cold, calculating gaze. He landed gracefully, his every movement exuding an effortless arrogance, as if he were a god among mere mortals. The instant his feet touched the ground, thud, 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 a crushing wave of pressure radiated from him, forcing everyone except the chosen ones to their knees. The very air seemed to grow heavier, saturated with the overwhelming power that emanated from the Dragon Emperor. The students struggled to remain upright, their bodies trembling, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they fought against the oppressive force. The man's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he surveyed the scene, his eyes gleaming with a cruel amusement. But then his gaze caught on Victor, who remained standing, calm and composed, seemingly untouched by the emperor's overwhelming presence. The man's brows knitted together in a mixture of confusion and irritation. But before he could act, his eyes landed on another figure. "My son," he bellowed, his voice suddenly warm and affectionate as he strode toward Leon Dragonheart. Without hesitation, he wrapped his son in a bear hug, his powerful arms nearly crushing the younger man. Leon returned the embrace awkwardly, his face burning with embarrassment. Hello. Father," he stammered, unable to hide the crimson flush spreading across his cheeks. "How long has it been since we last saw each other? You look thinner. Are you eating properly?" The emperor's voice was now thick with concern, his eyes narrowing as he examined Leon's slim frame with a critical eye. Father." Leon protested, mortified by his father's public display of affection. "Let's talk at home, please." "Oh. Yes, yes. We'll talk later," the man agreed, his tone reluctantly shifting back to one of authority as he turned his attention once more to Victor. He moved closer, his presence looming as he stared down at Victor. "What's your name, human?" he demanded, his voice cold and imperious. Each word a command. Victor glanced at Kyra and Celine, who were gasping for breath under the intense pressure, their knees trembling as they knelt before the Dragon Emperor. He then turned back to the man, meeting his gaze with a level. "State your name before asking who I am." Victor replied very politely, not even using "fuck." It was very polite, yet, "Huyyyyyy, how dare you?" The staff at the teleportation station erupted in fury, their faces twisted with rage as they glared at Victor, their hands twitching with the desire to kill him for his insolence. But the Emperor raised his hand, silencing them with a mere gesture. His eyes never left Victor's, a predatory smile slowly spreading across his lips. "You're the one who hurt my son, aren't you?" he asked, his voice low and deadly. Leon's face drained of color, as memories of that agonizing, ball-crushing kick flashed through his mind. His hands instinctively moved to shield his groin, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Victor shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "If you're asking about your son's future." "Yeah, I'm the one," he replied, his voice steady, unafraid. The Emperor's eyes bored into Victor's, searching for any hint of fear or weakness. But there was none. After a long, tense moment, the Emperor's lips twisted into a grudging smile. "You've got guts. I like it." "A little," he admitted, before he turned to the principal. "You've chosen a bold disciple," he remarked as he stepped back. As if on cue, the sky darkened once more, filled with the massive forms of more dragons descending from the sky. Their enormous wings spread wide as they touched down, the ground quaking beneath their weight. They were not mere creatures, they were the Emperor's elite guard, each one a symbol of the unimaginable power he wielded. Carriages, suspended from the dragons, landed gently, ready to transport the students. As the students began to board the carriages, the principal approached Victor, her eyes gleaming with pride. She leaned in close, her voice a whisper of approval. "You've really impressed me, my favorite disciple." She gave him a pat on the back before moving on. 2000 AP, Chapter 379, Bonus 50 GT, "Tell me what you seek, wow." Vesperine exclaimed, her voice ringing with astonishment as she peered down into the abyss below. The valley was so dark and so deep, that it seemed to stretch into an endless void, swallowing all light. The carriage they were in soared through the air, drawn by a powerful dragon that beat its wings with effortless strength. From their vantage point, the students could see towering mountains, sprawling cities, and countless dragons soaring or perched on cliffs. The entire empire seemed to be teeming with these majestic creatures. "Hiss," Snowflake hissed, a mix of awe and fear reflected in her trembling form. Victor noticed her unease and gently rubbed her head, his touch calming her as she relaxed into his hand. 4000 AP, "See, could you stop holding him?" Ashera Nightfire stammered, her voice tinged with panic as she watched Kyra clinging tightly to Victor's arm. Kyra shot Ashera a wide-eyed, fearful look. "Be but this height, it's terrifying," she cried, hugging Victor's arm even tighter as if it were her lifeline. Ashera's lips twitched in annoyance, mirroring the expressions of Celine and Arya, who watched the scene with growing irritation. Meanwhile, Helena couldn't stop glancing at Aether, who sat beside Aquilina. Aquilina frowned as She caught Helena's furtive glances. What's going on? She wondered, her eyes narrowing as she turned to Aether, who remained blissfully unaware, fast asleep. As this light-hearted drama played out in one carriage, a far more intense conversation was unfolding in another. Inside the costly carriage where only the Dragon Emperor and the principal sat, the air was thick with tension. I cannot believe you threatened your own representative professor just to get us here, the principal snapped, her voice laced with anger. Her expression was a mix of disbelief and fury. Due to the academy's situation, the principal had actually decided to postpone their visit. However, the Dragon Emperor, the same man who had initially agreed, was furious. He had wounded his representative professor and threatened him, saying he must honor their agreement or else he would kill him and never allow the students to enter their empire again, ever again. This was the reason the principal hurriedly and urgently arranged the visit. It wasn't that she was pushed by the Dragon Emperor, rather, she understood his nature. She knew that killing his representative wouldn't change his mind or anyone else's and would only complicate things further for her. The Dragon Emperor, unfazed, leaned back on his cushion, a smug grin playing on his lips. Promises must be kept, sovereign, he replied with a prideful tone. That's the foundation of our empire. His chest swelled as he spoke, as though his words were absolute law. The principal's expression twisted with disgust. TSK, once this trial is over, I'll deal with this bastard myself, she thought bitterly. All she wanted was for her students to complete the trial safely. Afterwards, she had every intention of putting the Dragon Emperor in his place. Suddenly, the Emperor's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming sharp and focused. You have an interesting disciple. Tell me, who is he? The principal's face hardened, her voice dangerously low as she warned, I'm telling you now, don't you dare touch him. The Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a predatory smile. It seems you're quite fond of your disciple. I wonder if Before he could finish his thought, the entire carriage shuddered violently. Tararara, the dragon pulling the carriage roared in distress, struggling under a sudden, immense weight that seemed to press down on it from nowhere, forcing it into a steep descent. The principal's voice was cold, almost indifferent as she spoke. I warn you, brat, lay a hand on him. And I'll remind you of the past you've so conveniently forgotten. The Dragon Emperor's blood ran cold, his instinct screaming at him to flee. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his lips as he forced out, you haven't changed at all, ISA. Thud, the carriage landed with a heavy thud before a colossal black castle perched atop the tallest mountain. The castle loomed like a dark sentinel, its massive silhouette etched against the sky, commanding the landscape with an aura of ancient, indomitable power. Every inch of its exterior was a testament to the otherworldly craftsmanship that had gone into its construction. The Black Castle was not merely a fortress, it was a masterpiece. The walls were made of a mysterious black stone that seemed to drink in the light around it, giving the entire structure a surreal, almost ethereal quality. Yet, despite the darkness of its facade, the stone glimmered with a faint, inner radiance. Intricate carvings adorned every surface of the castle, each depicting dragons in various forms. Flames, wings, and scales were meticulously etched into the stone. Despite its ominous appearance, the Black Castle was breathtakingly beautiful, a structure that transcended mere architecture to become something more, an embodiment of the Empire's pride, its history, and its unyielding strength. The Dragon Emperor disembarked first, his presence commanding the attention of all. The maids and servants lining the entrance immediately dropped to their knees, their heads bowed as they chanted in unison, All hail the Dragon Emperor. Without a backward glance, the Dragon Emperor strode into the castle, his arrogance palpable. As he entered, the maids and servants rose, turning their attention to the guests and guided inside. Despite the dark color, the marble seemed to radiate a soft glow, banishing shadows and creating an ethereal atmosphere. Surprised? Leon asked, a hint of pride in his voice as he noticed the awe on everyone's faces. This is the finest material in our empire, he continued, his chest puffing slightly, mined from the deepest valleys, forged in the hottest volcanoes, and designed to never absorb light. Even at night, it illuminates the surroundings. Wow! The awe was unanimous, everyone marveling at the wonder of the architecture. Victor, however, was more analytical, his fingers tracing the walls as he mused. It seems to absorb light energy and release it slowly. Intriguing. Soon, they arrived at the throne room. The room was nothing short of magnificent. Every pillar, every wall, every crystalline ceiling that allowed a direct view of the sky was a testament to the genius of its architect, and above all, the deep black throne was the most magnificent one. No words could truly capture its magnificence, for it was more than just a seat of power. It was a work of art, a symbol of the Dragon Emperor's absolute authority. The throne's most striking feature, however, was the dragon that coiled around its base, its body sculpted with such precision that every scale, every curve, seemed to ripple with life. The group was guided to a long table set before the throne, where they took their seats. The principal, ever the leader, sat at the center, with the students flanking her. Their attendants and servants stood respectfully behind them. Outside, the guards' voices rang out as they announced the arrival of the Emperor. The Dragon Emperor, the one and only Emperor, has arrived. Everyone in the room rose in respect, except for the principal and Victor. The Dragon Emperor entered, now clad in opulent robes adorned with golden patterns. His every movement exuded regal authority, his presence overwhelming as he ascended the steps to his throne. With a graceful wave, he motioned for everyone to sit, his voice filled with honor as he addressed them. "I am pleased to welcome the chosen ones of this era," he declared, his tone grandiose. "Now, tell me what you seek here." Meanwhile, Victor, leaning back in his chair, appeared uninterested, his eyes wandering as his mind drifted. "I wonder if there's an empress," he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. But then his eyes widened in horror as he caught himself. What the fuck? What the hell am I thinking? Chapter 380, bonus 500 points, I'll deal with him later. Discover a shattered heart atop the highest peak, forged by the depths of the deepest valley. Ah, the Dragon Emperor murmured. He paused. After a long, waited moment, he nodded slowly and turned his gaze to the students. "I'm not entirely certain about this shattered heart, but I do recall a place, the highest peak, forged by the death." The chosen one's faces brightened with eager anticipation. "Can we see it now?" Aquilina asked, her voice laced with a mix of excitement and impatience, her eyes wide with curiosity. The Dragon Emperor's gaze landed on Aquilina. "This girl, she's that filthy lowborn's daughter, isn't she?" His thoughts dripped with disdain as he sized her up. Yet, outwardly, he nodded with a cold, indifferent air. Before that, he began, "Why don't you all take some time to explore the city? I'll need to make some preparations first." The students, though curious about the peak, they never seen the Pyra Empire fully, so they nodded eagerly. But then, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. "I meant only the chosen ones," he stated. Talia, Leah, Ashera, Celine, and Victor's expressions hardened. The Dragon Emperor shrugged, his lips curling into a slight, arrogant smirk. "I respect only those who have proven themselves worthy. Nothing more, nothing less," he declared, his eyes lingering on Talia and Raven with a dismissive glance before locking onto Victor. Victor's gaze bore into the Emperor, the tension thickening like a storm about to break. "Explore new worlds at Empire." Kyra, standing beside Victor, she patted his shoulder, her hand trembling as sweat poured down her face in nervous torrents. "See, calm down," she screamed internally, desperate to defuse the situation. But, KKNNNGGGGGGGG, the sound of metal scraping against stone echoed ominously as Victor deliberately pushed his chair back. The harsh screech sent a jolt through everyone present, making them flinch. Some even clasped their hands over their ears, trying to block out the unbearable noise. Victor rose slowly. The tension in the room was suffocating, every eye turning towards the principal, who was some reason instead of stopping him. "She enjoying this?" Victor didn't utter a word. He started at the Dragon Emperor for a few seconds, as he turned to leave, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the room. But their relief was short-lived as Victor suddenly halted in his tracks, freezing their hearts in their chests. He turned his head slightly, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he called out, "Leon Dragonheart." Leon flinched, his body betraying his fear for a brief second before he masked it with a sneer. He glared at Victor with a smug, arrogant look. "What is it, Victor?" he replied, his voice dripping with condescension. His posture was that of someone untouchable, daring Victor to challenge him in front of his father, the mighty Dragon Emperor. "Yet, I hope your balls are still safe in the future." Hee hee. Victor's voice was laced with dark amusement, the sinister undertone sending a shiver down Leon's spine. How dare you? The Dragon Emperor's roar shattered the tense silence, his face flushing with a deep, furious red. The very walls seemed to tremble under the force of his anger. In an instant, the guards swarmed around Victor, their weapons drawn and poised to strike. You dare threaten my kin before me? You insolent fool! I'll see you dead for this. The Dragon Emperor's voice thundered through the hall, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Jack Sparrow, observing the scene from the sidelines, couldn't suppress a sly grin. This guy really knows no fear. Maybe he's the one I've been looking for. He mused, his mind already racing with possibilities. The principal's brow furrowed in mild irritation before she tapped her foot on the stone floor. The sharp sound reverberated through the castle, its echo commanding immediate silence. Calm down, Dragon Emperor, she ordered, but you are not to interfere in the affairs of the young. Leon is more than capable of handling his own battles, she stated. The Dragon Emperor seethed, but he swallowed his pride, unable to refute her words. Outside the throne room, damn, Victor, you really have some guts. Talia exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe. Leah nodded in agreement, though she remained silent, because. Isn't he? Celine chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she sidled closer to Victor, her smile bright and eager. You've got some serious guts. Victor. Celine repeated, this time grabbing his hand and shaking it with fervor, her grip strong and unyielding. Celine's heart swelled with pride. She had never seen anyone stand up to the Dragon Emperor like that, especially not with such bold defiance. She felt a surge of possessive pride welling up inside her, the urge to shout, that's my man, nearly overwhelming her. I need to work harder. Celine thought, her expression serious. She couldn't believe she had knelt before the Dragon Emperor. If she did that again, it would be a direct slap to her hubby, who had been ready to stand up to the Dragon Emperor himself. Don't worry, darling. Next time, I'll stand tall beside you. Proudly. I won't ever bring shame upon you, ever again, / she vowed telepathically. Victor's lips curled into a subtle smile, his hand moving on its own to gently pat her when, /Aether, / Celestia's voice resonated in his mind, snapping him back to the present. He immediately let go of Celine's hand, folding his arms across his chest, his demeanor reverting to one of cold indifference. Meanwhile, Leah's eyes narrowed at Celine's actions. What's going on with her? Is she really into Aether or not? Leah's mind spun with confusion and doubt. One moment Celine was aggressively forcing Aether and even harassing him. Yet the next, she was cozying up to Victor. This wasn't the first time Leah had noticed Celine's glances toward Victor during class. And it troubled her deeply. Leah decided to keep a closer watch on Celine. She wouldn't allow Aether to be toyed with by another deceitful woman. Meanwhile, Princess Kai called out to Aquilina hesitantly. I'd like to have Aether with me today, Kai requested, his smile forced yet polite. Aquilina frowned slightly. Why? You already have an attendant, don't you? She questioned, casting a suspicious glance at Vesperine, who stood silently behind him. Kai's smile wavered, turning awkward. I'm going out, and I thought Aether's assistance might be useful. Aquilina's frown deepened as she studied Kai. She could see through his ploy, yet rejecting him outright might provoke his anger, potentially leading him to reveal the truth or even reclaim Aether. Reluctantly, she nodded, allowing Aether to go, though the decision left a sour taste in her mouth. Victor observed the exchange, a sigh escaping him inwardly. He couldn't move far from Kai due to the freedom he had already used. Since he couldn't use it again for 1 week, he had no other choice but to stay with Kai for the time being. What am I supposed to do now? Victor's thoughts spiraled in frustration when suddenly, Jack appeared before him, leaning in close to whisper, I'd like to speak with you alone. Would you mind? Victor frowned, skepticism etched across his face. What does he want? I've got enough on my plate. Maybe later, he thought, dismissing Jack with a snort as he turned away. But then, ding, survival rate, 50.2%, Victor blinked, startled by the sudden alert. His gaze snapped to Jack, who was now deep in conversation with Kalen Darkfang. Looks like he is useful. Victor mused, he really wanted to agree to talk with Jack, but, doing so would break his character settings. He couldn't afford to break Victor's facade. Fine, I'll deal with him later. He decided, shelving the matter for the time being. Then the principal emerged from the throne room and announced, the maids will show you to your rooms. Those who want to explore can go, but make sure to take servants with you. Upon hearing this, Kai and Vesperine's faces lit up with happiness. Chapter 381 A Wonderful Date. You like it, like it? I love it, haha. You look absolutely stunning in it, my love. Thank you. Vesperine's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her heart swelling with a mixture of happiness and shyness. Meanwhile, Aether's lips twitched as he observed the scene unfold before him. Kai and Vesperine were lost in their own little world, their hands brushing as Kai handed her the ornament. They were on a date, strolling hand in hand through the lively capital city near the castle, while Aether was stuck playing the role of the ever-dutiful servant, weighed down by countless shopping bags. Are you sure? You've already bought me so much. Vesperine's voice trembled with uncertainty, though her eyes betrayed her true desire as they lingered on the exquisite ornament. Kai caught the flicker of longing in her gaze. There's no need to worry, my dear. Your happiness is all that matters to me. Take whatever you like, it brings me joy to see you smile. Vesperine's heart melted at his words, her resistance crumbling as she blushed deeply. She nodded with a shy smile, her fingers lightly brushing against his as she accepted his gift. You're too good to me, Kai. Kai's eyes softened as he added the bag to Aether's already overloaded arms. He leaned in close, his voice a tender murmur. No, Vesperine. If possible, I will give the world to you. Aether's lips twitched even more, as they continued their leisurely stroll through the bustling market. Aether couldn't help but notice the abundance of shimmering jewelry, ornate metals, and intricate ornaments on display. I guess this place is rich in resources. That must be why the markets are overflowing with such beauty, Aether thought. Suddenly, Vesperine's voice broke the momentary silence. Is your father really going to accept me? Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with fear and uncertainty. She bit her lower lip, unable to shake the words she had heard, the words that Kai's father wanted him to end their relationship. Kai's grip tightened around her hand, his jaw clenching as he struggled to mask his frustration. But then, he turned to her, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Of course, Vesperine. You have nothing to fear. I, Kai Frostblade, give you my word. My love for you is unshakable, and I will stand by you no matter what. Vesperine's eyes filled with tears. She leaned in, pressing her trembling lips to his in a soft, lingering kiss. Thank you, Kai. I don't know what I would do without you. You don't have to thank me, darling. I'd do anything for you. Yuck. Aether, who had been trying to tune out their affectionate exchange, nearly gagged. He turned his head away, rolling his eyes dramatically. But then, something, or rather, someone, caught his attention. There, in the crowd, peeking out from behind a stall, was Helena, or at least, it looked like Helena. She was doing her best to blend in, wearing oversized black glasses and a girly cap pulled low over her face. She was practically hunched over as she spied on him, clearly trying to go unnoticed, discover more content at Empire, but Aether knew better. He smirked to himself, a mixture of amusement and exasperation flooding his senses. Believe her. She thinks she's in disguise, but there's no mistaking it. That's Helena, Aether amused inwardly at the same time. 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP. 9,000 AP, cold sweat beaded on Aether's forehead. The side effects were kicking in, and this was just the beginning, the very first stage, stalking. A shiver ran down his spine as he forced himself to remain calm. He discreetly glanced around, trying to assess the situation. His eyes widened as he spotted another familiar face. Aquilina, trailing him like a shadow, but it didn't stop there. Just ahead, browsing a stall with feigned nonchalance, was Arya. And, as if that wasn't enough, Celine was following Helena, her eyes locked on Helena as she kept glancing at Aether. Every direction was covered, damn it. Aether cursed inwardly, his mind racing. One wrong move. One slip up, and he knew he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. I need to keep things calm. Just play it cool, Aether. Friendly relations. That's the key. Kai and Vesperine had finally finished their lovey-dovey moment and were now eagerly exploring the rest of the city. A servant who had been accompanying them began pointing out the various landmarks. That place is where our Dragon Emperor rests, the servant announced proudly. Kai and Vesperine gazed at the cave with wide-eyed wonder. Their awe palpable, but Aether. He could hardly contain his disbelief. Seriously? Aether thought, his face twisting in annoyance. He couldn't believe they were so fascinated by a cave. Meanwhile, inside the castle, in the grand chamber of the Dragon Emperor, my son. I am truly disappointed in you. The Dragon Emperor's voice rumbled with authority and displeasure as he leaned back in his opulent throne, his piercing gaze fixed on Leon, who knelt before him. I am sorry, father, Leon murmured, his voice heavy with shame as he kept his head bowed low. The Dragon Emperor's nostrils flared as he snorted in frustration, his blue horns glowing with a fierce, otherworldly light. A lowly human dared to speak to me as if we were equals, growling. His growl reverberated through the room, shaking the very walls. Leon gritted his teeth, anger boiling beneath his skin. As a dragon, he understood all too well the sting of humiliation, especially given the pride that ran deep in their bloodline. He could feel the rage simmering in his father's words, the fury at being disrespected by someone so beneath them, but the Dragon Emperor knew better than to let his rage cloud his judgment. As long as the principal was present, he couldn't move against Victor, not yet, anyway. Shaking his head, he pushed the thoughts aside and refocused on his son. A cunning smile tugged at his lips as he leaned forward. About the trial, why don't you go first? I'll ensure the others are held back for a while. You can finish it before anyone else even has a chance. What do you think? Leon hesitated, a mix of discomfort and reluctance crossing his face. But, father. I want to fight fair and square. The Dragon Emperor's expression darkened, his voice hardening with disappointment. Still the same as ever, I see. Leon could only scratch his head. The Dragon Emperor sighed, his voice softening as he tried a different approach. Listen to me, my child. One day, this empire will belong to you. I don't care if you don't want my support. In fact, I'm proud of your desire to be independent, but there are times when you must seize opportunities without hesitation, or else they will slip through your fingers, and you will live to regret it. His words were sharp. Each one a deliberate attempt to drive the point home. Leon lowered his head further, nodding as he took in his father's wisdom. Seeing his son's conflicted expression, the Dragon Emperor's stern demeanor softened slightly, a mischievous glint appearing in his eyes. I've noticed you've been distracted recently. Tell me, has a certain someone caught your eye? The Dragon Emperor's smile widened as he recalled the way Leon's gaze had lingered on a certain bluish black-haired girl. Leon's face flushed a deep crimson, his father's knowing grin only making it worse. Meanwhile, back in the bustling marketplace with Aether, this area is where dragons come to shed their scales. The servant explained, pointing to a vast, open space where dragons of all sizes gathered to shed their old, worn scales, leaving behind a glittering, otherworldly landscape. Aether sighed, trying to muster some semblance of interest, but the sight did little to impress him. As they continued to walk, his eyes were drawn to a small, rocky mountain situated behind the scale-shedding grounds. The mountain was surrounded by guards, their presence heavy and foreboding, yet, to Aether's eyes, there didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy about the place. His curiosity piqued, he couldn't resist asking, "What's that place?" The servant sneered at Aether, clearly finding his presence repulsive. Due to his status. Before turning back to lavish attention on Kai and Vesperine, Aether's lips twitched in irritation, but before he could press further, a familiar voice chimed in, "That is Arcanium Mountain." Aether's head snapped to the side, his eyes locking onto the approaching figure of Raven Noir. As she drew closer, she adjusted her sunglasses, the same material used in the artifact you analyzed before. Aether blinked, his interest rekindled. Oh. I see. But why is it so heavily guarded? it's not about keeping people out, Raven explained, her voice low and serious. They're preventing others from getting too close. The mountain's materials are volatile and dangerous. It could easily kill anyone who doesn't handle it properly. Aether's frown deepened as he processed the information. Interesting. But why are you suddenly talking to me, Raven? You're digging your own grave. He subtly glanced at the women who had been trailing him. Helena, Aquilina, Arya, and Selene. All of them were watching, their eyes sharp, their expressions unreadable. Aether could practically feel the heat of their gazes boring into Raven, who remained oblivious to the storm she was unwittingly walking into. Chapter 382. Nothing about. Raven Noir. Hello, Ms. Raven Noir, Kai greeted with a hint of respect, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched Raven interact with his servant. Raven barely acknowledged him with a nod, her demeanor cool and distant. Kai's eyes twitched with suppressed irritation. Do you need something? He asked, his voice tight. Raven turned her sharp gaze to Aether, her expression unreadable. Isn't he Aquilina's servant? What is he doing here with you? Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Why does everyone only talk to me when it's about Aether? He thought bitterly. Grinding his teeth inwardly, he forced a calm response. Since Aquilina is my fiancée, her servant is also under my command, he said, carefully avoiding the truth. Aquilina had warned him not to reveal any secrets. Raven stared at him for a long moment. Her gaze as piercing as ever. Before the tension could thicken, a voice cut through the air. Come on, Raven. Talia's fierce, feminine voice echoed across the stalls, urgency laced in her tone. Raven cast one last inscrutable look at Kai before nodding and walking away, joining Talia without another word, as Kai and Vesperine exchanged a quick glance before shrugging and resuming their date. Aether frowned, his thoughts swirling. When did those two become friends? He wondered, his gaze lingering on the retreating figures of Raven and Talia. Meanwhile, Talia's eyes sparkled with a mix of amusement and curiosity as she observed Raven. It's rare to see you talk to someone, she remarked with a teasing smile. Raven merely shrugged, her tone indifferent. I was just curious. Continue your saga on Empire. Talia's smile faded, replaced by a hardened expression. Don't forget about our goal. This might be our last time entering this empire. Next time. I doubt he'll be so merciful to let traitors back inside. Raven's face remained impassive, but Talia knew her well enough to catch the subtle flinch on her body. With a nod, Talia felt reassured, sensing Raven's unspoken agreement. Just then, Raven's sharp gaze caught sight of a familiar figure hiding behind a nearby stall. She frowned and walked briskly towards her. Aquilina, H.H. Aquilina jumped slightly before turning around. Quickly composing herself as she faced Raven and Talia. What is it? Aquilina asked, her voice tinged with impatience. She had been tailing Aether, intent on monitoring how much torment those two inflicted on him, so she could later deliver the same torment back to them. Raven glanced from Aquilina to Kai's group, then back at Aquilina, her expression growing more curious. Are you stalking your fiancé? Aquilina's face turned into a deadpan expression, and she immediately denied it. Of course not. Raven's frown deepened, but she quickly dismissed it, realizing it wasn't her place to pry. Aquilina was about to leave when Raven suddenly spoke again. You know, there's something I want to ask. Aquilina hesitated, her patience wearing thin as she watched Aether's group begin to move away. She couldn't afford to lose them, especially after noticing Helena, who was pathetically disguised and following Aether. What is it? She asked, her voice clipped, just before the entrance ceremony. Did your servant walk from the teleportation station to the academy? Well. Yeah, Victor's allotted room. Raven Noir. Her past was shrouded in mystery. There was absolutely no information about her, except that she had been banished from this empire. There were no records explaining why she had been banished, no details about her bloodline, her sources of wealth. Nothing at all. Aether sighed deeply as he read the words written in the notes provided by Aquilina. He glanced down at Celestia, who lay sprawled across his chest, humming contentedly. She felt his gaze and smirked, already anticipating his question. Don't look at me like that, she teased, her voice lilting with amusement. I told you, there's nothing on her. Without the Dragon Emperor's permission, not a single soul enters or leaves this empire. Everything that happens here stays locked inside and rarely sees the light of day. Aether's brow furrowed in thought. Is that Dragon Emperor really that powerful? He asked, genuine curiosity creeping into his voice. Despite the grandeur and the words surrounding the Dragon Emperor, Aether hadn't felt any overwhelming presence. Nothing compared to the principal or heck, even Alaric, even during this pressure to kneel to others, he barely felt because he was already used to the principal who also pushed him too much. Anyhow, Celestia chuckled softly, pinching his cheek playfully, it's not just about power, darling dragons are fiercely, almost blindly, loyal to their Dragon Emperor. To the title itself, Aether nodded, absorbing the information, though it only deepened his curiosity. But why? What makes them so loyal to the title? Celestia shrugged lightly, her tone shifting to one of quiet reverence. As I said before, without the Dragon Emperor's word, nothing leaves this empire. The details are shrouded in secrecy, but their loyalty, it's absolute. And, sometimes, no most of the time, they act weird, like how they forced you guys to come or something like that. More happens here. Aether stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind racing with questions. Wondered how to approach her. His mission tab showed no signs of urgency, no blinking alerts, so he would take it slow. Celestia's voice broke through his thoughts. By the way, the Empress is curious about what Her Highness has been up to. She held up a small crystal ball, identical to the one Celine had used before. A recording device. Aether smirked, recognizing the glint of mischief in Celestia's eyes. He nodded, leaning in close as he murmured, let's wait until we return. Celestia's eyes widened in surprise, a wicked grin spreading across her lips. Are you finally doing it? Aether simply shrugged, offering no explanation, but it was enough to make Celestia's heart race. She kissed him deeply, a promise of what was to come. I can hardly wait, she purred, resting her head against his chest. Aether's smile was warm, filled with affection before his hands started to wander. Hey! Celestia fake glared at him, though her eyes sparkled with playful mischief when she felt his fingers gently squeezing her ass. Aether chuckled, tightening his grip, the warmth of the moment enveloping them both. But then, suddenly. Knock, knock, they both flinched, the spell of their intimacy broken. Celestia quickly transformed into Victor, her movements swift and practiced. Victor opened the door, his expression instantly turning to one of annoyance as he found Ravenmoor standing there, her face as unreadable as ever. Do you need something? He asked, his tone clipped. Raven shook her head, her gaze drifting past him to Aether. I'd like to speak with him, she stated calmly. Aether's mind raced, suspicion gnawing at him. What she wants now? The thought of spending time with Raven was tempting, a chance to gather information, perhaps even gain some favor. But he knew so little about her. Too little. It was a dangerous gamble, and he was treading on thin ice. It was like same as Aquilina when he first met her, so he needed to know more before starting his game. Victor was on the verge of rejecting the request when, Aether, Leah suddenly peeked out from behind Raven, her expression a storm of hesitation, fear, and guilt. Aether's eyes narrowed as he caught the faint curl of Raven's lips, a smugness. It was as if she had just achieved victory, and it unsettled him deeply. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, realizing he had no choice but to follow. The night had fully descended, casting the castle in deep shadows. Yet the castle strangely illuminated enough for the night but not too bright. Most of the students had already retired. Ever since Dragon Emperor announced tomorrow very morning they were leaving for that place. The corridors were eerily quiet as Raven led Aether and Leah to her room, her footsteps echoing in the silence. Aether looked around the surface of the castle that illuminated. Interesting, he thought, a black castle with eerie blue and yellow shades of light. Really mesmerizing. As they walked, Leah's eyes filled with guilt as she glanced up at Aether. She murmured softly, I'm sorry. Aether looked at her, his expression softening despite the situation. He sighed before patting her head. 600 AP, they entered Raven's room. None of them noticed the pair of blue, slit-pupil eyes watching from the deep shadows of the hallway, waiting, silently observing. Chapter 383 Dragon Emperor will kill you for it. the money you're asking about, I really gave it to the orphanage," Aether declared, his voice steady but his face betraying an awkward tension as he faced Raven Noir. She sat rigidly in her chair, her gaze shifting between Aether and Leah, who stood uneasily beside him. Leah nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Aether's discomfort. It was Raven's money, after all, yet they had chosen to donate it to the orphanage, believing they were doing something noble and right. "However, I don't care about the money," Raven stated coldly, her tone leaving no room for doubt as she adjusted her sleek sunglasses. Both Leah and Aether exhaled deeply, a visible wave of relief passing between them as they exchanged furtive, relieved smiles. Aether, sensing the tension easing, nodded toward Raven. "Well then, we'll be leaving. And thank you for your generosity," he said, forcing a smile as he gently squeezed Leah's hand and began to move toward the door. But just as they reached the door, Raven's voice sliced through the silence like a dagger. "But I do care about the person who escaped from my grasp." Aether froze mid-step, his hand lingering on the doorknob. He slowly turned. Raven rose gracefully from her chair. "What's your name?" she asked, her voice low and commanding. Aether frowned, confusion knitting his brows together. "Don't you already know? What's your name, boy?" Raven interrupted sharply, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. "Aether, Do you know your parents?" Aether's confusion deepened. "I don't. I'm just a servant. Someone they bought from the slave market." Raven continued to stare at him, her expression inscrutable. Then, as if the conversation was of no consequence, she simply nodded and sat back down. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft clink of porcelain as she poured herself another cup of tea. Aether felt a surge of frustration. "Is that it?" he thought incredulously. He watched her sip her tea. Leah leaned in, her voice barely a whisper. "We should leave, now," she urged, her eyes wide with fear. "But, why are you so interested in me?" he blurted out. Raven paused, her teacup hovering midair. Slowly, she set it down. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she pointed to his neck, not at his neck exactly, but at the ring hanging from the chain around it, inside his clothes. Aether blinked, taken aback. He hesitated, then pulled out the ring, holding it up for her to see. "This, yes," Raven confirmed, her voice low and dangerous. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed on the ring as if it were a piece of a puzzle she had been searching for. She remembered that moment clearly. During their fight when her blade had slashed through his shirt, that's when she had first noticed it. "You recognize this ring?" Aether asked. He took a step closer, his earlier fear now mingling with a burning curiosity. "I do," Raven said, her tone measured. She picked up her teacup again, taking a slow sip. Aether eagerly waited for even more revelation. But nothing in this world is free. What do you want from me?" Aether asked with curiosity. Raven remained silent, her gaze never leaving his. Aether, unable to contain himself, let out an exasperated sigh and moved to the chair opposite her. He poured himself a cup of tea. His movements deliberate as if trying to match her calm demeanor. Before drinking it, both Leah and Raven stared at him, their surprise evident. They had expected him to pour tea for Raven. That's how he portrayed it for a second. Instead, Aether leaned back, his posture relaxed yet determined. He took a sip of the tea, the warmth spreading through him. "Tell me what you need me to do," he asked calmly, his tone shifting to one of professional detachment. A small, knowing smile tugged at the corners of Raven's lips. She appreciated his change in demeanor, recognizing it as a strategic move. For her, this was always about business, transactions, power, and control, never about emotions or trust. And Aether slowly starting to grasp her. More like trying to grasp her previous actions and trying to give an appropriate answer. To be honest, Aether didn't have a choice here, he needed to learn about this silent businesswoman. Raven's gaze flicked over to Leah. "Please leave, experience exclusive tales on Empire." Leah blinked. I can't leave him here alone," she protested, her voice trembling. The thought of leaving Aether alone with this woman terrified her. Who knew what Raven might do? Even if she said she didn't care, Leah knew. Money was always the matter. Aether glanced at Leah, his eyes softening as he reached out to calm her. "It's okay, Leah," he whispered. I'll handle this. Trust me. Reluctantly, Leah let out a shaky breath and stepped back, exiting the room. As the door closed, she hesitated, pressing her ear against the wood, desperate to catch even the faintest whisper of their conversation. But only silence. Seconds passed. Minutes passed, and then, thud, the door burst open, and Aether stood there, his expression unreadable. Ouch! Leah yelped as she stumbled forward, crashing into his chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she rubbed her sore head, peering up at him with a mix of worry and awkwardness. She quickly straightened up, trying to regain her composure, but the closeness of his body, the warmth of his skin against hers, made her heart race uncontrollably. 600 AP, Aether's lips curved into a gentle smile as he gazed down at her. He glanced back at Raven, who continued sipping her tea with an air of nonchalance. She gave him a subtle nod as if sealing some unspoken agreement. 10 AP, Aether nodded back at Raven before quietly closing the door behind him. Leah's curiosity burned bright in her eyes as they walked together down the dark yet dimly lit corridor. What did she ask you? She asked. Steal the Dragon Emperor's 2 horns, of course. He couldn't say that aloud, not here, in the very heart of the Dragon Emperor's castle. Even Raven had activated a barrier device to ensure their conversation remained private. Seeing him remain silent, Leah's face fell. Her lower lip trembled, and her eyes darkened with sorrow. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice cracking under the pressure of her guilt. She couldn't even look at him, the truth she had confessed to Raven. It all happened so quickly. Raven's arrival, her probing questions, the way she twisted the conversation until Leah had no choice but to reveal the truth. And when Raven threatened to inform her family about the money, Leah's resolve crumbled. She had no other choice. Her hands were tied. It wasn't her family's anger that she feared. It was Aether. If her family discovered how close she was to a servant, she couldn't bear to think of the consequences that would rain down on him. After all, he was still a servant. Seeing the gloom settle over her like a dark cloud, Aether's expression softened. He reached out, cupping her face gently with his hands. What am I going to do with you, Leah? He murmured, his voice laced with affection. He playfully tugged at her cheeks. Having a haughty little sister is quite a handful. 700 AP, Leah's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart skipping a beat. I'm not your little sister, she retorted, her voice high-pitched with embarrassment. She puffed out her cheeks, swatting his hand away as she glared at him, but there was no real anger behind it. She couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. With a huff, she turned on her heel and sprinted away, trying to escape the confusing feelings bubbling up inside her. Ahaha. Aether's laughter echoed through the hallway. Leah's feet carried her faster than she thought possible. She burst into her room, slamming the door behind her as she leaned back against it, gasping for breath. Her heart was pounding so hard she feared it might burst out of her chest. Her face was still flushed, her skin burning with a heat she didn't understand. What is this feeling? She whispered, her voice trembling as 2 fangs slid from her gums. I need blood, she muttered, fumbling for the blood pack she always kept close. She tore it open and drank greedily, the metallic taste soothing the raging thirst within her. Slowly, her face returned to normal, and the fangs retracted, leaving her feeling dazed and confused. Why do I feel this bloodthirst whenever I'm with Aether? She wondered aloud, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't quite grasp. This had never happened before. Not once in her entire life. And yet now, it was all-consuming. I need to figure this out. Meanwhile, Aether's laughter faded as he fell into deep thought, his gaze fixed on the ring clutched tightly in his hand. Raven's words echoed in his mind, unsettling him. To steal the Dragon Emperor's horn was one thing, but what she revealed next shook him to his core. Remember, that ring you're holding. It's something the Dragon Emperor would kill you for without hesitation. So hide it well. He stared at the ring, wondering what secrets it held. Was it a gift from his birth parents? Or had Aether found this randomly? He tried to recall the memories he saw before. Pieced them together, the image of a baby, wrapped in a blanket, but it was all too unclear. Just then, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, Aether, what are you doing here, alone at night? The soft, melodic voice startled him out of his thoughts. He turned quickly, his heart skipping a beat, to find Helena standing there. Her face was flushed, a shy smile playing on her lips as she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She wore a delicate nightgown that clung to her curves, the fabric shimmering in the moonlight. She looked at him with wide, expectant eyes, her shyness only adding to her allure. But behind it, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, damn it, Chapter 384. A place forged by the deaths of. Inside Helena's allotted room, the faint scent of lavender lingered in the background. Helena fidgeted nervously, her fingers twisting the hem of her nightgown as she glanced up at Aether with wide, anxious eyes. How are you, Aether? I haven't seen you today. Are you busy? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Concern laced her tone, but her eyes betrayed her unease. Aether couldn't help but smile at her attempt to hide her emotions. She was so endearingly bad at it. Well, yeah. I was with Kai and Vesperine. They were on a date in the new city, enjoying themselves. He replied, oh. Helena's eyes widened in surprise as if she had never even seen such a thing. Damn, this girl. Aether thought, watching her closely. Then, Helena mumbled softly, almost to herself, date. Ah. What is it? Her voice was filled with innocent curiosity, her head tilted slightly to the side. Aether's lips curled into a sly grin. He had already explained the concept of love story and love making the story, but seeing her ask again, he could only wonder. Did she forget, which seemed unlikely, trauma, or did she want something more? A date is a special time for a man and a woman who want to be together, Aether explained warmly, taking a step closer to her. They share their love and interests, getting to know each other even better. Helena flinched slightly at his approach but didn't step back. Her cheeks flushed as she repeated his words softly. I see. Know each other. Ah. She shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper as she mumbled, then. Shall we go on a date? Her words were so quiet that even the faintest buzzing of a mosquito might have been louder. I didn't know much of you. Aether's heart skipped a beat. Her shy yet hopeful expression was utterly adorable, and he wanted nothing more than to tease her. But, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, her actions, her reactions. So contradictory, so filled with raw emotion, warned him to tread carefully. If he pushed too far, things might escalate beyond control. Start the second stage, initiating unwanted conversations. Wait a damn second. Was she already in second stage? Aether had a horrifying face. Aether decided to play along but with gentle affection. Of course, I'll take you to a lovely place. Aether replied, his voice soft as he reached out. Helena's heart raced, and she closed her eyes in anticipation, expecting something, but instead of what she had in mind, Aether simply tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear and whispered. Where do you want to go? Helena opened her eyes, a mix of disappointment and longing crossing her face. She pouted, her cheeks still flushed, and answered shyly, any place. As long as I learn more things about you. Aether smiled at her innocence, but before he could say more, Helena's expression suddenly turned serious. Her eyes narrowed with determination as she stammered, but no kissing, huh? Aether blinked in surprise, his amusement giving way to curiosity. Kissing? What are you talking about? He knew she wasn't ready for a kiss, and truth be told, he wanted to take things slowly with her. There was no need to rush. No need to spoil the delicate balance between them before he could fully corrupt her, as he thought with a mischievous glint in his eyes, because I saw Kai and Vesperine kiss, MMFF. Helena immediately covered her mouth, realizing too late what she had just blurted out. Seeing Aether's curious gaze, she quickly tried to backtrack, her face turning a bright crimson. I heard. From friends. Yes, my friends told me. Yup. Her cheeks were so red they could outshine a tomato. And Aether found himself battling the urge to laugh or to simply bite those adorably puffed cheeks. Aether bit back a laugh, the urge to tease her almost overwhelming. Her innocence, her naivety. It was all so tempting. But he forced himself to stay composed. Friends. Ha. I see, Aether murmured, noticing the white neckband she wore. His eyes lingered on it for a moment before he returned his gaze to her. Helena smiled at him, though there was a fierce determination behind it. Don't worry, I'll protect you, she declared, her voice strong despite her obvious embarrassment. She knew that power that Aether gave to her. She needed to protect herself until death. Aether's heart swelled with love. She was so earnest, so sincere in her desire to protect him, that it made him want to kiss her right then and there. Control yourself, man, he reminded himself sternly. He turned to leave, needing to put some distance between them before he lost control. But just as he was about to step out, Helena moved in front of him, blocking his path. Aether froze, confused by her sudden action. He couldn't stay in her room too long. It might cause problems, others might notice this, and now, especially considering the way his thoughts were drifting. If he stayed, he might do something he shouldn't. 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, 9,000 AP, Helena's cheeks were burning as she struggled to find the words. Why you haven't? Haven't. Her voice was barely a whisper, her throat tight with nervousness. She glanced down at his hand, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and longing. Finally, she took his hand, her movements both furious and hesitant, and placed it gently on her head. Aether blinked, not quite understanding her actions at first. But when he saw the relief in her eyes, the way she looked up at him with such pleading vulnerability, he finally understood. He shook his head with a soft chuckle before gently patting her head. Helena closed her eyes, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she relaxed under his touch. This was what she had been longing for from the very beginning, the warmth, the comfort, the sense of security that only Aether's pats could give her. It calmed her and made her feel safe, and cherished. As she bathed in the warmth of his affection, Aether was barely holding himself together. His hands trembled with the effort it took to keep his desires in check, to not give in to the overwhelming urge to pull her closer, to claim her. But then, but I will allow you to kiss me on the forehead during our date, Helena stammered, her voice strict yet trembling. Her cheeks were flushed, and her heart pounded furiously in her chest. She added sternly, only on the forehead, okay? Her cute yet determined expression made it clear she was serious about this boundary, yet, despite her stern warning, she looked even more adorable. Yup. Aether's voice was a low murmur, something inside him snapping as he was overwhelmed by her irresistible charm. Without warning, he leaned in and, chomp. Continue reading stories on Empire, KYYYYYAA. Helena's scream echoed through the room as Aether bit her neck. Next very morning, Victor and the others were flying in a grand, enchanted carriage, soaring over high mountains and deep valleys. It seems that place is really far. Aquilina mumbled, her voice thoughtful as she gazed out at the endless stretch of rugged landscape. The distance they had traveled from the castle was almost unimaginable. Everyone nodded in agreement, even they understood as they had been traveling for hours. As the journey continued, the students watched the passing scenery with wide eyes, filled with curiosity and wonder. Meanwhile, Raven's gaze lingered on Aether, who was asleep beside Aquilina, his chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. Not only her but also Helena glaring at him with a flushed face. Victor. Kyra's voice broke through his thoughts. She was slightly scared by how intensely he was staring out the window. Victor didn't respond immediately, his attention focused on the towering mountains that loomed in the distance. Their peaks were shrouded in mist, almost resembling the small Arcanium mountain he had once seen. Arcanium Mountains. Ashera mumbled, her voice filled with a mix of awe and recognition as she too noticed the mountains. Do you know them? Victor asked. His surprise evident. Yes, it's a known range in our empire, but this is the first time I've seen so many mountains together. I see. Victor nodded, a slow grin spreading across his face. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and as they stepped down from the carriage, the atmosphere around them shifted drastically. Thunder, puff, KKKYRRAA. The group stared in shock at the sight before them. The sky above was a vast, swirling canvas of bluish-black. Ominous clouds churned overhead, pulsating with a strange, otherworldly energy. Streaks of lightning, not the familiar bright white but a bizarre blood red, arced across the sky in jagged, unpredictable patterns, as if the very elements were at war with one another. The ground beneath their feet was scorched and cracked, the heat radiating from it so intense that it felt as though the earth itself was bleeding fire. In the distance, a river of molten lava ran through the jagged terrain, its surface bubbling and hissing as it flowed slowly, inexorably, toward some unseen destination. Strange, winged creatures circled above the lava, their leathery wings flapping with a sound like distant thunder, and finally, the huge mountain. Or what they had thought was a mountain, that truly stole their breath away. It's not a mountain. Victor murmured with a frown as he felt something wrong with that mountain. The Dragon Emperor, standing before them, let out a low, sinister chuckle. Yes, it's not a mountain. As I mentioned before, this is the peak forged by the deaths of millions upon millions of dragons. Welcome to our one and only Inferno Pyromorn summit, he declared, his voice filled with a twisted pride that sent shivers down their spines. Thunder, a bright red light suddenly blinded everyone, forcing them to shield their eyes. When they could finally see again, what they saw left them speechless. The so-called mountain was revealed to be a grotesque, nightmarish pile of dragon corpses, their bodies rotting and decaying, the stench of death so overpowering it made their stomachs churn. The bones of these majestic creatures jutted out at odd angles, their once proud forms now reduced to a disgusting, decaying mass. The air was thick with the smell of rot, the sight so horrific that it left them all stunned. This was where the second trial began. Chapter 385 Inferno Pyromorn Summit, Drip. Drip. Drip, step, 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 be careful, it's slippery here, Helena cautioned, her voice echoing in the eerie silence. She gingerly placed her foot on the ancient stone steps, slick with a thick layer of blood and fleshy remnants. The once vibrant crimson now faded to a sickly brown as it dried in patches. The scent of decay was overwhelming, a pungent reminder of the countless lives lost in this forsaken place. The Dragon Emperor led the way, he guided them down the seemingly endless staircase. It had been an hour since they began this arduous descent, yet the bottom remained out of sight. How much longer? Are we going to be walking? Vesperine muttered, her voice laced with exhaustion and frustration. Kai, who trudged along behind her, his legs were also ached. He glanced up at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, if it's not too much trouble, could you tell us how much longer we need to walk? Kai asked, his voice respectful. The Dragon Emperor turned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Kai with a cold, calculating gaze. If you cannot handle this, he began, his voice low and menacing, then I doubt you will survive what lies ahead. Meanwhile, Victor, who had been quietly observing their descent, noticed something strange about their path. They weren't simply descending, they were. It seems like we're spiraling around the mountain, he thought, lifting his gaze to the ever-narrowing strip of sky above them. The summit, once visible, was now obscured by the twisting walls of stone. To his left, the mountain fell away into a deep, yawning chasm, a void that seemed to pull at him with a quiet, insidious force. Crack, hitch. A sudden scream shattered the silence as Ashara's foot slipped on the treacherous stone. She teetered on the edge of the path, her body leaning dangerously over the abyss. In a blind panic, she flung herself at Victor, her arms wrapping around him in a desperate bid for stability. Continue reading on Empire. Victor stiffened as he felt her soft boobs press against him. A flicker of annoyance, not really, crossed his face. But as he looked into her terrified eyes, instead, he sighed heavily, resigning himself to the situation. But before he could react further, shit. Kyra cursed loudly as her foot also slipped, sending her crashing into Victor's other side. She clung to him for dear life, her breathing ragged with fear. Now, Victor found himself sandwiched between the two women, each clinging to him as if he were their last lifeline. He could feel the weight of their stares. Two deadly glares. Sigh, give me a break, after what felt like an endless eternity of walking, finally, the group arrived at their destination, a wide, flat expanse at the very base of the mountain. The stone floor beneath their feet was smooth and unnaturally even, everyone panted heavily, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they doubled over, hands on their knees. Some of the group simply collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to care about the blood-stained stone beneath them. The Dragon Emperor surveyed them with a mixture of disdain and disappointment. Pathetic, he thought, his eyes flicking from one weary face to the next. His gaze lingered on Victor, who stood apart from the others, showing no sign of exhaustion. Instead, Victor's attention was fixed on something beyond the Dragon Emperor, his gaze narrowed in contemplation. Wait. Those. Celine's voice broke the silence, her tone a mixture of curiosity and wariness as she pointed past the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a smirk. Yes, what you see before you is the same material used in the construction of my castle. Before them stood a massive wall of pure black metal, towering over them with an imposing presence. The wall material, identical to those in the Emperor's castle, bore the weight of centuries, its surface marred by the passage of time. Yet, there was something different about these walls. Etched into the metal was a large, intricate symbol. A circle, perfectly symmetrical, with a straight line bisecting it vertically and two smaller lines adjacent to it. A peace symbol. Victor thought, a deep frown creasing his brow. The symbol was unmistakable, same one he used in his previous world. This is the true Inferno Pyremorn summit, the Dragon Emperor declared, his voice filled with a solemn gravity that demanded attention. Then. Don't tell me that above. Aquilina's voice trembled with shock as realization began to dawn on her. The Dragon Emperor turned to her, his smirk widening into a sinister grin. Yes, everything you saw above, those decayed bodies, the remnants of lives long lost, are nothing more than the corpses of dragons. As I mentioned before, millions upon millions of dragons have perished here since the ancient era. He gestured towards the walls, his voice taking on a tone of reverence as he continued. This place was built by the ancients, a sacred ground to test the worthiness of those who would dare to claim the title of Dragon Emperor. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Even the principal, usually so composed and unflappable, raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, if someone passes this test, they... Jack began, his curiosity piqued despite the dire circumstances. They earn the right to challenge the current Dragon Emperor, if there is one, that is, the Dragon Emperor interjected, his voice cold and matter-of-fact. Anyone who passes this trial has the right to duel the Emperor for the throne, and even if they lose, they will be respected and honored by all dragons in the Empire. Just like a true Emperor, I see. Jack nodded slowly, a look of amusement playing on his lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. Meanwhile, Talia and Raven's expressions hardened, and their minds thought in unison, duel? Lose? You bastard emperors will kill them. What's this symbol? Nyx asked, her voice tinged with curiosity as she reached out to touch the strange markings on the wall. Her fingers traced the lines as if trying to unravel the mystery they held. The Dragon Emperor's gaze softened slightly as he placed his hand on the symbol. I'm not entirely sure. My father once told me that this symbol represents peace. Peace, yes, the Dragon Emperor replied, his voice taking on a contemplative tone. Once you enter, you will find peace. Either like them, he gestured towards the piles of decayed corpses, then, his lips curling into a smug grin as he pointed himself, or like me, who found inner peace. A heavy silence fell over the group as the weight of his words sank in. This was no ordinary trial, it was a one-way journey, with no guarantees of survival. The Dragon Emperor, seeing the fear and uncertainty on their faces, nodded in satisfaction. Yes, once you enter this test. It's do or die. Fuck, the curse echoed through the chamber, a raw expression of fear and frustration. The faces of the group mirrored that sentiment, each one etched with horror as they fully comprehended the gravity of their situation. Are we sure this is the real trial? Kai's voice wavered as he glanced around at the others, his doubt evident. I mean, weren't we supposed to discover Shattered Heart or something? What if? What if we're in the wrong place? His words gave everyone pause. What if they were wrong? They could die for nothing. The group fell into deep contemplation, the sight of the dead dragons weighing heavily on their minds. they needed to be sure. This was not laughing matter, the principal could only wait for their answers. She would neither force them nor advise them. Because it's about life and death, they were the ones who were facing it. Victor, meanwhile, was lost in his thoughts. The mention of the ancient era, the symbol of peace, it all seemed too coincidental. Could this place have been created by humans from Earth? He wondered, his frown deepening as he tried to piece together the puzzle. The seed for the first trial had been passed down by the ancients, and now, am I, in the future of Earth? He thought with a deep frown. He need know if that was the case. As the group fell into silence, contemplating their next move, the Dragon Emperor's patience wore thin. He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt, "Are you scared now?" His taunting words cut through the air, making everyone frown. "Do you know? When I told my son about this, unlike you cowards, he agreed immediately." It was then that the group realized someone was missing. Even Kai, who had been distracted by his flirting with Vesperine, suddenly noticed the absence of a familiar presence. The Dragon Emperor's pride swelled as he continued, "Yes, he has already entered the test. By now, I believe he's close to the end." Without hesitation, "I'm in," Aquilina declared, her voice steady and resolute, breaking the silence. "And me too." Kai stammered, though his face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. One by one, the others nodded in agreement. There was no turning back now. This was the path. This was what they had been chosen by the arcane. They could not step down now, except for Aether. The Dragon Emperor's grin widened into a triumphant smile as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a white parchment appeared before each of them, along with a bone pen, ancient and foreboding. "Sign the contract," he commanded. Chapter 386, The One and Only Heart Game. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they scanned the terms laid out in the contract before them. The document stated in no uncertain terms that should they pass the test, they would be bound to remain within the Dragon Empire for the rest of their lives. More troubling was the clause that declared they would be directly under the command of the Dragon Emperor. With their actions and words heavily restricted, they wouldn't be allowed to speak, write, or communicate in any way about what they had seen or heard within the Empire from the moment they had set foot inside their empire. "What is the meaning of this?" the principal asked, her voice hardening as a deep frown creased her brow. While she might understand and even agree with the need for secrecy as she had done before, the idea of her students being forced to spend their lives under the Dragon Emperor's control was utterly unacceptable. The Dragon Emperor met her gaze with a cold, unyielding stare. "This is my empire. The laws here are my words, sovereign." Yet, despite his bravado, a tremor of fear passed through his body as he felt the principal's immense power subtly pressed down on him. His eyes widened slightly, and he bit his lip, the icy composure slipping from his face. What? Are you going to kill me?" he stammered, the edge of panic creeping into his voice. "Why, you know what will happen, right?" The principal remained silent, her eyes boring into him, unflinching. The tension in the air grew palpable, the entire group holding their breath as they waited for her response. Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, the Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a smirk, assuming he had the upper hand. But before he could do anything, the principal said with icy dangerous words. "Killing you means I need to face your entire empire's dragons, right?" she asked, her tone calm and collected as if the idea of battling an entire empire was of no concern to her. The Dragon Emperor's smirk faltered, replaced by a look of disbelief. Do you think I will kill them all, if that's what's necessary," she stated calmly, shrugging as if the thought of mass slaughter was the most natural thing in the world. As she had mentioned before, she generally refrained from interfering with her students' decisions. However, this situation was entirely different. It was, in essence, an act of enslaving them here against their will, and if he went through with this, it would inevitably lead to many other empires waging war on him to rescue their children. So either way, it would end in disaster. Why not put an end to it now? That was her reasoning. Damn, she is a dangerous one, Victor thought, genuinely wondering if this was the same woman he had been trying to toy with earlier. Realizing his plan was falling apart and noticing the unsettling look in her eyes, he recalled the time she had beaten him to a pulp. Even before she became sovereign, he swallowed hard before stammering, "Fine then. Since you request, the Dragon Emperor corrected himself quickly, I mean since you asked me so kindly. I will remove that clause. The principal nodded, her expression stern and unyielding, but just as she was about to step back, the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth once more, however, before he could utter another word, the principal moved with lightning speed. Her fist connected with his gut, sending him crashing into the black wall, The impact was brutal, cough, the Dragon Emperor doubled over, coughing up blood as he gasped for air, hear me out, he choked out, his voice strained with pain. I just want them to owe me a favor, that's all. He raised his hands in a placating gesture, hoping to calm her wrath. The principal turned her gaze from the battered Dragon Emperor to the wall he had slammed into. To her surprise, there wasn't even a dent. She had used half of her power in that punch, yet the wall remained completely unscathed. Looks like it's sturdier than I thought, she mused, her curiosity piqued by the resilience of the material. But her attention quickly returned to the Dragon Emperor, who was still struggling to regain his composure. It's fine, Principal, a soft yet determined voice interrupted. The principal turned to see Aquilina stepping forward. It's fine, Aquilina repeated, nodding toward the Dragon Emperor. Since it's only a favor, I do think it's worth it. She glanced at the others, her gaze steady. I don't think getting something for free is wise. It might come back to bite me. So, I will offer him one small favor that won't cost anything serious. As she spoke, the letters on her parchment shifted, reflecting the new terms before she signed it. The contract shone brightly for a moment before dissolving into a stream of light that entered Aquilina's body. The others exchanged glances, realizing the logic in her words. Reluctantly, one by one, they followed her lead and signed their own contracts, watching as the magical documents disappeared into their bodies. The principal, however, was not yet satisfied. Though the chosen ones are the ones who need this trial, the rest of you, are you sure about this? She asked. Her voice carrying a note of caution as she looked at Leah, Vesperine, Ashera, Talia, Kyra, Victor, and the other attendants who had accompanied the group. A few of them frowned, clearly uneasy about what they were agreeing to. The implications of signing the contract were heavy, and they knew it. Ashera hesitated for a moment before voicing the question that was on everyone's mind. I've been curious, what exactly is the test, of course. They hadn't even asked what the trial entailed. All eyes turned to the Dragon Emperor, who was still wiping the blood from his lips, his expression unreadable. The Dragon Emperor shrugged nonchalantly, don't know, huh? The group collectively blinked. Taken aback by his nonchalant response, you'll understand once you go inside, he added with an enigmatic smile, leaving them more puzzled than before. Ashera hesitated, but after seeing Victor sign without a moment's doubt, she steeled herself and followed suit, signing her name on the contract. Victor, however, contract invalid. Cannot be formed due to your contract with ###########. Victor stared at the message, blinking in surprise, his lips curled up. Well, I didn't expect that, he thought, glancing over at Aquilina, who was busy talking to Aether. Aether, you need to stay here and believe in me, okay? Aquilina said, her tone serious as she looked him in the eyes. Aether nodded. Please be careful, princess, he replied, his voice lacking its usual comforting tone. Aquilina frowned slightly, sensing something off in Aether's demeanor. His words seemed to lack warmth unlike before. But she brushed it aside, focusing on the task ahead. Helena glanced at Aether, longing to hear a few encouraging words from him, but with everyone present, she hesitated. She sighed, feeling the weight of the moment, but then noticed Aether discreetly giving her a thumbs up. Her beautiful smile returned, and she nodded, beginning to say, she quickly covered her mouth, remembering to maintain her composure, especially with Finian watching her with a frown. Don't worry, I will protect you, Kai announced, stepping forward to reassure Vesperine. As the group braced themselves for the trial ahead, the Dragon Emperor moved to the massive black wall. He bit his lip and allowed a single drop of blood to fall onto the cold metal surface. The entire wall trembled before the peace symbol engraved upon it began to part, revealing a deep, black void beyond. Don't die on me, the principal commanded sternly. Everyone nodded, their expressions serious as they stepped toward the abyss. they entered the dark void, one by one. Victor, the last to enter, paused and looked back at the principal. Their eyes met briefly before he disappeared into the darkness. Tuck, the walls sealed shut behind them, leaving the principal and the Dragon Emperor alone on the stony platform. You too. The Dragon Emperor said suddenly, throwing a similar parchment toward the principal. This contract was different, its terms were simple, she must never reveal the details of this empire to anyone. The principal raised an eyebrow, a look of amusement crossing her face. I wonder, why are you dragons all so secretive about everything that happens here? She asked, signing the parchment without hesitation. Stay tuned with Empire, it's our law, the Dragon Emperor replied, his voice filled with strict pride. But the exchange wasn't over. The Dragon Emperor turned toward Aether, who had been lingering in the background, and tossed another parchment in his direction. You too, he commanded. Aether, actually, Celestia in disguise, holding Snowflake, nodded and began to sign HISSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS their senses on high alert. The eerie sound was coming from deep within the valley below. Meanwhile, inside the summit, a single message appeared on the screen before them, glowing white letters on a black background as if they were in a darkened cinema. Hello, everyone, welcome to my one and only game. The group stood in a dark, featureless space, their only source of light the floating screen before them. Game, someone muttered, frowning in confusion. Yup, the one and only heart game. Hope you like it. The unexpected cheerfulness of the message caught them off guard. They exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if there was truly someone behind this strange game or if it was some kind of illusion. Now it's time to see your true heart. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath them vanished, and they were plunged into the void. Thud, each of them hit the unseen floor with a heavy impact, the world spinning around them as they struggled to understand what was happening. Chapter 387. Growing Older. It's truly a simple game, you know. All you need to do is choose between two paths before you. The white letters glowed ominously in the pitch-black void, casting an eerie light that seemed to pulse with life. As the words lingered, two white doors materialized on opposite sides of the void, their surfaces gleaming like polished ivory. The group dusting their butt, stared at the two doors, their eyes flickering with uncertainty and dread. The words lingered, urging them to make a choice, but the tension in the air was palpable. Whatever path you choose, you alone will face it. A heavy, suffocating silence followed. They understood now. They would have to face the test alone, isolated from one another. The thought sent a shiver of fear through the group. And more than one person found themselves involuntarily clenching their fists. Don't worry, guys, there's no need to fear the game. It's nothing more than a simple, easy challenge. The mocking tone in the words did little to soothe their nerves. They had already seen the peak, a place where lives were extinguished without mercy, and they knew better than to trust these assurances. As if sensing their disbelief, the words shifted, adopting a more taunting and condescending tone. At least you're a bit more cautious than the last dragon. Kai's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in shock. He stepped forward, his voice trembling as he blurted out, El Leon. What happened to him? Where is he? There was a pause, a silence that seemed to stretch on for an eternity before the words responded with a casual indifference that sent chills down Kai's spine. Well, you'll find out eventually. Don't worry. Something in the tone, an underlying threat, a promise of something terrible, caused a collective shudder to run through the group. Some even wanted to leave, but there was no path to exit from here. Anyhow, let's begin the game. Suddenly, in the corner of everyone's vision, a vertical level bar appeared. At the top of the bar was a smiling face with horns symbol, and at the bottom, smiling face with halo symbol glowed faintly. In the center of the bar, their own faces stared back at them. Distorted and unnervingly lifelike. You see the two symbols, right? The top one represents your inner demon, the darkness within you, while the lower one symbolizes your purity and goodness, the light that still remains. And in the middle, you'll see your own face. Do you see it? They all nodded slowly, unease tightening their chests. Their reflections on the bar seemed twisted, their features exaggerated in ways that made them almost unrecognizable. As you can see, once you enter the door, you'll confront your true heart. Your face will shift and change according to your thoughts and choices. The bar will reflect your inner turmoil and the battle between the demon and the angel within you. Is that all? Ashera asked, her voice laced with suspicion, smirking face. Lady Ashera Nightfire, you of all people, you ask that? Don't you understand what it means to have two hearts? And how painful it is? Pain, fear, hiding, being lost, guilt, the word struck like a dagger, and Ashera's entire body trembled violently. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she felt as though the air had been sucked out of her lungs. I know. I know everything about each and every one of you, even though those were words. They literally felt the words echoed in their minds, filling them with a sense of dread that they couldn't shake. It was as if someone, or something, was burrowing into their thoughts. Sigh, anyhow let's beggy, you still haven't explained the conditions for this game. And what happens to those who fail? Aquilina suddenly spoke up, her voice cold and emotionless. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the floating words, refusing to be intimidated. Good. Yay. Just as sharp as always. Well, there are no strict conditions. You can play however you want. But as for failures, that's something crucial. By the time you complete the test, your face should either be at the top or the bottom of the bar. But never, ever in the middle, the group frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? They asked in unison, their voices laced with tension. Foo, there is always good in the bad. There is always bad in the good, but there is no good and bad at the same time. The words were cryptic, leaving them more confused than before. Before anyone could ask for clarification, the glowing text faded into nothingness, leaving only the void and the two stark white doors standing before them. The silence was suffocating. They exchanged uneasy glances, each trying to decipher the meaning behind the cryptic message. I think we should come up with a plan to, Aquilina began, her voice steady, but before she could finish, there was a sudden commotion. What the? Someone shouted. All heads turned as Finian's legs began moving on their own, dragging him towards the left door as if some invisible force was controlling him. Finian! Helena exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. She reached out to grab him, but before her hand could touch him, her own legs flinched and began marching her toward the right door, completely against her will. Helena's heart raced as she fought against the force pulling her, but it was no use. Whatever it was far stronger than she was, and it dragged her, step by step, closer to the door. It wasn't just her. One by one, each of them found themselves compelled to move, their bodies no longer under their own control. It was as if they were puppets, strings pulled by some unseen hand. In no time, the group was scattered, each of them moving toward different doors. Except, the void seemed to grow darker as the words reappeared. I never thought you'd show up here, lady. Kyra's voice cut through the darkness like a blade. Her eyes, cold, were fixed on the glowing words, her expression unreadable. I see. Then what kind of pleasure do I owe you for your generous visit to my old tomb? A slow, enigmatic smile spread across Kyra's lips as she responded, nothing much, just a routine checkup. As she moved toward the door without hesitation. Routine checkup. That's the last thing I heard when I died by your fateful hand. Foo, I wonder who it will be this time. I am alone. Victor muttered. His voice echoing off the pure black walls that enclosed the narrow path ahead. The walls, though dark, seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie light, barely illuminating the corridor he stood in. Behind him, there was nothing but an impenetrable black wall. Suddenly, ding, paused, remaining time, 279 days 23 hours 60 minutes 2 seconds, Victor's brow furrowed in confusion. Paused? Why would it be paused? He wondered aloud, but after a moment's thought, he shrugged it off. His mind shifted to more immediate concerns as he reached out, establishing a telepathy connection, /cell. Are you okay? Stay updated via Empire, yes, I'm fine, just dealing with some goblins or whatever these ugly creatures are. // goblins, Be careful. Those little bastards can be tricky. Victor advised, a hint of amusement in his voice as he imagined her easily cutting through them. Next, he reached out to Arya. How are things on your end? / Don't worry, Aether. I'm doing fine, just facing a pack of wolves. But you be careful, okay? / A small smile tugged at Victor's lips as he sensed the concern in her voice. He nodded and then, /seals, / nothing. The silence on the other end was heavy. Victor's smile faded as he realized the truth: the outside world was completely cut off. No communication could reach beyond these walls. As Victor continued down the path, he noticed something disturbing. A few bloodstains smeared across the black walls, dark and ominous. His senses heightened, his steps cautious, but it wasn't long before he encountered ogres, SLCKKK. In a swift, almost effortless motion, Victor dispatched the 4 ogres. They barely had time to register his presence before their heads were rolling on the cold, black ground, severed cleanly from their bodies. Victor then glanced at the level bar. His face was still in the middle of the bar. Victor paused, his mind working through the implications. He was calm, almost too calm, as he continued to walk, a certain luxurious ease in his stride despite the ominous atmosphere. But just as he began to feel at ease, the black walls surrounding him abruptly ceased their faint illumination. The corridor vanished, replaced by a vast, dark void. Victor's muscles tensed, instinctively readying himself for whatever might come next. SSSSBNH. Out of the void, 2 white doors appeared. Unlike before, they weren't on opposite sides but stood side by side, glowing faintly. Victor frowned, his eyes flicking back to the level bar. It was still stuck in the middle. This time, though, he didn't feel the invisible force compelling his legs to move. He had control. For a moment, he hesitated, considering his options. The choice was his to make. After a deep breath, he stepped forward, choosing one of the doors. The heavy door creaked open, and he crossed without looking back. As soon as he entered, the 2 doors vanished into the black void, leaving nothing but darkness behind. Victor glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see the door still there, but there was nothing, just a flat, unyielding wall. With a resigned sigh, Victor turned to face whatever lay ahead, but then, he heard a voice that stopped him in his tracks. Victor, he frowned. Here. Victor lowered his gaze and saw Ashera and Nyx Shadowfall sitting on the ground, their bodies covered in patches of wounds, their faces etched with exhaustion and pain. But something was off. You look old. Victor's voice was laced with confusion as he took in their appearance. Both of them seemed older, their features. Well. He was not a pervert, but Ashera's features little bigger and her chubby cute face was turned little hot. Ashera offered a weak, awkward chuckle, her voice carrying a weight of sorrow. Of course, Victor. It's been a year since we last saw each other. Victor's eyes widened in shock. A year? What are you talking about? His gaze fell to his sleeves. They were shorter as if he had grown taller. The FUCK, Chapter 388. Welcome to the peace, ladies, Celine. Can you hear me? Celine, / Aria. Aria? Can you hear me? Aria, / Panic began to rise within Victor as he desperately tried to reach out. The telepathic connection was still active. But for some inexplicable reason, there was no response. His heart raced, and his breaths grew shallow. With no available option, Helena, / Helena. Can you hear me? It's me, Aether. I'm telepathically reaching out to you. Are you there, / A. Aether, / A wave of relief washed over Victor as Helena's voice finally echoed in his mind. He let out a long, exhausted breath and slumped beside Ashera, his legs feeling like they were made of lead. The sheer tension of the moment had drained him, and he leaned his head against her shoulder, his body trembling slightly from the adrenaline crash. Ashera glanced at him, her eyes wide with surprise, feeling the warmth of his head resting on her shoulder. A blush crept up her cheeks. 200 AP, meanwhile, /H how are you talking to me, / Helena's voice carried a mix of confusion and awe. Victor couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. / well, maybe it's the power of love or something like that, / 9000 AP, / WW what are you talking about? There's no such thing, / Helena's voice took on a cute, flustered tone, her confusion evident even through the mental connection. Victor's spirits lifted a bit more, the light banter calming his frayed nerves. But his expression soon grew serious again as he asked her for more details. / what have you encountered so far, / well, I only had to deal with a few lizards, nothing too challenging. After that, I entered the door and met up with Aquilina, Jack, Vesperine, and 2 others, / How's Aquilina, / Victor asked, his concern deepening, / she's fine, though she got wounded a bit. But I healed her up in no time, / Helena's voice held a note of pride, clearly pleased with her abilities. Victor sighed, feeling a mix of relief and worry. Even though they were managing, the oddness of the situation gnawed at him. Everyone seemed to have aged, yet they were unaware of how much time had passed. Something was very wrong. After telling Helena to stay cautious and to contact him if anything happened, Victor turned his attention back to Nyx Shadowfall and Ashera Nightfire. What exactly happened, he asked. His tone serious. Nyx responded first, her expression annoyed. We've been trapped in some kind of loop, walking and fighting for nearly a year now. Ashera nodded, her voice soft as she elaborated, just like you, we entered the door. But instead of finding a way out, we faced a high-level monster. We defeated it, but then another pair of white doors appeared, leading to yet another challenge. This cycle has continued over and over. Eventually, I ran into Nyx during one of my loops, and we've been traveling together since then, so, the door allows 2 people to enter at a time. I see, Victor muttered, frowning as he processed the information. His gaze shifted to Nyx, who was nonchalantly polishing her nails. Seemingly unbothered by the situation, just as he was about to question her further, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, /Aether, / Victor's eyes widened in surprise, /Celine. Are you alright? Did anything happen to you, / Celine's soft, relieved voice answered him, / I'm fine Aether. Nothing happened to me. I should be the one asking if you're okay. Do you know how worried I was about you, / then why didn't you answer me before? I called you a few minutes ago, / I just heard you calling me now, / Celine replied, her confusion mirroring his own. Victor's expression darkened, his mind racing. / what do you mean? I've been trying to reach you for a while now, / that's strange. I only just heard you, / Celine's voice was calm, but Victor could sense the unease beneath her words. Time, something was seriously wrong with the time here. As he listened to Celine recount her experiences, it became clear that she, unlike Ashera and the others, had been here for a week, though to her it felt like only a few days had passed. She had tried to contact him earlier but received no response, which had left her in a state of panic. Time is messed up here. Aether thought, his mind working to piece together the bizarre puzzle, and it seems Celine encountered Raven, Kai, Kyra and Talia. He reassured Celine, telling her to stay safe and to contact him every 10 minutes. The situation was growing more dire by the second. The only one he hadn't heard from yet was Arya. Though she was strong enough to hold her ground, Victor couldn't help but worry about her too. He glanced at the now slender and weary forms of Ashera and Nyx. Despite their ability to stabilize their hunger and health with arcane energy, a year in this place had taken its toll on them. If they didn't find a way out soon, the strain could be fatal. Should we move now? Victor asked, his voice laced with urgency. Ashera hesitated, her expression awkward as she replied, "You can go if you want." Her tone was strained, and Victor could see the conflict in her eyes. Victor studied Ashera for a moment, sensing there was more to her reluctance. He wasn't heartless, and leaving them behind wasn't an option. Ashera noticed his concern and, with a sigh, awkwardly pointed towards Nyx's leg. The lower part of her leg was wounded and had turned a worrying shade of black. indicating some kind of infection. Discover stories at Empire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Victor turned his gaze to Nyx. Her face was stern, yet there was an underlying frustration. What? If you want to go, leave me here. I'll be fine, she snapped. Victor ignored her defiance and turned back to Ashera. Ashera, do you think you can keep up with me? Ashera's brows furrowed as she considered the question. Well, I might be able to, she nodded after a moment of deep contemplation. Without further delay, Victor moved swiftly, scooping Nyx up like a sack of potatoes. Hey. Bastard, let me go. Nyx shrieked, slamming her fists against Victor's back. Despite her protests, her strength was drained from the previous battles, and her resistance was weak. Victor ignored her outburst, nodding at Ashera before he stomped on the ground. SSSSSH, he shot forward at incredible speed, moving like a blur. Ashera's eyes widened in shock, but she pushed herself to keep pace with him, her determination outweighing her exhaustion. Nyx continued to struggle, her body weakened from previous battles. Just as two kobolds appeared in their path, Victor, I'll take down the one on the right, Ashera began, but before she could finish, Aether kicked them both with such force that they slammed against the wall, bursting like balloons. Did you say something? Victor asked, an amused grin tugging at his lips. Ashera's lips twitched, suppressing a smile, though a hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. As they reached a door, Victor pushed it open and entered, Ashera close behind. But he didn't slow down, he kept running, his mind focused solely on his mission, on the hope that he might find Arya and Leah at the end of this frantic chase. He continued to run. Run. I think this isn't working. Ashera panted heavily, her breaths ragged as sweat poured down her face. She was struggling to keep up, her body nearing its limit. Victor sighed, realizing she wouldn't last much longer at this pace. Without a word, he slowed down and, with a swift motion, he tossed Ashera over his shoulder like a towel, catching her with ease. Before she could voice any objection, Victor. Wait. I can ruin. But Victor didn't listen. He stomped on the ground again, moving at an insane speed that left both girls in shock. The speed was so intense that sparks flew from the ground as he raced forward, as they approached a group of 10 monsters blocking their path. Victor, we need to work as a team before, Ashera tried to warn him, but before she could finish, Victor hurled the girls into the air with ease. And, SLCKK, boom, SLCCKK, in a flurry of motion, Victor finished them off, catching Ashera and Nyx just as they began to fall. He pushed through the door ahead, leaving both women stunned by his sheer power and determination. But then, as they entered the next area, Victor's eyes widened in surprise as he felt himself falling. Thud, ouch. Ashera hit the stony surface hard, thud, Nyx landed beside her, groaning in pain. Victor. Ashera called out, her voice trembling as she tried to locate him in the darkness. But before she could find him, SNNNGGG, welcome to the peace, ladies, white words appeared, glowing faintly against the backdrop of a huge wall etched with the peace symbol. Ashera frowned. Meanwhile, Nyx looked at her healed leg. It was perfectly healed. How? She whispered to herself, disbelief clear in her voice. Meanwhile, Victor, away from the ladies, stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he stared down at a lifeless body, his body trembling. El Leon. Chapter 389, Steal the Horns from the Ex-Arcane King, El Leon. Victor's voice trembled as he spoke, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and disbelief. His wide eyes were fixed on the bloodied, motionless body of the blue-haired boy lying before him. For a moment, Victor felt like time had stopped, his mind struggling to process the horrific reality before him. Then, abruptly shattering this stillness, a voice pierced his dazed thoughts. Damn, he's dead. The voice was soft yet laced with a cold, indifferent tone. Victor's head snapped toward the source. Talia and Raven standing there, seemingly appearing out of nowhere just like him. Victor's eyes narrowed as he noticed something peculiar. There was something different about them, as if they had matured in the short time since he had last seen them. How much time did you guys spend? Victor asked with an indifferent tone, but Talia and Raven didn't answer. Instead, their eyes were drawn back to Leon's lifeless form. Talia's brow furrowed as she stepped closer, crouching down beside the body. "Looks like he died a long time ago," she murmured as she examined his pale, almost translucent skin and the tattered remnants of his clothes. Victor felt a cold chill run down his spine. The sight of Leon's decayed body, coupled with no answer from Arya, made him feel as though he was in a nightmare. He quickly stood, his mind racing. He had miscalculated badly. He had believed that as long as he could contact the others, he could somehow save them. But the distorted flow of time had thrown all his plans into disarray. Even his telepathy was malfunctioning, and now, seeing Leon like this, worry gnawed at him. Worry for Arya, who he had yet to contact, who he still needed answers from. As Victor turned and began to walk away, his thoughts consumed by dread, Talia and Raven exchanged a glance. Talia lingered a moment longer by Leon's body. She knew Leon was not someone easily defeated, yet the gaping wounds and the cruel claws punched through his body told a different story, one of a brutal and unfair fight. This made her uneasy. Perhaps, she thought, it would be wise for them to stick together. Raven, on the other hand, seemed more detached. She stared blankly at Leon's corpse, her thoughts unreadable, before finally deciding to follow Victor. However, just as they left the scene behind, something unexpected happened. Leon's body twitched violently. From his nose, a thick, red molten-like substance began to ooze out. Find more adventures on Empire. As they continued walking, the silence stretched between them, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Talia, unable to bear it any longer, broke the silence. "Did you not encounter any monsters?" she asked. Her voice filled with curiosity as she eyed Victor. Despite everything, he didn't have a single scratch on him, no wounds, no signs of a struggle. But there was something different about him too. He seemed bigger, somehow more imposing. Victor, however, didn't respond. He was too focused on the path ahead, his mind racing with questions. Why hadn't any monsters crossed his path? What was going on here? Seeing his lack of response, Talia shrugged, deciding not to press the issue. She continued to follow him. Suddenly, Victor's voice broke through the silence, startling them both. "I heard from Aether," he said, his tone carrying a weight that made Raven stiffen. Raven's reaction was immediate. Her eyes narrowed as she adjusted her sunglasses, trying to hide the surprise and annoyance flickering in them. "Don't you think it's too dangerous to involve him?" Victor pressed. He didn't slow down, his footsteps echoing in the quiet surroundings. Talia frowned, her mind racing to catch up. What was he talking about? What had Aether said? She couldn't piece it together. Raven, however, was deeply troubled. She had trusted Aether with her plans and had believed he would keep them confidential. The fact that he had divulged this information to Victor felt like a betrayal, a sharp sting that she hadn't expected. Sensing the tension, Victor offered a small, knowing smile. "He's my friend," he said gently, as if trying to soothe Raven's unease. "Of course, he only told me because he believed I'm more suitable for the task." Raven exhaled slowly, nodding in reluctant understanding. "Looks like you two trust each other too much," she remarked, though her voice held a trace of bitterness. Victor smirked. "Of course, we're best friends," he replied, the words laced with a deeper meaning. Talia and Raven exchanged a look before scoffing in unison. "Best friends?" they echoed, their voices dripping with disdain, more like the first to stab each other in the back when the time comes. Victor's smirk faltered, a frown tugging at his lips. "Anyway," Raven sighed, clearly wanting to change the subject. "It's not like I forced him or anything," she said, shrugging as if to dismiss the entire matter. "He was the one who agreed in exchange for information about his ring." Victor's eyes narrowed as he considered her words. "Information exchange?" he repeated, his tone skeptical. "Don't you think that's a bit too one-sided? I mean, you might be able to fool him because he's desperate to know more about his past, but that doesn't mean he should risk his future for it, lose his future." "I didn't," Raven began, but Victor cut her off sharply, asking him to steal the horns from the ex-Arcane King. "Are you serious?" Victor's voice rose, filled with disbelief and shock. Talia's eyes widened in horror. "What?" she exclaimed, turning to Raven with a look of betrayal. "I thought you asked me to do that." "What the hell are you planning now?" Raven's gaze flicked between Victor and Talia, a sigh escaping her lips. "Talia, yes, we are the ones doing it," she admitted, her tone serious and resigned. Talia's frown deepened. "Then why?" "I asked him because he's faster than you," Raven explained, her voice firm and unyielding. Before Talia could argue, Raven continued, her tone dead serious, "He's faster than me." Talia was taken aback by her words, but before she could process it, "I'm faster than him," Victor said with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and challenge. Raven glanced at him, her expression unreadable. She shook her head slowly. "I know what you're thinking, but you can't do it," she said, her voice calm but with an undertone of finality. Victor's smirk grew wider. "And why not?" he asked, his voice dripping with confidence. "I'm pretty sure I'm faster than him. And don't worry," he added with a cocky grin, "I'm not afraid of the Lizard Emperor." Puff. Talia couldn't help but stifle a laugh, hearing Victor casually refer to the Dragon Emperor as a mere lizard, 10 AP, yet, Raven remained unfazed, shaking her head with a serious expression. "As I mentioned to him before, that ring he has, it holds significant meaning. It's the reason he's more suitable for this task than any of us." Victor's frown deepened, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. "Now that makes me damn curious about my past," he thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Why is that? What makes this ring so important?" But Raven simply shook her head again, her expression stern and unreadable. The silence that followed only served to heighten Victor's curiosity, but seeing her resolute face, he knew he wouldn't get any more answers out of her. He sighed, glancing at his mission tab, which remained silent. With no blinking, he continued to walk, though his thoughts lingered on the mystery of the ring. Talia, however, wasn't so easily dissuaded. Her curiosity was piqued as well, and she snagged Raven's arm, trying to get her to talk, but Raven refused to divulge any more, her lips sealed tight. Suddenly, "Kyr," a low, guttural growl echoed through the air. Instantly, Victor and the others went on high alert, their senses sharp as they searched for the source of the sound. Their eyes fell upon a wyvern, no, not just ordinary wyvern. Its body was a grotesque mix of bones, rotting flesh, and molten lava that seeped from its gaping wounds. It was the same creature they had seen in the Peak Mountain. Raven's eyes narrowed as she took in the sight. "Now I understand why Leon died," she muttered. Victor glanced at her. "What do you mean?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the monstrous wyvern, which was glaring at them with burning hatred as it slowly advanced, its massive form hindered by the confined narrow path, unable to fly. Raven's gaze was cold as she explained, "Those things. They're like us. Look closely, there's no arcane crystal attached to it." Victor scanned the creature's body, noticing the absence of the arcane crystal that usually presents such beasts. His heart sank as he began to piece together the truth. "You mean?" "Yes," Raven confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Those were once people. People who were cursed by the summit." Victor blinked in surprise, his mind reeling as he looked at the monster again, seeing it in a new, horrifying light. These were no mere beasts, they were victims, twisted and transformed into abominations by a curse that defied understanding. Raven reached into her pocket and pulled out a few small white balls. She held them up for Victor and Talia to see. "The moment that cursed blood, or rather, that molten lava, touches you, you'll be cursed and turned into one of them." Victor and Talia's eyes widened in shock. Before they could react, Raven tossed the white balls toward the monster. Boom. Chapter 390 Origin Emperor. Boom. Run. Raven shouted, her voice cutting through the noise as she turned and sprinted away. Talia and Victor hesitated for only a fraction of a second before they followed. "Kyr." The wyvern screamed in fury, molten lava spewing from its gaping maw as it charged after them, its skeletal wings flapping uselessly in the confined space. The ground trembled beneath its massive weight. Victor glanced over his shoulder. He saw the monster gaining on them, relentless in its pursuit. "Is running really our only option?" he shouted, frustration lacing his voice. Raven didn't respond, her focus solely on escaping, but Victor noticed something. She was rolling out more of those white balls as they ran, scattering them along their path. Victor turned his head again, just in time to see the monster stumbling as another explosion rocked the tunnel. The creature roared in frustration, its molten lava spraying wildly as it continued to pursue them, undeterred by the blasts. This isn't going to work, Victor thought with a deepening frown, just about to take a stand against the beast, but then suddenly, the wyvern suddenly halted its advance, its body trembling as if struck by an invisible force. Sensing the change, Raven skidded to a stop as well, turning back to face the monster with a knowing smirk. The creature's molten lava seemed to dry up, the flow slowing to a trickle until it ceased entirely. It writhed in pain, its movements becoming sluggish and disjointed. "What did you do?" Talia asked, her voice filled with a mix of awe and curiosity as she watched the wyvern wither before their eyes. Raven's smile was one of satisfaction as she explained, "Those are purifying magic stones." Her eyes gleamed with triumph as she watched the creature's decay, its once fearsome presence now reduced to that of a ghost being purged by holy water. The wyvern's final scream was one of pure agony as it glared at Raven with its hollow eye sockets. Its mouth opened wide, red flames swirling within it and shot like a laser beam towards them, but they dodged it, and Raven with calm precision, she pulled out a blue-colored ball and hurled it directly into the monster's gaping maw. Gulp. The monstrous creature gulped down the blue ball Raven had thrown. For a brief moment, it seemed to frown, confusion flickering in its fiery eyes. It glared at Raven with pure malice, but before it could act, a sudden, puff, blue flames ignited across its flesh, consuming the beast in an instant. The creature's screams of agony echoed through the cavern, a horrifying symphony of pain and relief that reverberated off the walls. Within moments, the monster was reduced to nothing but charred remains, its bones cracking and popping as they settled into a lifeless heap. Crack, pop. Victor and Talia stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Raven, however, merely nodded, her demeanor calm and collected as she turned to continue down the path. Talia and Victor exchanged a look as they followed Raven. As they walked, Victor couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him. He finally broke the silence, his voice low but filled with suspicion. "You seem to know an awful lot about this place. Have you been here before?" Raven didn't answer, her pace steady as she moved forward, her eyes focused ahead. Her silence only served to deepen Victor's frustration. It was maddening, trying to glean information from someone so guarded, and it made his task to conquer her all the more difficult. His mind drifted to the mission tab, still not blinking, and he glanced at Raven one more time before abruptly turning on his heel and heading in the opposite direction. "Where are you going?" Talia called out. Raven stopped in her tracks, her gaze shifting back to Victor as he walked away without a word. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Victor's retreating form. She remained silent, leaving Talia to mutter in frustration, "Wait. We need to stick together." But neither Raven nor Victor responded, and with a resigned sigh, Talia hurried after Raven. As Victor jogged back to the monster's remains, he crouched down, inspecting the scorched bones with a critical eye. Tentatively, he reached out to touch them, ouch, only to yank his hand back with a hiss. "Hot." "Of course," he muttered, shaking his fingers. His thoughts churned as he tried to make sense of it all. "Cursed, huh?" He focused, calling upon his ability. Well, Helena's ability, and cast a purification spell. He wasn't sure how the ability worked because to him it felt natural, as if moving his hands and legs, the bones were suddenly enveloped in a swirling black mist that seemed to devour the remaining curse. As the mist dissipated, the bones appeared cleaner, but nothing extraordinary remained. "Well, I suppose Helena wouldn't have a bad time dealing with this kind of monster," Victor sighed, slightly disappointed, before rising to his feet and continuing his jog. Meanwhile, Talia kept pace with Raven, her curiosity bubbling over despite the tension. "Are you sure it's a good idea to leave him alone?" she asked. Glancing sideways at Raven, Raven's response was flat, almost dismissive. It was his choice. Talia blinked, her thoughts racing. "But you're the one who pissed him off," she thought, but chose not to voice it. Instead, she pressed on with a question that had been nagging at her. Tell me more about that boy. What's his name again, Aether? Raven prompted. Yes, Aether. Why is he so important to our plan? More important than any of us. Talia's curiosity was genuine, though she had yet to see anything particularly impressive about Aether other than techie. Raven adjusted her sunglasses, a thoughtful look crossing her face. The ring he's holding. It's something even you would kill to get your hands on. Huh? Why would, Talia began, only to be cut off by Raven's next words. It's not just you. The entire Pyra Empire would kill him for it. Discover more stories at Empire. Talia frowned, thinking Raven was exaggerating. For a few minutes she couldn't think of anything worth him, but then her eyes widened in shock as something clicked. Don't tell me, he has. Yes, Raven nodded. Talia gulped audibly, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and excitement. Even her throat went dry as she stammered. Then that means is he the direct descendant of the Origin Emperor? Raven didn't answer immediately. After a few seconds finally saying, maybe. Her tone was laced with doubt. Leaving room for uncertainty, maybe. What do you mean? Talia's expression turned deadly serious as she grabbed Raven's arm, her eyes boring into Raven's for answers. Don't you understand what that could mean? Raven's eyebrows twitched in annoyance, but she maintained her composure. I know, that's why I said, maybe. If my suspicions are correct, then he's the rightful person to steal the horns. And if that's true, he wouldn't suffer any backlash from pulling them out of the Dragon Emperor. Talia's frown deepened as she tried to wrap her head around the implications. I don't get it. Are you saying he is or isn't? Raven began, but she immediately clamped her mouth shut when she heard steps and turned vigilant. As she saw Victor approaching, Talia blinked in surprise, seeing Victor reappear in front of them. Even Victor looked taken aback as he muttered, looks like we're circling around, I suppose. There was a hint of amusement in his voice at the irony of the situation. Looks like it. Raven agreed with a nod, though a frown creased her brow. Have you seen anything unusual? Victor paused, thinking for a moment. Yes, I didn't see Leon's DEA, but before he could finish his sentence, the blinding green flame suddenly erupted, filling the narrow passage with an intense heat that threatened to incinerate everything in its path. The trio reacted instantly. Talia thrust her hands forward, her bare hands trembling under the hotness. Raven tossed 4 small spheres into the air, which formed a protective barrier that shimmered with energy. Victor, his expression tired, conjured an ice wall that sizzled as the flames licked against it. He could already guess what had transpired. I suppose in the end, he'll die by my hands, Victor whispered, a dark amusement tinging his voice as they waited for the flames to settle down. Finally, the flames receded, leaving the passage scorched and smoldering. Step. Step. Steep, Vicar, a voice rasped, distorted and unnatural that echoed in the narrow path. Victor's eyes widened in horror as something emerged from the darkness. Its twisted form barely recognizable. That's fucked up, man, he muttered, his voice laced with disgust. Chapter 391 Got cursed, by, Vicor, a voice, twisted and uncanny, echoed through the narrow passageway. It came from a figure that once resembled a human, now grotesquely deformed. His blue hair hung in clumps, matted against patches of flesh barely clinging to his skull. The rest of his head was exposed bone, glowing with the molten lava that dripped from his eye sockets and gaping mouth. His entire body seeped molten liquid, sizzling as it scorched his skin and the ground beneath him, yet, there was something different about him. A large, sinuous tail swayed behind him. And a single, pale horn jutted from his forehead. He's almost finished transforming. Raven whispered, her voice laced with concern as she observed the tragic figure. The transformation into a dragon is a slow, agonizing process. It requires time, a pure bloodline, and the strength of at least level 50 to achieve. Anything less, and the body would be torn apart by the sheer force of the change. Pitiful. Talia murmured, her voice trembling with sorrow. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as she looked at Leon, whose dragon form was being forcibly unleashed by the curse, just like the wyvern before him. With more time, he might have transformed into a pure dragon. A majestic and fearsome creature. But now, he was nothing more than a man caught in between the transformation. Raven, purify him, Talia commanded, her voice hardening as she cracked her knuckles. Her eyes gleamed with determination. I want to fight the former son of the Dragon Emperor, not this pitiful creature. Raven took white light in her hands. With a swift motion, she hurled them at Leon, who was slowly shuffling toward them. Or perhaps more accurately, toward Victor. Boom, the crystal balls shined bright, but Leon merely blinked, a twisted smirk spreading across his face as he stepped forward, unfazed. Is it not working? Victor asked, his tone filled with confusion and a hint of unease. He had seen the wyvern scream in agony when struck by the purifying light. So why was Leon still standing, seemingly unaffected? Raven, her brow furrowing beneath her sunglasses, struggled to make sense of it. Something didn't add up. Victor, as she stared at the advancing Leon, something clicked. Nudging her sunglasses up, she turned to Victor. He still has his consciousness, she stated, her voice a mix of realization and surprise. How is that possible? Victor asked, frowning deeply. He died, didn't he? How can he still be conscious? Well. Raven began, her voice hesitant as she considered the possibilities. Maybe his resentment toward you is so deep, so intense, that it's keeping him anchored in his body, preventing the curse from fully taking over. It's just a guess, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. Victor's frown deepened as he tried to recall what could have caused such hatred. It wasn't like he had killed Leon's entire family or anything. Suddenly, Victor slapped a hand to his forehead, a look of realization dawning on his face. Ah! Fuck it, is he really coming after me because I just kicked his balls, just? Talia interjected, her expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. For dragons, such an act wasn't just a simple assault, it was a deep, personal wound to their pride, one that could never be forgotten. Not even in death. Victor sighed heavily, rubbing his temples as if to ward off an impending headache. So, what do we do now? He asked, his gaze shifting to zombie Leon, who continued to stagger toward them, his movements slow but relentless, as if he would inevitably catch up to them. Raven considered the situation, her mind racing. We either wait for him to fully transform into a dragon or let the curse completely take over his body. But honestly, both options are risky. Victor frowned, his impatience growing. But I don't have time to wait around. He muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing at the sight of zombie Leon. Just then, Leon's grotesque mouth opened wide. A torrent of green flames erupted from Leon's mouth, filling the narrow passageway with searing heat, just like before they blocked it. However, Raven's eyes widened in horror as she noticed molten lava droplets clinging to her barrier, slowly eating through it. Her heart raced as she realized the severity of the situation. Talia, get behind me. Raven shouted urgently. But it was too late. Talia screamed as the molten lava splattered onto her forearm, burning through her skin like acid. Talia. Raven's voice was filled with panic as she watched in horror. Talia's hands were engulfed in molten lava, the searing heat causing her heart to skip a beat. Raven dashed toward her, trying to cover her with what remained of her barrier. Talia collapsed onto the ground, her body writhing in agony as she gritted her teeth, struggling to hold back her screams. The pain was unbearable, a scorching torment that felt as though she was being burned alive from the inside out. She was about to bite down on her hands in desperation when, don't. Raven's voice was firm, cutting through Talia's pain-induced haze. Wait. Let me handle this. I'll cut it off if I have to, but. Talia whimpered, her voice barely a whisper as the heat within her body intensified with every passing second. It felt like her blood was boiling, her very bones being consumed by fire. Raven's expression hardened as she saw her barrier continuing to crumble under the relentless assault of the molten lava. The curse, it's growing stronger, she realized, her mind racing as she tried to think of a solution. She reached for another set of barrier orbs, but before she could use them, the flames suddenly sputtered and died out. Zombie Leon stood there, panting heavily, his twisted form trembling with the effort. Raven let out a deep sigh of relief, but, what the? Victor's voice was laced with shock and disbelief. Raven turned to see Talia, her expression one of eerie contentment, despite the molten lava now dripping from her lips. She had bitten into her own hands. And yet, she seemed almost happy, as if the pain had somehow lifted. You! Raven shouted in anger, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and desperation. I'm sorry. Talia mumbled, her voice weak and trembling. The pain, it was too much. Raven gritted her teeth, her frustration boiling over as she turned to Victor. Block the path, now, she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Victor nodded quickly, conjuring a massive, thick wall of ice, sealing off the passageway. Raven immediately activated the purifying crystal balls, placing them all over Talia's body. Each crystal began to glow intensely, filling the space with a bright, ethereal light before gradually dimming as they settled down. Victor watched closely, a deep frown etched on his face, his concern growing with each passing second. Talia felt a momentary relief wash over her, her body seemingly calming. I think I'm fine, she started to say, but was abruptly cut off as she began coughing violently. Cough, cough. Molten lava spewed from her mouth, splattering onto the ground. Both Victor and Raven's faces turned as pale as death. Raven's expression hardened with determination. Without hesitation, she gathered every remaining crystal and pressed them against Talia once more, praying they would work this time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ice wall, Zombie Leon continued to unleash torrents of flames, desperately trying to melt the ice wall that separated him from his prey. Yet, despite his relentless assault, the ice wall remained unscathed, much to his frustration. He frowned deeply, his decaying mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Victor, he growled, his voice low and menacing. Slowly, he turned his head away from the ice wall, his cracked lips curling into a sinister smirk as he seemed to have another plan. Back with the trio, Raven was growing increasingly desperate. She used every single purifying crystal in her possession on Talia, yet, cough, cough, Talia doubled over again, more molten lava forcing its way up from her throat. Her vision began to blur, her eyes growing hazy as she looked up at Raven, who was trying everything in her power to help. Through the fog of her fading consciousness, Talia thought she saw something that stunned her, a single tear slipping down from behind Raven's usually impenetrable sunglasses. With a soft, bittersweet smile, Talia whispered, Raven, it's fine, just wait. Raven stammered, her voice trembling as she tried to maintain control. I'll figure something out, just hold on, it's fine. Talia insisted weakly, her voice barely audible, don't waste any more of your values, you need it for the real game. Raven's hands trembled, pain and frustration boiling within her. The purifying crystals should have worked, they always worked. So why wasn't it enough this time? Talia felt her consciousness slipping away, her body growing colder by the second. With the last of her strength, she murmured, forgive me. Mother, father. I couldn't avenge your deaths. Please forgive this useless daughter. Raven's body shook with emotion, her usually steely resolve cracking. Talia, no, she whispered, her voice breaking. Victor, who had been silently watching, finally spoke up. Is it because Leon is still conscious? He asked, his frown deepening as he looked at Talia with a rare, somber expression. Raven clenched her fists in frustration. The curse, it's evolving. It follows from one host to another, so it's possible the mutated curse passed from Leon. She trailed off, her voice filled with uncertainty and dread. Victor's mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. Just like a virus mutating from host to host, he realized. He looked at Raven and asked, would you let me treat her? Raven blinked in surprise, taken aback by his offer. Treat her? How? You're not a healer. Her words trailed off as she noticed a black mist beginning to envelop Talia's body. What are you doing? Raven demanded, her voice laced with both fear and confusion. But then she saw something that made her eyes widen in disbelief, Talia's hands, which had been bitten off by her, were slowly healing, the molten lava receding as new flesh regenerated. Raven stared in shock. Is this healing? She was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. The magic Victor was using, it didn't look like light magic. It was dark, almost ominous, yet it was undeniably restoring Talia's body. Slowly, Talia's form returned to normal, her breathing stabilizing. She coughed once more, but this time, no lava came out. She looked up at Victor, her eyes wide with amazement and relief. I am fine. She mumbled, her voice weak but steady. Raven, too, turned to Victor, her expression a mixture of surprise and gratitude. 100 AP, 100 AP, Victor inwardly had a satisfied smile. It's working. He thought, relieved that his unconventional magic had managed to counteract the curse's mutation. He'd been worried it might not, but now it seemed, it worked well. Well, I am happy that instantly, a blast of green flames erupted from the side, catching them off guard. The trio was slammed against the ice wall, their clothes igniting from the intense heat. Victor, instinctively preparing to retaliate, barely had time to react when, crack, the ice wall fractured, splintering under the force of a massive impact. Boom, a colossal tail, covered in scales and dripping with molten lava, smashed through the ice, shattering it completely and sending the trio flying into the side wall with bone-crushing force. Cough, they all coughed violently, struggling to catch their breath as they glared at Zombie Leon, who now stood in the opening, a malicious grin twisting his decaying features. Victor's lips twitched in irritation. Realizing that the curse was no longer a concern, he grabbed hold of the monstrous tail and, with a fierce snarl, yanked it hard. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. Fuck you, he spat out. Chapter 392 Taking the Horn. Drip. Drip, molten lava dripped from Zombie Leon's back, sizzling as it hit the ground. His hollow, burning eyes glared at Victor, who held his grotesque tail with bare hands, unfazed by the searing heat. Victor tossed the disfigured tail aside, his gaze shifting to Raven and Talia. Their clothes were slightly singed, revealing patches of skin where small drops of molten lava had burned through. Both women clutched their stomachs, where the lava had left its scorching mark. Victor himself bore similar wounds from the tail's attack, but a black mist quickly enveloped his injuries, healing and purifying before he healed and purified them too. Looks like we don't have to worry about getting cursed after all, Talia remarked with a smirk, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. With a fierce stomp, she propelled herself forward, appearing before Zombie Leon in a blur. Her fist connected with his face, sending his head snapping back. Take that, you shitty bastard, she shouted, her voice filled with fury as she landed another powerful punch, then swiftly followed it with a kick to his midsection. Boom, Zombie Leon was hurled through the air. Before he could even land on the ground, Raven materialized beside him, her thin swords gleaming in the dim light as they sliced through his limbs with surgical precision, with brutal force. She slammed his dismembered body into the ground, causing molten lava to splash and spread across the floor. The searing heat penetrated her skin, but Raven didn't flinch. The pain was insignificant compared to the anguish she'd felt at almost losing Talia. Looks like they're going all out, Victor thought, an amused expression playing on his lips as he watched them mercilessly pummel Zombie Leon. He couldn't help but smirk. You guys never give him a break, do you? He muttered under his breath before joining in the fray. Victor appeared beside the limbless Zombie Leon, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground with ease. Ha! Leon. It's me, your BFF. Victor, he taunted. His voice dripping with mockery. Zombie Leon, struggling to move, flinched at the sound of his name. His empty eye sockets locked onto Victor, a spark of recognition flickering in their depths. Vicar, he rasped, his voice broken and distorted. Victor smirked, leaning in closer. Yes, the one and only, he sneered before slapping the bony face. Disgusting. I wonder how disgusted Celine would be if she saw you like this. Zombie Leon's body trembled. Splash, splash. Molten lava poured out from the stumps of his limbs and the holes in his face as if trying to cover and protect itself. Victor watched with a mix of pity and disdain. With a casual shrug, Victor tightened his grip and Snap, with a quick snap, broke Zombie Leon's neck. Everything seemed to halt at that moment. Is that it? Victor thought, his face contorted in a mix of pity and confusion. In the end, Leon had died by his hand, a truly pitiful end, but something felt off. Victor noticed that his umbra, dark, domain wasn't reacting as it should. Is it because he's already dead and his soul has left his body? Victor pondered, staring at the lifeless corpse in deep thought. Just as he was about to turn away, Zombie Leon's small, pale horn suddenly began to glow with an eerie brightness. His body twitched violently before, a horrific scream tore through the air, forcing both Talia and Raven to clutch their ears in agony. Shut up! Victor growled, his irritation boiling over as he punched Zombie Leon square in the mouth, silencing the ghastly noise. But just as he thought it was over, boom, Victor's reflexes kicked in as he caught Talia's powerful fist mid-strike. He looked at her, confusion etched on his face. Talia's eyes were blank, devoid of emotion, and filled with an unsettling killing intent as she stared him down. What the hell is going on? Victor thought, his heart pounding as he glanced at Raven, who was clutching her head in visible pain. She looked up at him, her voice strained as she muttered, "V Victor. We need to break the horn," before Victor could ask for clarification. Zombie Leon's body was suddenly yanked backwards by an unseen force. Victor blinked, turning around just in time to see a wyvern monster appear. More of them emerged, surrounding the narrow path, their socket eyes fixed on the scene before them. The lead wyvern grabbed Zombie Leon's body as if it were a prized treasure. Vicor. Zombie Leon's distorted voice echoed through the air, filled with desperation. Boom, Talia lashed out, kicking Victor and forcing him to back off. He quickly moved to stand beside Raven, his expression twisted with confusion. What's happening? Raven gritted her teeth, fighting through the pain that was clawing at her mind, since Leon is directly descended from the Dragon Emperor. Ouch. Argh. He has the ability to control other dragons and their subraces. Victor raised his eyebrows and nodded, understanding dawning on him. What should we do now? He asked, his eyes scanning the horde of wyverns that surrounded them. Talia cracked her knuckles, her gaze steely as she stared at Victor. The only way to stop this is to break the horn, Raven said, her voice firm. That's it? Victor asked, huh? No. It's not like anyone would too, Raven began, her voice tinged with panic, but she was abruptly cut off. Take care of the wyverns, Victor commanded. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he launched himself at Talia, kicking her away as she was hurtling toward him. He then leapt toward the wyvern holding Zombie Leon. A wave of purification magic enveloped the creature, covering its body in a thick, black mist. The wyvern let out a tortured scream as it released Zombie Leon, the pain unbearable. Victor caught Leon's limp body again, his face etched with irritation. He grabbed the small, glowing horn on Leon's head, his grip tightening. Wait. Raven's voice rang out, desperate and full of alarm, but she was immediately surrounded by the wyverns, their molten breath closing in on her. Get out of my way. Raven roared, slashing through the monsters with relentless fury. The molten lava splashed around her, searing her skin, but she pushed through the pain. Driven by sheer determination, ha. Ha. Raven's breath came in ragged gasps, her body feeling heavy and unbearably hot. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her vision darkening at the edges. Just as another wyvern lunged at her from behind, jaws wide open, ready to tear into her. Boom, Raven flinched. She turned to see Talia smashing the creature into the ground with brutal force. Talia's entire body was covered in molten lava, yet she stood firm, the heat seemingly unable to touch her spirit. I can't believe I was so easily controlled by a low-class bastard. Talia spat, her voice thick with disgust as she extended a hand to help Raven to her feet. Why, you're okay? Raven asked, her surprise evident. Well, his kick really snapped me out of it. Talia admitted awkwardly, rubbing the back of her neck. Raven managed a small smile, a brief moment of relief washing over her. But then, SSSNNNGGGGGGGG, a blinding light suddenly erupted from where Victor stood, causing both women to shield their eyes. However, Raven, with her sunglasses on, caught a glimpse of what was happening. Her heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Raven shouted, her voice filled with disbelief. What's happening? Talia asked, squinting against the light, trying to make sense of the situation. He's touching the horn with his bare hands. Raven mumbled, her voice tinged with shock as she momentarily forgot the searing pain burning through her body. Talia's eyes widened in horror. That's impossible. No one can touch the horn of a dragon emperor or his descendants with their bare hands. That's ridiculous. Those horns contain the power of the entire empire, touching them should turn anyone into ash. She paused, her mind racing as realization dawned on her. O Origin Emperor's another descendant? Raven's voice trembled. I don't know anymore. They both stood in awe, their pain and exhaustion forgotten as they witnessed the impossible. Meanwhile, Victor struggled to pull the horn free, his muscles straining against the resistance. Why isn't it coming out? He muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Despite using all his strength, the horn remained firmly in place, as if something deep within it was anchoring it to Leon's skull. And now, a strange, pulsating light was emanating from the horn, growing brighter with each passing second. Whatever. Victor shrugged off his doubts, as he increased the level. Ding, you have leveled up, level 43, crack. The horn finally began to crack under the pressure. Victor's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he gave it one last, powerful yank. Victor suddenly felt an intense heat spreading through his chest, the sensation growing rapidly until Boom! An explosion of energy blasted Victor backwards, sending him crashing into the ground. Thud, ouch, Victor groaned, the pain radiating through his body as he struggled to regain his bearings. Slowly, he looked down at his hand, where he saw the small, pale blue horn. Victor smirked, watching as zombie Leon's form disintegrated into ashes. Find adventures on Empire, finally. He murmured, feeling a sense of finality wash over him, but then, a sharp, burning sensation flared in his chest. He glanced down to find his chest bare, the ring on his neck searing with an intense heat. It's burning, he thought, his hand instinctively reaching for the ring. But before he could comprehend what was happening, he noticed two shadows looming over him. Lifting his head, he saw Raven and Talia staring at him with utter shock, their faces pale as if they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Victor's expression shifted to one of amused bewilderment. What? Shocked to see my otherworldly powers, he teased. However, Aether, they both gasped in unison, their voices trembling. Victor frowned, confusion flickering in his eyes before his hand shot up to his face. His heart sank as he realized, the mask was gone. Only the charred remnants remained, burned away in the blast. Fuck, Chapter 393. Welcome to the peace, gentlemen. Aether could feel the weight of their stares piercing through him, the silence was thick, almost suffocating. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Fine. Everyone has secrets, right? He said, his tone a mix of resignation and forced casualness. His eyes flicked over to Raven, noticing that her wounds were slowly healing, the magic he'd cast earlier still at work. Find exclusive stories on Empire, but Raven's gaze, hidden behind her sunglasses, was unyielding, blankly fixed on him. The silence between them grew, and Aether sighed again, heavier this time, before shifting his attention to Talia. Unlike Raven, she wore an amused expression, a grin playing at the corners of her lips. To think, a servant was playing around all this time. Damn, man. Talia murmured, shaking her head in disbelief as she slapped her hand onto Aether's shoulder. Her own wounds were healing, but her amusement was clearly outweighing any discomfort. Aether gave her a strained, awkward smile, but his unease only deepened when he noticed Talia's eyes narrowing as they landed on the ring hanging around his neck, descendant of the Origin Emperor. Ah, she mumbled, a dangerous glint flickering in her eyes, something dark and calculating. Origin Emperor? Aether frowned. Yes, you are, Talia began, her voice taking on a serious tone, but Raven interrupted, raising her hand as if signaling for silence. Help me to the horns, and I'll tell you everything, Raven interjected. Aether blinked, staring blankly at Raven for a moment. His mind raced with questions, but instead of pressing her, he handed over the small horn he had taken from Leon. "Can't you do it with this? Even just a hint?" he asked, a note of curiosity edging into his voice. "Pfft." Talia chuckled, clearly finding the situation more amusing by the second. Meanwhile, Raven glanced at the small horn, her lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. She knew the horn was useless to her, and yet, that ring, she said, pointing to the piece of ring hanging around Aether's neck, "It's shit." Aether's expression twisted in confusion. "Huh?" He stared at her, utterly perplexed. "PFFFTT. Ha ha ha." Talia burst out laughing, unable to contain her amusement. "Come on, Raven, you need to explain it to him clearly." Raven nudged her sunglasses, adjusting them slightly as she added, "Well, it's an ancient dragon's shit." Aether blinked a few times, trying to process her words. Then, slowly, understanding dawned. "You mean, that shit, right?" Raven simply nodded, confirming his worst suspicions. Meanwhile, Talia couldn't stop laughing, watching with glee as Aether's expression shifted from confusion to shock and to horror. Aether's mind reeled back to past memories. There was a time he had bowed to this ring. A time he had dropped his blood on it, believing it to hold ancient power, and worst of all, there was a time he had licked it, thinking it would unlock some hidden magic. The memories crashed over him like a tidal wave, dragging him back to the present. Puff. Aether immediately clamped his hand over his mouth, fighting the urge to vomit as the full realization of what he'd done hit him. Seeing his reaction, Raven remained composed, her face calm and collected. "Even if it's shit, it's still worth killing for." Yet Aether's face twisted with disgust and fury. "A shit is still a shit," he shouted, ripping the ring from his neck and hurling it away with all his strength. "You fucking shits!" Ting, tang, the ring clattered against the ground, rolling to a stop as both Raven and Talia watched it with a mix of surprise and amusement. Then, they looked back at Aether, who was fuming, his face red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He couldn't believe he licked that shit. Literally, Raven, ever the calm one, added, "The ring could even cost this whole empire. That shit costs more than me." Aether's voice was incredulous, and for a moment, his anger gave way to sheer bewilderment. He glanced at the ring, his eyes narrowing as if re-evaluating its worth. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over, picked it up carefully, and inspected it for any cracks. His expression a mix of annoyance and awe. "Haha. Damn." Talia laughed even harder, tears of mirth glistening in her eyes. "I really thought you were some kind of big shot, but you're just like the rest of us, what?" Aether snapped, glaring at Talia before turning his attention back to Raven. "So this is the Origin Emperor's shit," but Raven didn't answer, her lips pressed into a thin line as she held the small horn he'd given her. Aether nodded slowly. But he couldn't help himself. "It's not like you're the only one who knows the details, right?" Raven's lips curled into a faint, cryptic smile as she replied, "The moment anyone else sees this, you'll either be dead, or you'll be forced to kill them." Aether stared at her. He sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as if trying to ward off an impending headache. "Why are you so fixated on the Dragon Emperor?" But Raven didn't offer any more answers. She had given him enough information for the small horn in her hand, and now, without another word, she stood up, her intentions clear as she prepared to leave. Aether clicked his tongue inwardly, frustration gnawing at him. "She's a tough nut to crack," he thought, annoyed by Raven's unyielding demeanor, but before he could dwell on it, something caught his eye. "Bear." Aether blinked, his eyes widening as he noticed a cute bear print on Raven's white panties. With most of her clothes burnt away, she was left in nothing but her undergarments. And she wasn't the only one. Talia was in a similar state, her body barely covered by what remained of her attire. "Rabbit?" Aether's face twisted in disbelief as he noticed the motif on Talia's underwear. Her face flushed red, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him with such intensity that he could almost feel the heat. "You dare," Talia began, ready to obliterate his memory of the moment with a single strike, but Raven intervened. "There is no need for violence," Raven stated in a stern, indifferent voice. Talia gritted her teeth, her body trembling as if struggling to contain her rage. Then, with a sudden shimmer, scales began to cover her skin, hiding her exposed body. Raven, too, followed suit, her skin transforming into a protective layer of scales. Aether's lips curled into an amused smile as he observed their transformations. But he couldn't resist teasing, to think the stern woman wears a teddy bear. Raven flinched, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, though she fought to maintain her composure. She turned and started walking away without a word. 100 AP, I need to know more about her. Aether thought to himself, inwardly smirking at the small victory. He followed after them, curiosity driving him to ask more questions, as they continued down the passage. Aether's curiosity got the better of him. Mind telling me why you have horns when you haven't even reached level 50, he asked, glancing at the two horns adorning Talia's head. Neither Raven nor Talia answered. The silence was deafening. Why does he keep talking like that? Talia whispered to Raven, her annoyance barely contained. Raven glanced at Aether, who was now asking, so, do tell me, why are you wearing sunglasses? Then she turned back to Talia and whispered, since his identity is out, he's trying to regain control over us. Oh. Talia nodded in understanding, before addressing Aether. There's no need to worry about your identity. We won't tell anyone, as long as you help us. Aether blinked at her words, taken aback by the unexpected offer. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Looks like we're in this together. I suppose we are, Talia agreed with a smile, though she couldn't help but wonder which persona she was dealing with. Was this really Aether, or was it Victor? Aether sighed inwardly again. This girl is really a tough nut to crack, he thought, casting a glance at Raven's still indifferent expression. Suddenly, the lights in the passage flickered out, plunging them into darkness. Two doors appeared ahead of them, the only source of light in the otherwise black void. Looks like we're finally moving to the next round, Raven mumbled with a smirk. Stepping toward the doors. Talia followed her, and then. Aether, thud, he landed hard on the ground below. Raven? Talia, he called out, but there was no response, only silence. Suddenly, SNNNGGG, welcome to the peace, gentlemen, the words appeared, glowing faintly against the backdrop of a huge wall etched with the peace symbol. Aether frowned as the symbol split apart, revealing a path leading deeper inside. Cautiously, he stepped forward, glancing at the corner of his vision where his level bar hovered top just millimeters away from the middle. As he ventured further in, the walls abruptly closed behind him, plunging the space into darkness again. Then, out of nowhere, he heard a voice, Aether, / Aria, / Aether's eyes widened in surprise. Aria? How are you? Are you alright, / Aether? I'm fine. Out, / Aria, I can't hear you clearly, / AE. I. Passed. About. Leave the test, / the garbled message slowly began to make sense, and Aether connected the dots. Relief washed over him as his shoulders relaxed, / thank goodness, / Aether, be careful, the real test begins when, / suddenly, the telepathic connection cut off, leaving him in eerie silence. The darkness around him flickered, and then light flooded the room. Look, what we have here. You've given birth to a healthy boy, darling, a handsome man in his 30s said with a happy smile as he held an infant in his arms. He looks just like you. A gorgeous woman, even though she had just given birth, still radiated beauty. There was no hint of exhaustion as she tenderly touched the baby's cheek. Aether stood there, staring blankly at the vision unfolding before him, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. Don't fear the test, fear what you'll discover about yourself, Aether. The ominous words lingered in the air, glowing faintly before gradually fading away. Chapter 394. Don't fear the test, fear what? Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Can you hear it? His heart, it's beating faster. Huh, the woman murmured, her voice soft and melodic as she pressed her ear gently against her child's chest. Her smile was pure and filled with unfiltered joy as she listened to the rhythmic thump of the infant's heartbeat. The handsome man beside her couldn't help but smile as well. He wrapped his arms around her in a warm embrace, his gaze tender as he asked, "What should we name our child?" The woman looked down at her baby, her thoughtful expression melting into one of radiant love as she observed the tiny, smiling face that had already captured her heart. "What about Aether?" she suggested, her fingers gently caressing the baby's cheek. "Aether?" The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the choice. "Yes. It's like ever since he was born, he's always had this bright, unwavering smile," she explained, playfully pinching the child's lips. The baby trembled at her touch before bursting into soft giggles, his laughter a sound so sweet it filled the room with light. "See? Ha!" The woman chuckled, her eyes sparkling with joy as she continued, "His smile is like our brightness, our little light. And I'm sure he'll reach the heights we could never imagine, even as actors." The man's face softened, pride swelling in his chest as he nodded in agreement. "Yes, our son will reach the sky, touching heights no one has ever dreamed of." "Aether," the man echoed warmly, his voice filled with affection. "My dear child, Aether. Your father loves you more than your mother," he added, puffing out his chest with a playful grin. "Ha! I love him more, you bastard," the woman shot back, her expression turning mock serious. The man's smile wavered, replaced by a comically pitiful look as he feigned hurt. "So you don't love me anymore?" he asked, his eyes pleading as if she'd wounded him deeply. The woman's lips twitched, struggling to maintain her composure against his exaggerated display. "Don't think your acting will work on me," she said, shaking her head. "Really?" He turned the act up a notch, his face growing even more pitiful. She sighed, knowing he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. "Fine, fine. I love you both," she finally relented, laughing as she wrapped her arms around both her husband and her child. Heh. The baby's soft giggles only added to the warmth of the moment, causing the couple to laugh along with him, until, "I'm sorry to say this, but your son, he most likely has pseudobulbar effect, PBA, the doctor said gently, her eyes heavy with the weight of the news she was delivering." The man's smile faltered, a frown creasing his brow. What do you mean?" he asked, his voice tinged with fear and confusion. The doctor sighed softly, carefully choosing her words. "Pseudobulbar effect, or PBA, is a condition often associated with brain injuries, strokes, or neurological diseases. It causes sudden, uncontrollable episodes of crying or laughing that don't necessarily reflect the person's actual feelings." To demonstrate, she pinched the baby's cheeks, harder than usual. Instead of crying out in pain like any other child, the baby started laughing, even as tears streamed down his face. "See?" the doctor said, her voice gentle as she tried to calm the child. The baby continued to laugh, both parents' eyes widened in shock. The man's gaze flickered between his wife, his child, and the doctor, his heart sinking with every passing second. "But, he was just laughing, it was so sweet, and we don't have any history of this in our family," he murmured, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The doctor offered a sympathetic smile. "I understand how confusing this must be. PBA is extremely rare, especially in newborns. It's not hereditary, but a random occurrence. It's like 1 in a billion that a child would even be born with a neurological issue like this." Hearing those words, both parents felt a heavy weight pressing down on them. The man's voice trembled with hope and fear as he asked, "Is it treatable?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, it is treatable, but since he was born with PBA, we'll need to run some trials to determine the best course of action." Both parents bit their lips, their hearts heavy as they looked at their smiling child, who seemed blissfully unaware of the challenges ahead. The doctor continued softly, "It can be difficult to distinguish between genuine emotions and those triggered by the condition. But it's important to remember that this doesn't change who your son is. He'll still need your love, your understanding, and your support." Discover Stories with Empire. The woman nodded slowly, tears welling up in her eyes. But she forced a smile for her child, who looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes, completely unaware of the burden that had just been placed on his tiny shoulders. "We'll do whatever it takes," she whispered, her voice trembling with determination. "We'll learn, we'll help him, we'll be there for him." The man reached out, placing a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. "Yes," he agreed, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his heart, we'll face this together. As a family, ma. A small voice, barely more than a whisper, came from a black-haired child, no older than 1 year, as he crawled determinedly toward two figures standing a little distance away. Yes. Come, dear. Come to Mama. The woman beamed with joy, clapping her hands excitedly as she watched her child inching closer to her, his tiny arms and legs working tirelessly. No, my dear son. Come to me. Come to your papa, the man called out, his voice laced with playful desperation as he felt his wife's victory nearing. He clapped his hands a little louder, trying to lure his son away. Come to Papa, I'll buy you everything. The child paused, his wide eyes darting between his mother and father. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his crawl, towards his mother. Yay! The mother exclaimed in triumph, scooping up her son and holding him close as she struck a victorious pose. Told you my son loves me more than you, she teased, her smirk filled with playful satisfaction. The father's face contorted in mock irritation as he glared at his son. I won't buy you anything. HMPH, he huffed, crossing his arms and turning away with exaggerated indignation. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed, amused by her husband's childish behavior. But then, a tiny voice interrupted their banter. Dada. The father's head snapped back around, his eyes widening in surprise. The child was wriggling out of his mother's embrace, trying to reach his father. With a triumphant smirk, the father quickly swept his son up into his arms. Told you my son loves me more than you, he declared, his tone dripping with pride. The mother's lips twitched as she tried to suppress her amusement, but the joy on her face was undeniable. She watched her husband and son, her heart swelling with happiness at the sight of their little family. Hiss. Suddenly, the child let out a hissing sound as his eyes locked onto his favorite toy lying on the ground, a plush snake. The father chuckled, shaking his head. Looks like he started to call his snake toy. Hiss, the sound of snake. Aha, he mused, amused by the child's behavior. He gently placed the boy back on the ground, watching as the little one eagerly crawled toward the snake, all the while making hissing noises. Ha. Both parents burst into laughter, unable to contain their joy as they watched their son's antics. The mother leaned into her husband's embrace, her eyes never leaving their child. I hope the treatment will cure him soon, she murmured, her voice tinged with both hope and concern. The father's expression turned serious, his grip on her tightening protectively. Don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to cure our son, he promised, pressing a kiss to her forehead. It's not like we're struggling with money. We're the top actors in the entertainment industry. So we won't lose anything here, the mother nodded, her heart warming at his reassurance. Yes, as long as we cure our son. That's all that matters, she agreed, her gaze meeting his before she leaned in to kiss him softly. The father grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What? Already planning for another child, he teased, winking at her. The mother blushed slightly, but before she could respond, a strange, unsettling sound reached their ears. Hee hee, ma, hee mama, hee. The eerie laughter shattered the tender moment, and both parents snapped their attention back to their son. The boy had hit his nose on the ground while crawling, causing it to bleed. He was crying, laughing, uncontrollably, even as tears streamed down his cheeks. Get the doctor immediately, the mother shouted, her voice filled with panic as she rushed to her son, cradling him gently while she wiped the blood from his nose, tilting his head to prevent the blood from clotting. I've contacted him. He'll be here in a few minutes, the father said, his voice tense as he tried to comfort his son, who continued to cry, laugh, through his pain. I contacted him, he will be in a few minutes, the father as he held trying to calm his crying, laughing. Though the sight of their child laughing, while injured, felt profoundly wrong, the parents held fast to their resolve. This was their son, and they would see him through this, no matter how strange or difficult it became. Yet, you. Why are you always laughing? That's creepy and disgusting. Chapter 395. You. Why are you always laughing? That's creepy and disgusting. Life is quite amusing, don't you agree? Gentleman Aether stared blankly at the words, his eyes dull and devoid of any real emotion. yet within them flickered glimpses of the past, unraveling like a film reel before him. He let out a deep sigh, his voice laced with a mixture of amusement and frustration. So, this is your so-called heart game. Or whatever the hell you want to call it. The words shifted rapidly. Haha. There's no need to act so superior, gentleman Aether. The game hasn't even truly begun yet. Aether's expression hardened, his gaze intensifying as he glared at the mocking words. But then, without warning, hee, mommy, the innocent sound of a child's laughter echoed through the room, pulling Aether's attention away from the taunting text. He turned his head towards the reels and saw a small child, barely 2 years old, speaking with remarkable fluency. The scene before him showed the child being lovingly embraced by both parents, their affection filling the room with warmth that Aether could almost feel. His jaw clenched involuntarily, the muscles tightening as a strange sensation began to creep into his body, an emotion he couldn't quite place. He shook his head, dismissing the feeling as he refocused on the words. I don't have time for this pointless game. Let me out, foo, what's this? Are you feeling scared now, scared? Aether's brow furrowed, his voice laced with irritation. Yes, gentlemen. I can see it. Your emotions are starting to unravel, aren't they? Ha. Aether's lips twitched in annoyance as he glanced at the corner of his vision. Sure enough, his level bar was fluctuating wildly, the inconsistency only fueling his growing agitation. You see. Life is full of unexpected surprises, the kind that leaves you breathless, wondering how on earth such things could happen, especially when a defective product is somehow made into something high-end. Aether's eyes burned with a deep, simmering rage. His vision tinged with red as veins bulged across his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and dangerous. Don't you dare call me defective, or else what? Aether fell silent. He could only stare at the words. Ha. You're speechless, I see. Let's move on, shall we? Let's take a look at the beginning of your miserable existence. Suddenly, the scene before him changed, the atmosphere transformed into that of a lively, extravagant party, and Aether's expression twisted in discomfort, a bitter taste filling his mouth as he bit his lip to hold back the surge of emotions. It was the child's 5th birthday. Aether's parents had spared no expense, hosting a grand celebration in his honor. Today was the day they would show him to the outside world. The guest list was filled with their influential colleagues, top actors, and key figures from the entertainment industry, all mingling in a display of opulence. Oh. Is this your son? My, he's absolutely adorable, a stunningly beautiful woman remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the 5-year-old boy who stood before her, dressed impeccably in an elegant outfit that made him look like a miniature gentleman. Thank you, the boy replied with a small, polite smile, bowing slightly in a manner far beyond his years. Wow. Look at him, he's so well-mannered, the woman exclaimed, clearly impressed. She turned to the boy's parents, who were beaming with pride, their smiles wide as they basked in the praise being lavished upon their son. Ha! Thank you, the boy's mother said, her smile radiating with warmth as she leaned down to plant a tender kiss on her son's cheek. He's such a curious child, always eager to learn new things, always striving to improve himself. The boy's father nodded in agreement. To be honest, even I was taken aback when he started flawlessly imitating my rehearsals. He picked it up just by watching me. The woman nodded, her expression a blend of surprise and genuine interest as she continued to observe the boy. Then, as if remembering something, she turned and called for her own child. A little girl, also 5 years old, appeared by her side, shyly clinging to her mother's leg. Her large, nervous eyes flickered between Aether and his parents. Her name is Penelope, the woman introduced, gently encouraging her daughter to step forward. I hope you can become friends with her. As you can see, she's a little shy. Aether regarded the girl for a moment, his expression softening just a fraction. He nodded politely, bowing his head slightly before extending his hand to her in a gesture that was both respectful and inviting. Would you care for a dance? He asked, his voice gentle. The girl hesitated, her gaze darting to her mother, who smiled down at her with a gentle nod of encouragement. Gathering her courage, Penelope reached out and took the boy's hand, her tiny fingers trembling slightly as they intertwined with his. Slowly, almost cautiously, the boy began to lead the girl in a dance, his movements graceful and deliberate. Not bad at all, Penelope's mother murmured, her eyes widening in surprise as she watched Aether expertly guide her daughter across the floor, the two children moving in perfect harmony. And to think, I never taught him how to dance, Aether's mother chimed in, her voice carrying a hint of pride. Penelope's mother looked at her in astonishment, her jaw dropping slightly. That's remarkable. How on earth is he managing that? Just by watching us dance, Aether's father answered, a touch of amusement in his tone as he watched his son with a mixture of pride and amazement. As they continued to dance, Penelope shyly lifted her gaze to meet Aether's, her voice barely above a whisper, You're really good at this. Aether's lips curved into a gentle smile. Thank you. A certain 5-year-old boy stood off to the side, his small face twisted into a frown as he watched Penelope and Aether dance together. A knot of jealousy tightened in his chest, his young mind struggling to process the unfamiliar sensation. Looks like someone snatched your fiancé, a nearby adult teased with a smirk, not realizing the impact those words would have on the child. Hearing this, the boy's annoyance flared into something stronger. His little hands clenched into fists as he marched toward the dancing pair. Each step heavier than the last. Without warning, he stopped the dance by shoving Aether hard, sending him stumbling to the ground. Get away, the boy snapped, his voice high-pitched but filled with authority. The entire party came to an abrupt halt, all eyes turning to focus on the unfolding situation. The atmosphere, once filled with laughter and music, grew tense with uncertainty. Aether, however, remained calm. He stood up slowly, dusting off his clothes with a serene smile. Is something the matter? He asked politely, his tone almost too mature for his age. The other boy snorted in disdain, his chest puffed out in an attempt to appear intimidating. She is my fiancée, he declared. Grabbing Penelope's hand with a possessive grip that made her wince in pain, Aether's eyes flicked to the boy's tight grip, then to Penelope's distressed expression. His smile faltered slightly, replaced by a look of quiet concern. I see, he said softly, his voice steady. But, you're hurting her, so what? She's mine, the boy retorted, tightening his grip even more. Penelope's face contorted in pain, her small voice trembling as she cried out, Mommy. Her mother moved to intervene, but before she could reach them, Aether stepped forward, his hand moving swiftly to catch the boy's wrist. You're hurting her, he repeated, his voice now carrying an edge that hadn't been there before. The boy's eyes widened in shock as he felt Aether's grip tighten around his wrist, a sharp pain shooting up his arm. He let go of Penelope, who immediately bolted toward her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks. For a moment, the two boys locked eyes, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Aether's gaze was unwavering, his grip firm yet controlled. Finally, he released the boy's wrist and offered a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You should treat everyone with respect, he advised calmly before turning and walking away. The adults watching were stunned into silence, their gazes following Aether as he moved gracefully back into the crowd. Aether's parents exchanged a glance. Their hearts swelling with pride at their son's maturity and composure. The party gradually resumed, though the atmosphere had shifted. The boy who had caused the commotion stood rooted in place, his face red with embarrassment and anger. His eyes followed Aether with a look of pure hatred, a bitterness that seemed too intense for someone so young. Meanwhile, his parents were engaged in a hushed but tense conversation with Penelope's parents, clearly apologetic for their son's behavior. Suddenly, the party's uneasy peace was shattered by a loud, angry voice echoing through the hall. You bastard! Aether, who had been dancing with another girl, halted mid-step. He turned his head to see his father. His face twisted with fury, shouting at a man who wore a smug expression. Aether's mother was at his father's side, trying desperately to calm him, her face pale with worry. Father? Aether called out, his voice small as he quickly moved to stand beside his father, confused and concerned. The man being held back by Aether's father sneered down at the child, his eyes glinting with malice. Hey, kid, I heard you've got a little problem, don't you? He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Like you laugh all the time, even when you're hurt, right? I told you to stop. Aether's father bellowed, his voice thick with barely restrained rage. But the man only grinned wider, his words cutting deeper. It's not like hiding it will do you any good. Just admit it to everyone, your child is defective, guards. Aether's mother screamed, her voice filled with panic. This was supposed to be their family's secret, something they'd fought hard to keep hidden. But somehow, this man had uncovered it. As Aether watched the scene unfold, worry gnawed at him, twisting his stomach into knots. Before he could fully process what was happening, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around, only to be met with a fist crashing into his face. Thud, the force of the punch sent him sprawling to the ground, his hands instinctively flying to his nose as pain radiated through his skull. He cried out in pain. Hee, Mom. Hee. It hurt. Hee, the sound of his laughter, so out of place and unsettling, sent a ripple of discomfort through the room. The guests stared at Aether in shock, their faces contorted with a mix of horror and pity. You. Why are you always laughing? That's creepy and disgusting, the boy who had punched him muttered, his voice laced with both amusement and disgust. Chapter 396. Happy times live short. Sad times live short. Nightmares, it must be one of my rivals trying to ruin my career. Aether's father shouted, his voice thick with frustration. He collapsed onto the sofa, running a hand through his disheveled hair. The once jubilant atmosphere of the party had soured into something cold and heavy. As every guest left with the same troubled expression, their whispers swirling around Aether like a storm, the room was silent except for the occasional sniffle from Aether's mother, who sat on the edge of the sofa, clutching Aether to her chest. Her face was etched with sadness, the memory of how the guests had looked at them, especially at her, still fresh in her mind. My poor son. Aether's mother whispered, her arms wrapping protectively around him as she fought back tears. The image of the judgmental stares from their so-called friends was seared into her mind, those pitiful looks that silently said how unfortunate she was to have a child like Aether. It wasn't long before the whispers spread beyond the confines of the party. The news exploded across the internet, with tabloids and media outlets eagerly feeding on the scandal. Headlines screamed from every corner of the digital world, spinning wild theories and assumptions just to draw in more clicks and boost their ratings. No one seemed to care about the damage they were doing to a young child's life. Though they avoided mentioning Aether directly, the implications were clear. The rumors were cruel and relentless, and they quickly began to take their toll on Aether's parents' careers. As top-earning actors, Aether's father and mother were used to the spotlight, but this was different. Everywhere they went, they were confronted with questions about their son's so-called disorder. Some people even began to spread vile rumors that Aether wasn't really their child, but had been adopted, an attempt to cover up some imagined flaw in their perfect lives. Aether's father found himself questioned about his own health, with people insinuating that there was something wrong with him. Others turned their attention to Aether's mother, cruelly speculating that her brain had been damaged, affecting her ability to act. The incessant rumors slowly but surely began to eat away at Aether's parents, their confidence eroding under the weight of public scrutiny. As the reel of memories played on, the current Aether, who was watching all of this unfold, clenched his fists in anger. How did you get all this? He demanded, his voice trembling with fury. That's a secret. The mocking words appeared on the screen, taunting him. Aether glared at the text, his heart pounding in his chest. Are you reading my memories? Who knows? The response was playful, teasing as if toying with his emotions. Aether's rage simmered beneath the surface, but before he could react further, a soft voice from the reel caught his attention. Mommy. Aether turned his head to the reel, his eyes widening as he saw the younger version of himself, a small, innocent boy, looking up at his exhausted mother. He knew what was coming. The memory was etched deeply into his mind. The love he once received was about to fade from this moment on. His mother looked down at the boy, her face lined with fatigue. I'm not in the mood to play, Aether, she sighed heavily, her voice tinged with weariness. Mommy, the boy began, his voice small and hesitant. Go to your room, she interrupted, her tone sharp and unyielding. And Mommy. The boy's eyes filled with confusion, his lips trembling as he tried to understand. I said, go to your room. The mother's voice grew sterner, her patience fraying. The boy's lips curled up into a forced, broken smile, tears brimming in his eyes. Heh. I'm sorry. Hee hee, sorry, mommy, hee hee. Please don't. Hee hee. Be mad at me. Hee hee. The sound of his laughter, distorted by his sobs, cut through the room like a knife. The mother's expression darkened as memories of her friends' pitying looks flashed in her mind, how they boasted about their own, normal, children while she was left to bear the weight of this burden alone. The more Aether cried, laughed, the more those memories consumed her, filling her with a bitterness she couldn't control. I said go to your room, you little bastard, she screamed, her voice cracking with a mixture of anger and despair. Hick. The boy's laughter died instantly as he saw his mother's hand raise, poised to strike. His heart pounded in his chest. Fear and shock paralyzing him as he slowly backed away, unable to say another word. The mother stood frozen, her hand trembling in the air, guilt washed over her like a tidal wave, crashing down on her with relentless force. She lowered her hand and rubbed the bridge of her nose, trying to steady her racing thoughts. I shouldn't have shouted at him, she thought. The realization of her actions made her feel sick. She moved to the kitchen, her mind in a haze, and began preparing a cup of chocolate milk for her son, hoping to calm him down. Meanwhile, the little boy lay on his bed, his small body curled up as he cried, laughed, into his pillow. The tears soaked through the fabric. His muffled sobs, laughter, echoing in the silence of his room. In his hand, he was holding a drawing of his mother and father. He really wanted to give this to his mother. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out from downstairs. Tang, Erich, the boy flinched, his body jerking at the sound. He scrambled off the bed and rushed down the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest. When he reached the kitchen, his eyes widened in horror. His mother's hand was bright red, blistering from the hot milk that had spilled all over the floor. Mommy. Heh. He stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to approach her. Call the doctor, she screamed, her voice filled with pain as the scalding burn seared her skin. But the boy stood frozen, his mind reeling from the sight of his mother in agony. He took a hesitant step forward, his instinct to help her. To hug her. Like any child would, MMO. Hee hee. Mommy, hee hee, are you? Heh, yet, slap. The sound of the slap echoed through the kitchen as the boy's head snapped to the side, his small body crumpling to the floor. His left cheek stung with the force of the blow and he fainted. Blood dripped from his left cheek. The mother stood over him, her teeth clenched in a mixture of pain and fury. She hadn't meant to hit him. It was a reaction, an outlet for the unbearable pain that was tearing through her. But hearing that laugh, even in the midst of her suffering, had been too much to bear. Are you going to laugh even if I die? She shouted down at his unconscious form, her voice filled with a sorrow so deep it was almost unbearable. The room fell silent, the only sound the soft, pained breaths of a woman who had lost herself in the storm of her own emotions. Aether stared blankly at the reel as the scenes continued to unfold before him, each memory cutting deeper than the last. He watched as his once loving family slowly unraveled. His father, who had once been a pillar of strength, began coming home later and later. The warmth in his eyes was replaced with a cold, distant gaze. His mother, desperate and broken, tried to force him to cry. As if that would fix everything. The love that had once filled their home had turned into something dark and twisted. But it's not over, is it? The words flashed on the screen, taunting him. Aether took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady his trembling body. What do you want? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Nothing much. Just curious what Aether. I mean, what that little Aether was thinking. His gaze shifted back to the reel, where the younger version of himself stood, watching helplessly as his family fell apart. To cope with the chaos, the 6-year-old boy learned to hide his true emotions. He began to act, yes, acting like his parents. Pretending to feel fear, love, hate, and sadness. He even forced himself to cry when it was expected, all to avoid the painful truth that his real self was unwanted and unaccepted. If your true self cannot be accepted, then, wear a mask. A 6-year-old child knows this much. Interesting. The words appeared again, mocking him, but Aether knew that acting wasn't enough to save his family. The reel showed the moment when everything truly fell apart. his father's affair with another woman. How could you do this to me? Aether's mother screamed, her voice raw with pain. His father sighed heavily as if the whole situation was nothing more than a burden. Listen, he began, his tone flat and detached, we've both had a hard time dealing with Aether's condition. Neither of us could support each other. Every time I came home from work, you'd start another fight about how much care he needs. I couldn't take it anymore, so yeah, he shrugged as if he were talking about the weather, bastard. Aether's mother spat through gritted teeth, tears streaming down her face. Aether watched, numb, as his parents divorced. The court ruled that he would stay with his mother, a decision that felt more like a curse than a comfort. His father moved on, happy with his new wife, while his mother was left to deal with the burden of raising a child with a disorder that had already cost her so much. Though their relationship was strained, Aether's mother still cared for him in her own way. She took him to doctors, hoping to find a cure for his condition, but their fragile bond was shattered the moment she fell in love with another man. A politician, that's where the nightmare begins, right? The words appeared on the screen, and Aether's heart began to race. His breathing grew shallow, and his level bars started to fluctuate wildly, a clear sign of the turmoil within him. Foo. Happy times live short. Sad times live short. Nightmares are the ones that haunt you every day. Chapter 397 Changing the Past. I said stop it. Aether roared, his voice filled with desperation and fury. Flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the room in a shimmering blaze of blue fire. The visions that tormented him flickered in the heat. But they did not disappear. His heart pounded, the rage boiling within him threatening to consume everything. Oh, come now, gentleman Aether. You can't solve everything with violence, no matter how much you want to. The words appeared, taunting him with their calmness, floating before Aether's wild, bloodshot eyes. His entire body trembled with barely contained wrath as he glared at the words. Stop this. Stop it all. Now. His voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Oh my, are you really trying to threaten me? How adorable, like a child throwing a tantrum. But since we've arrived at the place I wanted to show you, let me ask you something. You despised your mother's marriage, didn't you? You hated every moment of it, yet you never spoke up. Why? Why did you stay silent when it mattered most? Aether's breath caught in his throat as the words struck deep, triggering the reel of memories he wished he could forget. The visions shifted, displaying his mother's wedding day. It was a grand affair, the kind that made headlines. A union between a beloved top actress and a powerful high-level politician. The kind of wedding that glittered with perfection. As he watched, his mother's radiant smile after so many years cut through his anger, leaving only a hollow ache. I wanted her to be happy, he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. Just like my father found happiness in his new life. Interesting. You've seen too many dramas at a young age if you truly believe such naive things. Aether's mind drifted back to his childhood, the memories of countless dramas his parents used to watch. Despite his neurological issues, he had always been a curious child, absorbing everything around him like a sponge. The stories, the fantasies, even acting, they all became a part of him, a way to escape the harsh reality he was too young to fully understand. But tell me, Aether. Were you happy? Truly happy? The vision twisted, the bright wedding scene replaced by a much darker memory. His stepfather's cold, disdainful gaze bore into him. Whenever his mother wasn't home, the man would order him around, treating him like a servant rather than a son. The little boy would bite his lip, agreeing to every demand, hoping it would gain his affection and make his mother's life easier. But, slap, the sound echoed in Aether's ears, as sharp and stinging as it had been all those years ago. Tisk, useless, just like your worthless father, his stepfather sneered. Aether, still too young to fight back, this time spilling tea on the man's expensive clothes. Next time you stain my clothes, you will be sleeping on the road. As time passed, the man's cruelty grew. He began hurting Aether whenever his mother was away, finding joy in the boy's pain. When Aether could no longer bear it, he finally told his mother, his voice shaking with fear and hope, but her reaction shattered him. If you hate your new father, just say so, she snapped, her eyes cold, her love suddenly distant. he's the best man I've ever met, unlike your bastard father who couldn't even control." She cut herself off, her voice rising. "Tisk, next time you speak ill of your father, don't make me hate you more than I already do." Aether's vision blurred with tears as he stared at the memory, his focus narrowing to his mother's face. Etched with anger and disappointment, the woman who had once been his world now seemed like a stranger. "It all began because you didn't voice your true emotions." The scene suddenly froze, leaving Aether suspended in a dark void. The words shimmered in front of him, twisting and changing. "If only you had shown who you really were, the outcome could have been so different." The vision shifted again, showing an alternate reality. What if, that Aether had never allowed himself to imagine. "No, Mommy. Please don't marry him. I don't want to lose you." A younger version of himself cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he clung to his mother's leg. Find more to read on Empire. And no. Aether stammered, his heart pounding in disbelief as he watched the memory warp before his eyes. This wasn't how it happened, and yet, it was everything he had ever wanted. What if he had been brave enough to express his true feelings? What if he had ignored his mother's smile and told her the truth? Aether's breath caught as he saw the alternate outcome unfold. His mother, moved by his outburst, cancelled the marriage. Slowly, they grew closer, forging the bond he had always dreamed of, the connection he had longed for every day of his life. "See, it wasn't so hard, was it? If only you had been true to yourself." But, Aether's eyes filled with a mix of despair and longing as he watched the vision. The boy grew up happily by his mother's side, loved and cherished, a life Aether had never known. It was like staring into a mirror that showed everything he had ever wanted, everything he had lost. There's no changing the past. You ignored your own feelings and sacrificed your happiness for others. I. Aether's voice cracked, the words caught in his throat, suffocating him with their weight. A child should have been selfish. That's what it means to be a child. You should have fought for your happiness, for yourself. As the room plunged into darkness, a deep, unsettling silence enveloped Aether. Two ominous doors materialized before him, one pure white, the other a swirling mix of white and a small quantity of black. Now choose. If you believe what you did in the past was right, then choose the white door. But, if you think the vision you saw represents the true outcome of your actions, then choose the other one. Aether's mind was already a tangled mess, lost in a labyrinth of doubt and confusion. He stared at the two doors. Slowly, almost mechanically, he began to move toward the white door. His lifeless eyes reflected his inner turmoil, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Was he made a mistake? Or was this twisted game playing with his emotions, distorting his sense of reality? Just as his fingers brushed against the cold surface of the white door, the words appeared once more. Hovering before him like a silent judge, "Are you sure? Are you going to choose the path you've already taken, that miserable decision that changed your life for the worse?" Aether's hand hesitated, hovering inches from the doorknob. His gaze locked onto the words, his voice barely a whisper as he replied, "Why yeah. It's because I loved her more than I loved myself. I chose her happiness over mine." His voice quivered, the conviction in his words wavering. Just as he was about to turn the knob, the words appeared again, stopping him in his tracks. "Even if I told you you could change your past, would you still choose the same path?" The level bar fluctuated wildly. Meanwhile, in another part of the game chamber, "Are you sure about this, Lady Raven Noir?" "Why yes. I do," Raven panted, her breath ragged and uneven. Sweat dripped from her brow, her entire body trembling as she fought to maintain her sanity. Her hands clenched into fists as she forced herself forward, every step toward the white door a battle against the madness clawing at her mind. Raven stepped through the door, only to be met with the same reels of her memories, playing out before her once again. Her eyes narrowed in frustration and anger. She knew this game would continue, tormenting her, until she fully accepted herself, until she embraced the choices she had made. This game was designed to break those who couldn't reconcile with their past, to shatter them until there was nothing left but despair. And Raven was no exception. Suddenly, the words appeared, mocking her resolve. "This is your second time here, isn't it?" Raven's lips pressed into a thin line, refusing to give the voice the satisfaction of a response. Foo, I see. I'm sorry, it's her second time, not yours. Raven's hands clenched tighter, her nails digging into her palms as she fought to contain her rage. Since both of you are here, why don't we see her memories too? Raven's face went pale. She had expected this, but the dread still seeped into her bones. I knew these bastards wouldn't let me get through this unscathed. She thought. Without hesitation, she threw several sparkling crystal balls into the air, scattering them around the room. Spark, spark, the crystal balls emitted violent sparks, crackling with energy, their light flashing chaotically in the dark room. Violence is not the answer. A smirk played on Raven's lips as she nudged her sunglasses, her eyes gleaming. This isn't violence. This is something else entirely. Rather, activate system code 232476. The words froze in midair, their glow flickering before a new message appeared. Activating. Raven's smirk widened. Bypass the system, she ordered. Her voice steady, laced with satisfaction. Chapter 398. Penelope, so, you still refuse to accept yourself, the words appeared. As soon as Aether stepped out from the white door, he didn't respond, his silence laden with frustration. Aether frowned deeply, his mind racing. He had thought that was the final test, the last hurdle, and yet it seemed this torment was far from over. He glanced at his level bar, noticing with dismay that it had dipped slightly lower towards. The sight made him sigh inwardly, a small victory that he had managed to keep his emotions in check. But the nagging thought remained, what would he have done if he had lost control? Suddenly, the void around him brightened, and the reels of his memories began to play once more. Aether's eyes narrowed in irritation. Tisk, just how many times is this going to? His complaint trailed off as the memories unfolded before him, sharper and more painful than before. He saw his mother pregnant, her belly swollen with the flourish of a new life. Despite the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his stepfather, little Aether couldn't contain his excitement about the impending arrival of a new brother or sister. He had even picked out names, his young heart clinging to a fantasy of family happiness. Pathetic, isn't it? Still believe in childish fantasies, just like those silly dramas. Ha ha ha, yet, my child is going to become the greatest person in the world. Aether's mother whispered, her voice filled with pride as she cradled the newborn in her arms. The baby cried really loudly, and she smiled with a joy that Aether had never seen before, a joy that stung him more deeply than any words could. Aether's face paled, his eyes turning red with suppressed rage. I thought I got over. Nobody ever truly gets over their past, dear gentlemen. It's an uncanny shadow, always lurking, always following, no matter how fast you try to run. No matter whose advice. The past is something you need to remember until the end. The scene in the memory shifted, darkening like a storm cloud over his once bright hopes. His mother, who had at least shown him some affection before, now treated him like an unwanted guest in his own home. A plague upon their new, perfect family. He was an outcast, a stain on the happiness his mother had found with her new husband and child. Little Aether struggled to fit into the new family dynamic, but his efforts were met with cold disdain. His stepfather, stern and unyielding, had forbidden him from getting too close to his baby brother. Your illness might infect him, the man had warned with a cruel sneer. Look at how the adults treat an innocent child like a disease. Doesn't it disgust you? Aether gritted his teeth, feeling the old wounds reopen. Back then, he hadn't fully understood what they were doing to him. The isolation, the way they locked him in the storage room, the gloves they made him wear inside the house as if he were contaminated. Even worse, they paraded their new, perfect family outside, leaving him behind, invisible. One memory flashed brighter than the rest, his stepfather's stern voice cutting through his fragile self-esteem. You're busy studying, right? The man had asked, his tone indifferent, almost bored. Little Aether, trembling with fear, could only nod. Why yes, I'm busy. Father. Mother, I'll stay here and study for the exam. You all can go to the restaurant, are you sure? His mother's voice had a sharp edge to it, a frown marring her face as she glanced at him. Little Aether looked to his stepfather, who gave him a cold glance. The boy flinched under that gaze and nodded hurriedly. Why yes, I'm sure. Wow. Your mother just accepted that. Didn't even question your weird hesitation. Aether's heart sank as he lowered his head, unable to bear the truth in those words. To be honest, he had never truly understood his mother. She had been caring once, at least at the beginning, but then something changed. It was as if she suddenly despised him, only to become inexplicably soft at random times. It was as if her emotions were in constant turmoil, a storm he could never predict. When will this be over? Aether demanded, his voice tinged with impatience and exhaustion. Oh, why so eager to finish? The words danced before him mockingly. Sigh, since you're in such a rush, let's make it more interesting, shall we? Let's witness the fall of a big brother and the rise of a little one. The reels shifted, the scene changing abruptly to a prestigious elite private school, an institution so exclusive that only the children of VIPs could step foot within its halls. Little Aether, once the top student in his class, suddenly found his grades inexplicably slipping. Despite his best efforts, his marks plummeted, and the teacher's explanations for the poor grades were flimsy at best. Your handwriting is atrocious, one teacher sneered, you didn't solve the problem the way I taught you. Another chided, shaking their head in disapproval, you're clearly not paying attention in class. How do you expect to succeed? How dare you question my grading? Get out of my sight. These were the responses Aether received whenever he tried to understand why his once perfect scores had started to dwindle. Lame. Until then, Aether's stepfather had never cared about his report cards. But the moment his grades began to slip, his stepfather's disinterest turned into disdain. What's this? Why are your grades so low? Are you even studying? His stepfather's voice was cold, filled with disappointment. He glanced at little Aether with a sneer before turning to his own biological son. His expression softening. Look at my son, perfect scores across the board, top of the class. Aether's mother frowned at him, her face etched with disapproval. You'd better improve your grades, or your allowance will be cut off, she warned, her voice sharp. Then, without missing a beat, she turned to her other son, showering him with praise and affection. Aether bit his lip, the sting of unfairness burning deep. He wanted to explain, to tell them that something wasn't right, but his stepfather didn't give him the chance. His protests were dismissed before he could even speak. But you know the truth, don't you? The words appeared. Aether stared at his younger self, remembering how naive he had been. At the time, he hadn't understood why his grades were slipping. But later, he had discovered the truth. His stepfather was a significant shareholder in the elite school. It didn't take much to connect the dots, but young Aether hadn't. Instead of calmly thinking through the situation, he had acted impulsively, like any child desperate for his mother's attention. And in his desperation, he had transformed into something entirely different, a delinquent. The words dripped with amusement. You really took those TV dramas to heart, didn't you? Little Aether had abandoned his neat, prestigious appearance, replacing it with the rough attire of a delinquent. The change was drastic. No longer did he look like the top student of an elite school. Now, he was a troublemaker, complete with a scar from his mother's first slap, that made him perfect, not bad. Current Aether watched his younger self with a soft, sad expression. He remembered those days vividly, the reckless abandon, the thrill of doing whatever he wanted without caring about the consequences. He skipped classes, spent his time on the rooftop, fought thugs in back alleys. For a brief moment, he had felt free from the crushing expectations of his family. He hadn't cared about anything other than the fleeting happiness those rebellious acts brought him, as little Aether continued to spiral downward. His younger brother, meanwhile, began to shine, gradually overshadowing him. The gap between them widened, and soon, the family's attention was focused solely on the younger brother, leaving Aether further in the shadows. Then one day, during one of his usual alleyway brawls, something unexpected happened. What are you doing here? A feminine voice echoed through the alley. Younger Aether, in the midst of teaching a group of thugs a lesson for stealing a child's money, turned to see a black-haired girl standing at the entrance. She wore the same school uniform as him, her expression a mix of concern and disgust as she eyed the bloodied figures on the ground. In her hand, she clutched a taser. Oh! Aether raised his hands in surrender. I mean you no harm, lady. The girl shook her head, not taking her eyes off the unconscious thugs. Not about you, what about them? She gestured towards the thugs, her face twisting in disgust. Well, they won't be waking up, at least not for a while. Aether shrugged nonchalantly, picking up the stolen money bag. He turned and started walking out of the alley, intending to return the money to its rightful owner. The girl flinched but quickly followed after him. Wait, she called out, but Aether ignored her, his focus on his task. After handing the money back to the child, he began heading back to school. Though not to attend any classes. The extracurricular activities were far more interesting to him. Please, wait up. The girl's voice grew more desperate as she finally caught up to him. You're hurt, she said softly, grabbing his hand without permission to inspect his injuries. Read New Adventures at Empire. Aether frowned, pulling his hand away. He wasn't in the mood for this. What the fuck do you want? He snapped, his patience wearing thin. The girl flinched at his harsh tone, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked so fragile, so pitiful, that Aether couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as the surrounding people began to cast judgmental looks his way. Sigh, what do you want? Aether asked again, this time with a mix of frustration and resignation. Just let me treat you, the girl pleaded, her voice trembling as she sniffled, trying to hold back her tears. Aether sighed, more out of exasperation than anything else, before finally relenting. Fine, do whatever you want. The girl carefully tended to his wounds, her touch gentle and precise. Aether watched her as she cleaned his knuckles, her focus entirely on him. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, why are you doing this? And, who the fuck are you? The girl's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Her voice trembled as she spoke, why you, sniff, forgot about me. Aether's frustration deepened. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please don't start crying again, he groaned. His voice tired and annoyed. The girl lowered her head, sniffling quietly before she answered. My name is Penelope, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Penelope, ah, Aether nodded, but then his expression shifted, realization dawning on him. You must be that crybaby, humph. I am not a crybaby. Penelope pouted, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Aether chuckled, amused by her reaction. Then what's this? He teased, rubbing her tears off her cheek and showing them to her. Penelope's cheeks grew even redder, and she glared at Aether. Current Aether, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smile as well, a bittersweet warmth filling his chest. Chapter 399 Weird Woman. I didn't expect you to bring a friend, I suppose. A woman in her early 30s, with an amused expression playing on her lips, asked as she watched her daughter, Penelope, walk in with a rugged-looking boy. Aether. Her voice held a mix of curiosity and playful teasing. Penelope's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she quickly averted her gaze, gently pulling Aether further into the warmth of the house. He got a little hurt, mother, she explained, her voice laced with concern as she shot a glance at Aether's bruised face. Oh dear, the woman's tone shifted to one of genuine worry as she approached Aether. Her sharp eyes immediately zeroed in on the bruises marring his face and the cuts on his knuckles. She gently took his hand, inspecting the wounds with a mother's care. What happened, dear? She asked, her voice softening as she looked into his eyes. Aether hesitated, his gaze flickering to Penelope, who seemed slightly startled by her mother's directness. Finally, she stammered, he fell down the stairs. The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. Both she and Aether exchanged a look, and then turned their eyes to Penelope, who stood there, her face a deep shade of crimson. She knew her mother wasn't buying the excuse. Without another word, Penelope hurried off to fetch the first aid kit. They moved to the living room, where Aether sank into the plush sofa. Still feeling the lingering tension in the air. The woman sat across from him, her intense gaze making him shift uncomfortably. After a few moments of silence, Aether couldn't take it anymore. Is something wrong? The mother shook her head, her lips curling into a sad smile. No, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking how much time can change everything, she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The boy sitting before her was a far cry from the one she had once known. You've changed so much, you're almost a different person now, she added softly, her eyes studying his face with a mix of regret and sorrow. Aether frowned. The woman, sensing his discomfort, decided to shift the conversation. She began asking about his life, how he was doing, what he was up to these days. Aether's answers were vague, almost dismissive, but it was enough for her. She could see through the cracks in his facade, reading between the lines. He's suffering, she thought. Just then, Penelope returned, cradling the first aid kit in her hands. She knelt beside Aether, her movements gentle as she tended to his wounds with the utmost care. Her mother watched her daughter with growing surprise, noting the tenderness in Penelope's actions. She really cares about him, maybe loves him more than I thought, the mother mused, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. TSK. I'll get more tape. Don't move, okay? Penelope said, her voice filled with a mix of frustration and concern as she quickly stood up, leaving before Aether could even protest that it wasn't necessary. As soon as Penelope left the room, her mother leaned in slightly. She loves you, you know, she stated plainly, her eyes locking onto Aether's with a seriousness that made him pause. Aether blinked, taken aback. She does? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The woman chuckled softly. I don't think any girl would bring a boy to her home and care for his wounds with such tenderness. If she didn't love him, she replied, her voice gentle yet firm. Aether blinked again, the realization slowly dawning on him. I guess I never really thought about it that way, he admitted. He began to rise, intent on leaving, but the woman's next words stopped him in his tracks. At least let her finish treating your wounds before you reject her, dear. That's the least you can do to acknowledge her feelings and the effort she's putting in, the woman said with a small, sad smile, her eyes filled with a mix of understanding and sadness. Aether stared at her. Her gaze remained steady, silently urging him to sit back down. With a heavy sigh, Aether complied, sinking back onto the sofa. The woman's smile softened, a hint of relief visible in her expression. You know, it's good to see that you still care about not hurting others' feelings, she remarked, her tone gentle and warm. Aether's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he heard that heart-soothing tone. The woman continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, you know, for people like us. Well, I'm not exactly famous, but I've been around the top circles enough to understand how they operate. She leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with a mix of knowledge and sadness. Your mother and your previous father, they were both incredibly ambitious. They wanted to reach the top, to be the best at whatever they did, just like anyone else, she said, her voice growing more somber. But staying at the top, well, that's far more dangerous than reaching it in the first place. Aether frowned. So, he asked, his tone cautious, unsure of where she was going with this. The woman's smile returned, but this time it was tinged with a sadness that made Aether's heart ache. He wondered why he felt this way, why her words were affecting him so deeply. Staying at the top comes with a heavy price. They need everything to be perfect, and I mean everything, she explained. Aether's frown deepened. I see, since I'm not perfect. No, dear. It's not about whether you're perfect or not. It's about them, it's about society and the system that demands perfection from those who are at the top. She interrupted gently, her eyes softening with sympathy. Aether snorted, a bitter laugh escaping him. So, you all chose society over your own child? He asked, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and hurt. The woman's face crumpled. Well, that depends on the person, she began, but Aether cut her off, his patience wearing thin. What's the point of talking about all this? He asked, his tone sharp, his frustration evident. The woman took a deep breath, her gaze steady as she met his eyes. What I'm trying to say is, please, just be yourself. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, she implored, her voice soft and almost pleading. You're enough as you are. Aether shrugged. What does she knows, he thought. When suddenly the woman noticed a dark stain on his pants. Without a second thought, she moved quickly, kneeling before him as she placed a gentle hand on his knee. Ouch. Aether winced, pain shooting through his leg. As he looked down, his eyes accidentally fell on the woman's cleavage, his face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Roll up your sleeve, the woman instructed, her voice firm yet gentle. Aether shook his head. It's fine, please." She interrupted, her eyes softening into a pleading expression that was impossible to resist, almost like a puppy's. Aether's heart nearly skipped a beat at the sight. What's wrong with these people?" Aether screamed inwardly, feeling trapped. With a resigned sigh, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing the bruises and cuts beneath. The woman's touch was tender as she began to treat the wounds on his knee, her fingers moving with practiced ease. The pain subsided slightly under her care, but Aether's heart was racing for a different reason altogether. "You know, Aether glanced at her but quickly looked away, unsure why he felt so unnerved. Something about her presence made him feel vulnerable, and he wasn't sure he liked it. "My daughter, she always talks about you, ever since that dance, huh?" Aether blinked in confusion. "The dance, huh?" The woman laughed softly, a sound that sent a shiver down Aether's spine. "Yes, you might not know or even have seen her much after that, but every day after school, she would come home and talk about you, the things you did, the way you moved, your expressions. I know everything about you. Your likes, your favorite food, your weaknesses, everything." Aether frowned, unease creeping into his heart. "What do you mean?" he asked, feeling a bit creeped out. He was sure he hadn't seen Penelope after that dance, or had he? Her mother let out a strange, almost eerie laugh, "Foo foo foo," and it sent another shiver down his spine. Her tone suddenly shifted, becoming more serious. Almost stern. "And lately, she's been taking the local transport." "I wonder why," Aether flinched, startled by her knowledge. "I've been using the local transport too," he realized, thinking it was part of his rebellious phase, trying to distance himself from his usual routine. The woman's voice took on a dangerous edge. "Then, yesterday, I heard she was nearly molested by some jerk." Aether's heart raced as he recalled the incident. He had intervened to save a girl from being molested. Could it have been Penelope? "Is she stalking me?" he thought, a cold chill running down his spine. Ouch. He winced when the woman applied more pressure to his knee, her touch no longer as gentle. "How dare a filthy creature lay a hand on my lovely daughter?" she muttered, her voice filled with venom. Then she looked up, her eyes locking onto Aether's with a dangerous intensity. "Don't worry, I made sure that filth never sees another day. Stay connected with Empire." Gulp. Aether swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. Her eyes were filled with a dangerous glint, a dark thing that sent a thrill through him. One he wasn't sure he liked, but couldn't deny. He felt something stir within him, an attraction to the danger she exuded. What the fuck? He thought, bewildered by his own reaction. He tried hard not to let his gaze drop again, struggling to keep his thoughts in check. The tension in the room was thick, almost suffocating, and just as he was about to say something, Penelope reappeared. "What are you two talking about?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity as she sensed the strange tension between Aether and her mother. "Nothing much," her mother replied with a smile, her expression completely different from the one she had just shown Aether. She gracefully stepped back, allowing her daughter to take over the care of Aether's wounds. "Something is definitely wrong. I need to get out of here," Aether thought, his mind racing as he waited for Penelope to finish treating his injuries. As soon as she was done, he decided to make his escape. "But then, would you mind having dinner here?" Penelope asked hesitantly, her voice soft and unsure. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, a shy smile tugging at her lips. The sight was undeniably endearing. Any other man might have been swayed by her charm, but, "Is she really stalked me?" he wondered before. "Nope," he replied bluntly, already turning to leave when, "Aether," her mother's voice called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Her eyes were wide, almost pleading, and her voice carried an amused lilt. "I made your favorite dishes." Aether's heart skipped a beat, recognizing the manipulation in her tone. He knew she was trying to play him, and yet the memory of her earlier dangerous gaze lingered in his mind. That was her real face. He thought, feeling a strange mix of fear and fascination. "Well, if you've already gone through the trouble, there's no point in refusing," he said reluctantly, turning back toward the dining room. Her mother's grin widened in satisfaction, while Penelope pouted slightly, clearly disappointed by his initial refusal but quickly perking up at his agreement. Chapter 400 Shattered Heart. Aether munching, trying to focus on the food in front of him. Delicious, right? Penelope's mother asked, her gaze lingering on Aether as she watched him with a knowing smile. Aether nodded awkwardly, his mouth too full to speak. He continued eating in silence, feeling the weight of her stare. Penelope's mother subtly signaled her daughter with a glance, and though Penelope hesitated, the silent conversation between them was unmistakable. Aether noticed the strange exchange and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. What's with these people, he thought, just as Penelope suddenly leaned forward, holding a forkful of food towards him. She cooed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aether stared at her, bewildered. His confusion only deepened when he saw her glance at her mother, who gave a subtle nod of encouragement, urging her not to back down. I don't think, Aether started, trying to pull away, it's just food. Penelope's mother interrupted with a soft, coaxing smile. Then she added with a playful wink, are you worried about feeling something else? Aether's lips twitched in annoyance, but he relented, opening his mouth to take the bite. Penelope's face lit up with pure joy, her heart skipping a beat as her cheeks turned a brighter shade of red. Seeing her daughter's happiness, her mother's smile softened with a mix of pride and affection. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Aether screamed inwardly, and what the fucking fuck is wrong with me? He couldn't understand why he couldn't say no to her mother. Penelope's mother took over, gently but insistently stuffing more food into Aether's mouth. She did it with such care as if he were her own son. Aether's heart pounded faster, his emotions spiraling out of control, especially seeing the deep care in her eyes. He knew he needed to leave as soon as possible before things got even more complicated. But then, just as he was about to excuse himself, Penelope's mother spoke up again. It's already night, why don't you stay over? She suggested with a small, inviting smile that made Aether's heart skip a beat. Hell no, he screamed. Inwardly, panic rising in his chest, he glanced at Penelope, who was eagerly watching him, her eyes filled with hope. I'm sorry, but I really need to go, Aether said quickly, pushing himself away from the table and heading toward the door. As he stepped outside, he heard Penelope's mother chuckle softly, while Penelope's face fell into a sad, disappointed pout. Meanwhile, outside, Aether clenched his chest, feeling his heart racing uncontrollably. What is this? He wondered, trying to shake the unsettling thoughts from his mind, but the image of Penelope's mother's smirk kept flashing before his eyes, haunting him. He vowed to himself that he would never visit that house again, never. Just then, a deep voice broke through his thoughts. Who are you? Aether lifted his head to see a man in his 30s dressed in expensive, professional clothing, looking at him with a frown. Aether gave the man a brief glance before turning to leave. Not wanting to engage, the man's frown deepened as he entered the house, and Aether watched from a distance, his mind piecing things together. He must be the father, he thought, shrugging off the encounter as he continued walking away. Damn, man, you fell for her mother, didn't you? Words appeared in the air before him. Aether slapped his forehead, his face turning red. It's just teenage hormones, nothing more, he told himself, though he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He glanced at the level bar that hovered in the air, noticing it was lowering toward it a smiling face with halo, as if the words could read his thoughts. They changed. Hormones. I think it's the first time you've received gentle love from a motherly woman. Isn't it? The emotions you buried deep after losing the love you received from your own mother are starting to surface, right? Aether's heart tightened, but he remained silent, letting out a deep, resigned sigh. Stay updated through Empire. Suddenly, the words shifted again. Happy times don't last long, do they? Now, as the reels of his life began to spin before his eyes, Aether steeled his heart. He knew what was coming next. He knew the storm that was about to hit. Penelope had started to nag him more and more, her persistence growing with each passing day. At first, he tried to avoid her, desperate to keep his distance. Why do you keep nagging me? He asked, frustration lacing his voice. I just want us to be friends. Penelope replied, her tone pleading. Sorry, I already have 2 friends. Aether shot back, turning to walk away, but Penelope's determination was unwavering. She continued to pursue him, her persistence a constant presence in his life. And true to his vow, Aether never went back to Penelope's house a year passed, with Penelope relentlessly nagging him only increased even more, slowly but surely, chipping away at his defenses. Finally, one day, Aether sighed, the weight of her persistence finally breaking through. Fine. We can be friends, he said, his voice tinged with defeat. Yay. Penelope shouted, her joy overflowing as she hugged him tightly. Aether's face turned bright red, and he quickly pushed her away, flustered. And no touching, girl, he stammered. Penelope nodded, but there was a dangerous glint in her smile, one that reminded him too much of her mother. I feel like I signed up for something dangerous. He thought. The next thing Aether knew, he was lying on her lap, her fingers gently running through his hair. Yes, she had finally broken through the walls he had built around his heart, her hard work had paid off, and she had managed to worm her way into his affections. You're really stubborn, look at my eyes, lovely bastard, Penelope said playfully, rubbing the tip of his nose with her finger. Aether smiled up at her, feeling a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt in a long time. Most of all, he felt little shy seeing her treating him like a child, but then Penelope's expression turned warm and serious. Don't worry. You won't regret loving me. I promise I'll never leave you, I will take care of you for eternity. Aether stared into her eyes, his own growing moist. His lips trembled even more, he slowly lifted himself up as she leaned down, their lips meeting in a gentle, tender kiss. Their first, and soon. Aether's family discovered his declining grades and his behavior at school. What the hell is wrong with you? His mother shouted, her voice filled with fury and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend the news she had just received from the school office. Aether stood there, motionless, like a statue, his emotions locked away behind a cold mask. His stepfather tried to calm her down, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, dear. Not everyone is blessed with talents. Though the teachers said some harsh things, let's give him a chance. He might still turn things around. No, his mother cut him off, her fury undiminished. I've had enough of this. You will not. But before she could finish, Aether finally spoke, his voice cold and indifferent. So, you're just going to accept this as a fact? Both his mother and stepfather flinched at the sound of his voice. His mother tried to speak again, her tone more uncertain. Fact. What else am I supposed to? Aether interrupted her, his gaze piercing through her. You're not even going to ask why I became like this. His emotionless eyes bore into hers, and she unconsciously took a step back. What? She stammered, but before she could finish, his stepfather stepped forward, trying to take control of the situation. Aether, calm down first, he said, his voice firm but cautious. Calm down. Aether tilted his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Who the fuck are you to come between me and my mother? His stepfather frowned, his patience wearing thin. Mind your words, young man. Fuck off. Aether roared, grabbing the man by the collar, his face twisted in fury. You son of a bitch, I know what you are hiding. You're more rotten than anyone I've ever met in my life, and now you act like you care about me. You think I'm buying this bullshit? Aether spat, his voice filled with venom. Aether, stop it. His mother tried to intervene, her voice trembling with fear, but Aether ignored her, his eyes locked onto his stepfather. I'm starting to think you're the reason my grades have been falling. Did you bribe the teachers? Aether, stop this, tell me, did you fucking bribe them? Bitch. Aether demanded, lifting his stepfather off the ground with terrifying strength. The man trembled in his grasp, trying to maintain his composure. Are you blaming me for your own failures? Aether gritted his teeth and with a sudden burst of rage, thud, Aether's fist connected with his stepfather's face, sending him crashing to the floor. Aether, his mother screamed, horror etched across her face. Drip, drip, blood dripped from his stepfather's nose, and just then, Aether's little brother came down the stairs, his eyes wide with fear. Father, he cried out, running towards his fallen father, his small fists pounding against Aether's chest, but a single, cold glance from Aether was enough to make the boy stumble back in terror. The situation was spiraling out of control when a small, broken voice echoed through the house. Get out, Aether frowned, turning towards the sound. His stepfather, despite the pain, managed a slight, triumphant smirk. His mother, staring at the ground, repeated herself, Get out, Aether started, trying to reach out to her. Don't you dare call me mother anymore, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Aether's hand froze in midair, trembling. Get OUTTTTT, she screamed again, her voice filled with nothing but pain and fear. Aether tried to move closer, but she stepped back, her terrified expression cutting him deeper than any words could. His heart shattered, the pieces falling away into a void he couldn't escape. Don't hurt, Mommy, his little brother shouted, standing protectively in front of their mother, his small body shaking with fear, his eyes brimming with tears. I. Aether tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. He saw his mother pull his little brother into a tight embrace, her back turned to him. Slowly, Aether lowered his gaze and began to walk away. But just as he reached the door, her voice, cold and cutting, stopped him in his tracks. You never understood me, not your father, not even your little brother. You're nothing but a defective product, only good for laughing at the misery you create. He. Her words echoed around him as Aether cried, laughed, and stepped outside, his heart shattered into pieces too small to ever be put back together.